Chapter 1, Senior Sister, Your Coffee. In the hot summer, the sun is blazing, and the whole world seems to be shrouded in a fiery atmosphere. Xia Tian is a fresh graduate from Zhejiang University, and he comes from an ordinary family. However, despite his humble origins, Xia Tian is an extremely hardworking and ambitious person, and has always been regarded by everyone as a veritable small-town test-taker. After countless days and nights of hard study and unremitting efforts, Xia Tian finally succeeded in entering Zhejiang University, a desirable institution of higher learning, with his unyielding perseverance and solid knowledge reserves. The morning sun shone through the window and sprinkled on Xia Tian's slightly shabby rental house. A pleasant cell phone ring sounded, and it turned out to be a call from Xia Tian's mother. "Hey, Mom, don't worry about me. I have enough money on me. You really don't need to send me more money," Xia Tian said to the person on the other end of the phone with a smile. Okay, my child, if it's not enough, you must tell Mom, and don't put yourself in a difficult position." The mother's concerned words came. "I know, Mom. Okay, I have to go out to work. That's all, I'm hanging up now." After saying that, Xia Tian gently hung up the phone. He slowly sat up from the bed, stretched himself, and then patted his still sleepy face hard, as if trying to wake himself up. Then, Xia Tian got out of bed, walked briskly to the bathroom to wash up, and prepare to start a new day. At this time, Xia had just graduated from Zhejiang University. As he had not yet found an ideal and suitable job, in order to make a living, he had to temporarily choose a job of delivering takeout. Although the job was hard, Xia never complained and always faced everyday's challenges with a positive and optimistic attitude. Soon, Xia Tian finished washing up. He put on his iconic yellow work clothes, commonly known as the yellow jacket, and then picked up the electric scooter key on the table. He walked out of the house in high spirits, rode his beloved electric scooter, and officially started his busy and fulfilling workday. "In the summer, I rode my electric scooter, passed by a breakfast shop, bought 2 buns and a soy milk, sat on the side of the road, ate breakfast, and checked my phone while waiting for an order. Ding, the system has assigned you a new task. Please handle it in time and pay attention to traffic safety." When he heard that an order had come in, Xia Tian swallowed the last bite of his bun, drank the soy milk in one gulp, and headed towards the store to pick up the food. "This is an order to pick up 2 cups of coffee from Ruweixing Coffee and deliver them to the 22nd floor of an office building 1 kilometer away." Not long after, Xia Tian successfully got the takeaway and then rushed towards the destination indicated in the order without stopping. As it was the morning rush hour, the streets were crowded with cars and people, but fortunately the distance of this order was not far, so he did not need to rush. In just a few minutes, Xia Tian arrived at the towering office building Binjiang Building. There are many well-known financial companies and companies from other industries gathered here, but they are all large companies and can be said to be a gathering place for elites. For Xia Tian, being able to work in such a place has always been his deepest dream. Xia Tian carefully parked his electric scooter, holding 2 cups of steaming coffee tightly in his hands, and trotted into the building. When he ran to the elevator entrance panting, he was surprised to find that there was an elevator parked on the first floor, seemingly preparing to go up. "Hey, wait for me!" Xia Tian shouted loudly and quickened his pace to rush to the elevator. Just as the elevator door was about to close, he finally managed to squeeze in. However, something unexpected happened. "The elevator is overloaded. Please exit, last passenger." As a clear reminder sounded, the entire elevator fell into silence. Everyone's eyes were focused on Xia Tian, who rushed into the elevator last. Faced with this sudden situation, Xia Tian instantly felt his face burning, and an indescribable embarrassment surged in his heart. Helplessly, he could only smile and nodded to everyone, then slowly exited the elevator and stood aside quietly waiting for the next elevator to arrive. Not long after, another elevator dinged and the door slowly opened. Xia Tian couldn't wait to stride into the elevator and quickly reached out to press the button for the 22nd floor. With a slight humming sound, the elevator began to rise steadily and slowly. Xia Tian stood quietly in the corner, staring at the constantly jumping digital display screen, secretly looking forward to reaching the destination as soon as possible. Finally, the elevator stopped steadily on the 22nd floor. After Xia Tian walked out of the elevator, he looked around and soon found the company marked on the delivery address Galaxy Design. He looked at the company's sign and facade decoration curiously, and couldn't help muttering softly, "Hey, it turns out to be an interior design and decoration company." Then, Xia Tian took out his cell phone and dialed the number left by the recipient on the takeaway message. After a few beeps, the call was connected. "Hello, I'm here to deliver coffee. I'm already at the door of your company. Please come out and get it. Xia Tian said politely into the phone. I heard a clear and pleasant voice from the other end of the phone, as beautiful as the sound of a yellow oriole singing in a valley. Oh, okay, I'll be right out. The voice was clear, gentle, and very pleasant to hear, and Xia Tian always felt that it sounded familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had heard it before. Soon a beautiful figure walked out. Her well-fitting professional attire outlined her graceful figure, and her long, carefully groomed hair was tied up in a simple bun. The figure gradually approached, and Xia Tian soon saw who it was. It was Yi Jiqiu, a senior student 1 year older than Xia Tian, who was once recognized as the most beautiful girl on campus at Zhejiang University. Hello, this is the coffee I ordered. Yi Jiqiu said to Xia Tian gently. Senior, here's your coffee. Xia Tian handed over the coffee bag while speaking. Senior? You are. At this time in the summer, wearing delivery clothes and a mask, Yi Jiqiu couldn't recognize who it was at all. In summer, take off the mask and reveal your true face. Senior, I'm Xia Tian from the finance department of Zhejiang University. I'm a year younger than you. Xia Tian introduced herself with a smile. Yi Jiqiu was stunned, and couldn't help but recall the memories of more than a year ago, when she had just graduated and drank a lot of wine to celebrate graduation with her best friends. When I woke up, I found myself lying on the same bed with this junior classmate in front of me, and I felt a dull pain in my lower body. Xia was also very drunk at that time. When this happened, she was very confused and helpless, and ran away in the early morning. To this day, she doesn't know whether Xia Tian knew what happened that night. Later, because my period had not come, I went to the hospital for a checkup and found out that I was pregnant. Chapter 2 Concern from Senior. Senior. Xia Tian stood in front of Yi Jiqiu with a puzzled look on his face, gently waving his hands, trying to wake up Yi Jiqiu, who had suddenly fallen into deep thought. He called out several times in succession, but Yi Jiqiu seemed completely immersed in his own thoughts and did not respond at all. After Xia Tian called out to her several times, Yi Jiqiu suddenly came back to her senses, her eyes still a little dazed, and she subconsciously responded, What's wrong? Xia Tian saw that the senior sister had come back to her senses, and said with a smile, It's okay. I just saw that you seemed to be distracted. I called you several times and you didn't respond. In fact, he was also quite curious. He didn't understand why this senior sister with outstanding temperament was so absent-minded. He didn't say anything just now. Oh, sorry, I just thought of something. Yi Jiqiu smiled embarrassedly, then quickly adjusted his state. At this time, Xia Tian scratched his head and said, Senior sister, it's nothing, I'll leave first. I still have to deliver my takeaway. After that, he turned around and was about to leave. However, just after Xia Tian took a few steps, Yi Jiqiu's crisp voice came from behind him, Wait. This shout made Xia Tian's steps stop abruptly. He turned his head and looked at Yi Jiqiu with a puzzled face, and asked doubtfully, What's wrong, senior sister? Yi Jiqiu frowned slightly and asked softly, Aren't you from the finance department of Zhejiang University? Why are you delivering takeout here now? His tone revealed a bit of concern and curiosity. Xia Tian felt a flash of embarrassment when he heard the senior's question, but he quickly recovered and replied with a smile, Senior, it's like this. I just graduated and haven't found a particularly suitable job yet. Besides, I feel embarrassed to keep asking my family for money, so I thought about delivering food to earn some living expenses first, and then slowly look for a job. After saying this, he spread his hands helplessly, indicating that his current situation was also forced upon him. Jiqiu, the meeting is about to start. At this time, the voice of Yi Jiqiu's colleague suddenly came. Well, Xia Tian, give me your phone number and I'll help you find a suitable job. Yi Jiqiu said quickly. The phone. My phone number is 1378511. Xia Tian quickly gave out his phone number. Yi Jiqiu took out his cell phone and quickly saved Xia Tian's phone number into it. This is also your WeChat number, right? Yi Jiqiu saved the phone number and asked casually. Yes, it's this number too. Xia Tian replied. Okay, I'll add you on WeChat later. I'm going to a meeting first, so you go ahead and get busy. After saying that, Yi Jiqiu was ready to turn around and go back to the company. But he seemed to have thought of something, turned around and said, Xia Tian, ride slowly on the way to deliver the food, be careful. Then, he walked towards the company without looking back. Xia Tian looked at Yi Jiqiu's back with a confused look on his face, thinking, I don't think I was very familiar with Senior Jiqiu before. Just when Xia Tian was in a daze, he heard a reminder sound from his cell phone that another takeaway was about to time out. Oh my god, I forgot I had a takeaway to deliver. Damn it! I'll be charged for the overtime. Xia Tian quickly ran to the elevator and started to rush to deliver another takeaway, forgetting all the previous incident. On the other side, Yi Zhiqiu returned to his workstation with a cup of coffee and handed one of the cups to his colleague and best friend next to him. Hey, Zhiqiu, why are you talking to the delivery guy for so long? Are you attracted to that delivery guy? Zhao Nuanyuan said with a smirk and a slightly teasing tone. Yi Zhiqiu rolled his eyes at Zhao Nuanyuan and said, "You are the only one who talks too much. That guy is my junior from the same school, so we chatted a little more." Oh, junior. Hello, junior. I just saw from a distance that the junior was at least 185 centimeters tall. Although I didn't see his appearance, he must be a handsome guy judging from his outline. Zhao Nuanyuan analyzed with a smirk on her face. Zhao Nuanyuan, I think you look a lot like the legendary old lady at the village entrance. Yi Zhiqiu said as he sorted out the things he would need for the meeting. TSK. Have you ever seen such a beautiful aunt at the village entrance? Zhao Nuanyuan said while lifting her hair. As gossipy as an old lady. As he said this, he walked towards the meeting room with his notebook and coffee in his arms. Yi Zhiqiu, I want to duel with you. You actually called me a gossipy old lady. As he said that, he chased after Yi Zhiqiu with his notebook in his arms. After a busy morning in the summer, it was already past 1 and almost 2 in the afternoon. I had just delivered the last order and was already starving, so I found a noodle shop to have a bowl of noodles. In the morning, Xia Tian rushed to deliver the second order, but it was still 1 minute late. Fortunately, the customer did not give a bad review. Boss, give me a bowl of pickled mustard greens and shredded pork noodles. Xia Tian found a seat in the noodle shop and shouted to the owner. Okay, 1 bowl of pickled mustard greens and shredded pork noodles. The boss responded and went to the kitchen. While waiting for noodles in the summer, I opened my phone to check the number of orders I had delivered this morning. I delivered 16 orders in the morning and at noon, and earned more than 100 yuan. Afterwards, I opened the Tomato Author backend to check the data of the novel I wrote. Alas, the novel data has dropped again. The daily income is now only more than 12 yuan. Xia Tian not only delivers food in the summer, but also writes novels in the afternoon when there are fewer orders. He updates 2 chapters every day, and currently has more than 500,000 words. However, the data is very poor, with the peak period being only more than 800 words a day. Your noodles with pickled mustard greens and shredded pork are here. Please enjoy. At this time, the noodles with pickled mustard greens and shredded pork ordered by Xia Tian arrived. Looking at the full bowl of noodles with a lot of shredded meat, Xia Tian, who was already starving, suddenly felt hungry. Immediately, he started slurping the noodles in the bowl. When Xia was enjoying the meal, her cell phone rang. Hello, who is this? Xia Tian answered the phone while eating noodles. I'm Yi Zhiqiu. Xia Tian, I added you on WeChat. Why haven't you accepted my call? Yi Zhiqiu said to Xia Tian on the other end of the phone. My senior was too busy delivering orders this morning, so I didn't check WeChat. I'll approve it right away. Xia Tian said hurriedly. Are you having lunch now? Yi Zhiqiu couldn't help but ask when he heard the sound of eating noodles on the other end of the phone. There are a lot of orders at noon, so I usually finish my work at noon and have lunch at this time in the afternoon. Xia Tian explained. Making money is important, but your health comes first. You can't be like this in the future. You eat too quickly. Yi Zhiqiu said with a warning. Ha ha ha. It's okay, senior sister. I know. Don't worry, I'm in great shape. Xia Tian said happily to Yi Zhiqiu, and then he smiled foolishly. Xia Tian said so. Yi Zhiqiu couldn't say too much, after all, she was just a senior. Okay, I will pay more attention to your job and help you find a suitable one as soon as possible. Ha ha, thank you senior sister, thank you for your trouble. Xia Tian sincerely thanked Yi Zhiqiu. Well, it's just a small matter. Let's leave it at that for now, don't forget to pass the WeChat message. After saying that, Yi Zhiqiu hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Yi Zhiqiu's heart was pounding. She didn't know why she cared so much about Xia Tian. Chapter 3 The child's father may not know the child exists. After Xia Tian hung up the phone, he opened WeChat. At this time, there was a friend addition notification in the new friends list of WeChat address book. Her WeChat name is just Xiao and her avatar is a shadow. The outline of the shadow looks graceful and elegant. It must be her senior schoolmate Yi Jiqiu. Xia Tian accepted the friend request and sent a WeChat message to Yi Jiqiu. Hello, senior sister, I'm Xia Tian. Xia Tian looked at WeChat for a long time but saw no response, thinking that it might be his senior sister who was working. Then, he continued to slurp his noodles. On the other side, Yi Jiqiu had just hung up the phone when a voice came to his ears. Hey, you're talking to your junior on the phone. Zhao Nuanyuan appeared in front of Yi Jiqiu with a smile. Zhao Nuanyuan, you're going too far. You actually eavesdropped on my phone call. Yi Jiqiu said to Zhao Nuanyuan in a tender voice. Who wanted to eavesdrop on your phone call? You were so engrossed in the call that you didn't even notice someone coming to the tea room. Zhao Nuanyuan defended herself. What did you hear just now? Yi Jiqiu asked Zhao Nuanyuan. No, I didn't hear anything. That is to say, I heard you say that figure is the most important thing. You can't be like this in the future. Zhao Nuanyuan imitated the coquettish voice. You? Zhao Nuanyuan, I am going to sever all ties with you. Yi Jiqiu said angrily and turned to leave. Seeing that her best friend seemed really angry, Zhao Nuanyuan quickly said, Hey, Jiqiu, don't be angry. I was just kidding you. I was wrong. Oof, what did you do wrong? Yi Jiqiu pretended to be angry and asked Zhao Nuanyuan. Yeah, that's right. I shouldn't have eavesdropped on you flirting with your junior. After saying that, Zhao Nuanyuan quickly ran away. Ah. Zhao Nuanyuan, you are finished. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Yi Jiqiu realized that he was being fooled by his best friend again. He quickly chased after Zhao Nuanyuan. Soon Zhao Nuanyuan was caught up by Yi Jiqiu. After being tickled by Yi Jiqiu, she was forced to agree to a lot of unfair treaties. After hurriedly finishing a bowl of steaming noodles in the noodle shop in the summer, I walked to the small shop next door and bought a bottle of iced mineral water. Then, he looked around for a cool and comfortable place, and finally his eyes were fixed on a big tree with lush branches and leaves not far away. There are green trees there, and the sunlight shines through the gaps between the leaves, casting mottled shadows and creating a pleasant shady place. Xiaotian walked over quickly, found a clean stone to sit down, took out his cell phone from his pocket, and prepared to start typing with full concentration. There were not many orders in the afternoon, so he planned to take a break in the afternoon and write more words during this time. Just as Xiaotian was immersed in the story he had conceived, his fingers were typing on his mobile phone at a rapid speed, and the inspiration in his mind was flowing like a spring. Suddenly a mobile phone ring broke the tranquility. He stopped what he was doing, picked up the phone beside him, looked at the caller ID, and smiled. Hey, big boy, what do you want from your dad? Xiaotian deliberately teased. You damn Xiaotian, you always take advantage of me. Where are you? Let's have a drink tonight? A familiar and cheerful voice came from the other end of the line. It was Lin Nan, Xiaotian's best friend who lived in the same dormitory with him during college. Me. I'm typing under a tree by the roadside. At night, I still have to deliver orders. Xiaotian answered casually. Why haven't you found another job yet? After all, you are a top student at Zhejiang University. Lin Nan asked with some confusion. Hearing this, Xiaotian couldn't help but feel helpless and angry. You think I don't want to? How can I be as lucky as you? My family arranged a job for me right after I graduated from college. You have no idea how severe the job market is right now. Finding a decent job is harder than climbing to the sky. Okay. So what time will you finish delivering orders tonight? I'll come find you and treat you to a midnight snack and a couple of drinks. Lin Nan asked with concern. After 9 o'clock. I'll contact you then. Xiaotian said to Lin Nan on the other end of the phone while looking at the endless stream of cars on the roadside. Okay, I'll wait for your call. Lin Nan answered readily. As soon as he finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Xiaotian slowly put down the phone in his hand and looked at the time on the screen. It was almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Unconsciously, another day was almost over, and it was almost time for dinner. This period of time is when the number of takeout orders gradually increases. Thinking of this, Xiaotian gently stood up, stretched his stiff body, and then stretched comfortably. Then, he skillfully opened the platform on his mobile phone to start the order-taking mode, and got on his small and flexible electric scooter, ready to meet the upcoming busy times. Riding slowly on a small electric scooter, Xiatian's eyes casually swept across the shops on the street. Suddenly, a steaming bun shop with an enticing aroma came into his sight. His stomach growled at the right moment, reminding him that it was time to eat something, so Xiatian parked the car in front of the store, walked into the store and bought 2 big, plump, white steamed buns. Back in the car, Xiatian opened the bottle of mineral water and took a big bite of the steamed bun. Although it was simple, it was a delicious dinner for him who was starving at the moment. In this way, he chewed the steamed bun while waiting for the system to send a new takeout order. Ding, the system has assigned you a new task. Please handle it in time and pay attention to traffic safety. Xiatian looked at the pickup address on his phone, which was not far from his current location. Afterwards, Xiatian rode his electric scooter to the food pickup place and began his busy evening delivering orders. For dinner, do you want to eat outside? Zhao Nuanyuan took light steps, turned her head, and asked Yi Zhiqiu, who was walking beside her with expectant eyes. Yi Zhiqiu shook his head slightly and responded, "No, I'd better go back and eat. I haven't seen those 2 little guys all day today, and I miss them so much. I have to go home quickly." As she spoke, she quickened her pace. When she thought of the lovely twin children at home, Yi Zhiqiu couldn't help but smile with happiness and satisfaction on her face. Seeing Yi Zhiqiu like this, Zhao Nuanyuan couldn't help but sigh and asked with concern, "Hey, Zhiqiu, who is the father of your child? So much time has passed, and it's really hard for you to raise 2 children alone. And this is not a solution. How can you get married in the future?" There was a hint of indignation and heartache in Zhao Nuanyuan's tone. When Yi Zhiqiu heard Zhao Nuanyuan mention the child's father, he thought of Xiatian's huge figure. However, she just bit her lips lightly and replied gently, "Let's talk about it later. Maybe the father of the child doesn't even know the existence of these 2 little guys." After saying that, Yi Zhiqiu's eyes were a little dim, but soon returned to calm. Chapter 4, The Senior is Conflicted. Ah. He doesn't know. Humph, I'm so angry. I really don't know what that bastard is thinking. He doesn't want such a cute child and such a beautiful wife. Zhiqiu, please don't speak for him anymore. If I run into him someday, I'll teach him a lesson and even crack his head open, this irresponsible scumbag. Zhao Nuanyuan was so angry that her face turned red. She stomped her feet in anger and cursed with gritted teeth. Yi Zhiqiu, who was standing nearby, frowned slightly when she heard this, but did not respond. She just lowered her head silently, her eyes dimmed, and then slowly turned around and walked towards her car park not far away. Yi Zhiqiu was in a very complicated mood at the moment, and he kept thinking about the scene when he saw Xiatian today. Judging from his state, it seemed that he really knew nothing about what happened that night, let alone the existence of the child. This made Yi Zhiqiu fall into a deep dilemma. Should he tell Xiatian about the existence of the 2 little guys? And how would Xiatian react after learning the truth? You know, it was she who resolutely chose to give birth to these 2 children, without discussing it with Xiatian beforehand. Therefore, it is understandable if Xiatian refuses to acknowledge the 2 children or shows reluctance to accept them. However, as a mother, Yi Zhiqiu deep down longs for her 2 lovely little ones to have a complete family and enjoy the complete love and care from their father. At this moment, Zhao Nuanyuan, who had already gotten into the car and was about to leave, suddenly rolled down the window and shouted to Yi Zhiqiu, "Zhiqiu, I'm leaving first. See you tomorrow." After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Yi Zhiqiu was left standing alone, looking at the car's taillights that were gradually going away, his thoughts becoming more and more confused. Yi Zhiqiu stayed in front of the car for a few minutes, then got in, stepped on the accelerator and drove home. There is no point in thinking too much about many things now, just take it one step at a time. Not long after, Yi Zhiqiu drove back home. As soon as he entered the house, he put down his bag, changed into slippers, and walked into the room. "My babies, mommy is back." Yi Zhiqiu shouted happily to the 2 little ones lying in the crib. At this time, the 2 little guys were sleeping soundly under their small quilts. Yi Zhiqiu looked at the 2 little guys sleeping with his eyes as gentle as water. "Zhiqiu, you're back." Aunt Wan was cooking in the kitchen. When she heard the noise, she came out to see what was going on. "I just happened to see Yi Zhiqiu standing at the door of the room, looking at the 2 little ones in the crib." "Auntie Wang, thank you for your hard work," Yi Zhiqiu said to Auntie Wang gratefully. Aunt Wan was the Aunt Yi Zhiqiu found when she was in the late stages of pregnancy. She was a very nice person who could cook and wash clothes. She was also proficient in nanny skills. Usually, Yi Zhiqiu went to work, and it was all up to Aunt Wang to take care of the 2 little ones at home. "I'm fine. The two little ones are very well behaved. At this stage, they just sleep, eat, and sleep. It's easy to take care of them. Aunt Wang said with a smile. Jiqiu, please wait a moment, dinner will be ready soon. Aunt Wang turned around and went back to the kitchen to cook. Yi Jiqiu walked over to the cribs of the two little ones and sat down. The two little ones were twins, a boy and a girl. The elder sister came out first, followed by the younger brother. When the two little ones were born, thanks to Aunt Wang and good friend Zhao Nuanyuan being around, Yi Jiqiu had not yet told her family about the children. I didn't know how to tell my family that Yi Jiqiu's mother was a professor at Capital University and his father was the top secretary of a certain city. Yi Jiqiu was afraid that if she told her parents about her sudden pregnancy and the birth of a child, her parents would be so angry that they would die. She understood her parents' tempers. Her mother might scold her a few words, and that was it. But she really couldn't imagine what her father was like. Oh, little guys, what do you think your mother should do? Yi Jiqiu sighed and murmured to the two little guys. At this moment, Yi Jiqiu thought of Xia Tian again and remembered that he had added Xia Tian on WeChat today. I took out my phone and saw that my WeChat friend had accepted the message, and Xia Tian also sent me a WeChat message. However, I was busy in the afternoon and didn't pay attention, so I didn't reply. Yi Jiqiu entered some text in the dialog box, deleted it after she finished writing, deleted it and wrote again. She didn't know what to send to Xia Tian. Yi Jiqiu didn't pay much attention to this junior when he first started school, but he had met him quite a few times. Ever since the accident, Yi Jiqiu began to pay silent attention to Xia Tian. She learned about Xia Tian's family background and also knew that Xia Tian had never been in a relationship during college. There were actually quite a few girls who pursued Xia Tian during that period, because although Xia Tian came from an ordinary family, he was still very handsome. He is 1.88 meters tall, pays attention to exercise, is humble and loves learning. From Yi Jiqiu's observation, Xia Tian is actually a very good boy, excellent in all aspects and motivated, although his family conditions are very ordinary. However, Yi Jiqiu does not care about family conditions, she cares more about the person and his character. If Xia Tian had a chaotic private life and a bad life in college, then when they met today, Yi Jiqiu would not ask Xia Tian for her WeChat. In the future, he would never consider letting Xia Tian know about the existence of the two little guys, because Xia Tian was wrong in every aspect, and Yi Jiqiu felt that he was a person worthy of trust. This is what made Yi Jiqiu so distressed. He was always hesitant, not knowing whether he should let Xia Tian know about the existence of the child. Moreover, Yi Jiqiu was also afraid that Xia Tian would know about the existence of the child, but would be unwilling to accept the two guys and would not acknowledge his own child. After a moment of hesitation and thought, Yi Jiqiu replied to Xia Tian on WeChat, "I was busy this afternoon and didn't notice your WeChat. What are you doing now? Have you eaten?" After sending the WeChat message, Yi Jiqiu put down his phone and lay down on the bed. "Jiqiu, dinner is ready, come out and eat." Not long after I lay down, I heard Aunt Wang's voice. "Okay, Aunt Wang, I'm coming." Yi Jiqiu responded softly. In the summer, there are a lot of orders here because of dinner time. At this moment, Xia Tian has 3 orders on hand and is in a hurry. "Hello? Here's your takeaway." "Yes. It's on the way over here and will be here soon." Xia Tian responded to the customer's call reminding him of the order. Riding his own electric scooter, he shuttles through the streets and alleys of the city, racing against time. The money deducted for an overdue order requires him to run 2 or 3 more orders to earn back. If the customer gives a bad review, his hard work for the night will basically be in vain. Chapter 5, Senior, would you like to have a midnight snack with me? Around 9 o'clock in the evening, the hustle and bustle of the city was gradually swallowed up by the night, but the summer heat still lingered in the air. At this time, Xia Tian had just completed his last takeaway delivery mission of the day. He dragged his exhausted body slowly to the side of the road and sat down. "Ha!" Xia Tian let out a long breath, as if to expel all the fatigue of the day with this breath. Today can finally end here. I am really tired. I am finally off work. While talking to himself, Xia Tian reached into his trouser pocket and took out his cell phone. When he turned on the screen and unlocked it, he skillfully clicked into the WeChat application. Almost at the same moment, a new message popped up. It was sent by Yi Jiqiu. Looking at Yi Jiqiu's familiar profile picture and name, Xia Tian couldn't help but smile. When he opened the chat window, Yi Jiqiu's concerned words immediately came into view. "Xia Tian, you must have worked hard. Are you done? Seeing this WeChat message full of care, Xia Tian's mood suddenly became cheerful and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Without any hesitation, he quickly typed a reply on the keyboard. Senior, I was busy delivering orders and had no time to check WeChat, but I just got off work now, hee. And I haven't eaten dinner yet. After sending the message, Xia Tian immediately added, oh, by the way, I've already made an appointment with my best friend and roommate in college. We're going to have a midnight snack together later. After typing these words, Xia Tian nodded with satisfaction and pressed the send button. At this moment, Xia Tian felt very happy and couldn't help thinking to himself, why is Senior Jiqiu so concerned about my situation? Could it be? Thinking of this, Xia Tian's heartbeat suddenly quickened a bit, but he quickly shook his head, denying this unrealistic idea. Oh, don't let your imagination run wild. He may just be concerned about his junior from the same school. Even so, Xia Tian still felt like there was a kitten gently scratching his heart, and it was difficult to suppress the tiny expectation hidden deep in his heart, as subtle as a spider silk but extremely tenacious. This feeling is like in the dark night, a faint light suddenly appears in the distance. Although it is small, it is enough to make people yearn for it. However, when he thought about his own situation, Xia Tian couldn't help but sigh deeply. Oh. He could almost say that he had nothing. He had no savings, no house, and he couldn't even find a decent job. On the other hand, Senior Jiqiu not only has a stable and enviable job, but her appearance is also outstanding, like a fairy from heaven. The more Xia Tian thought about it, the more he felt that he was far inferior to Senior Jiqiu in every aspect and was totally unworthy of such a goddess-like existence as her. Thinking of this, Xia Tian felt even more depressed and sad, as if the whole world had become dark and gloomy. Just when he was worried, Xia Tian remembered that he had made an appointment with his good friend Lin Nan for a midnight snack during the day, so he quickly called his good friend Lin Nan and asked him to go out for a drink and talk. So, he dialed Lin Nan's phone number without hesitation. Beep, beep, beep. Accompanied by a long waiting tone, the sound of the phone being connected was finally heard. Hello, my dear son, it's time to get off work. Where are you? Your godfather will come to see you right away. Lin Nan's familiar and slightly teasing voice came from the other end of the phone. Hearing this, Xia Tian was immediately furious and shouted, You beast! You only know how to take advantage of me all day long. My dear grandson, I'm near home, come here right now. I'll go home and take a shower and change into clean clothes. By the time I'm done packing, you'll be here soon. Xia Tian said to Lin Nan in a bad mood. Okay, I'll leave right away. After saying that, Lin Nan hung up the phone, stood up quickly, put on a coat, and then hurried out the door. Xia Tian got up and rode his electric scooter towards his rental house. After returning to the rental house, Xia Tian took off his delivery clothes, went into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and let the cool water wash over himself. After taking a shower, I washed away all my fatigue and changed into clean clothes in summer, a white t-shirt and a pair of blue jeans. Although the clothes looked a little old, they were washed clean in the summer and still had a faint smell of laundry detergent. He was wearing simple clothes. Although the clothes were plain, with his great summer body and sunny and handsome looks, he would definitely attract the attention of many young ladies when he walked out of the door. After changing clothes, Shatian picked up his phone and opened WeChat. His good friend hadn't sent him a WeChat message yet, so he probably hadn't arrived yet. But at this moment, Xia Tian saw on WeChat that her senior schoolmate Yi Jiqiu had replied to her WeChat. Okay, you're off work so late. You must be hungry. Let's go have dinner. When Xia Tian saw that Yi Jiqiu cared so much about her WeChat, she felt sweet in her heart and quickly replied to Yi Jiqiu on WeChat. I had just finished typing and hadn't sent it out when I saw another WeChat message from Yi Jiqiu. Where are you having supper? Is it Lin Nan who you used to hang out with in college? After seeing Yi Jiqiu's inquiry on WeChat, Xia Tian was undecided for a moment. I was thinking, senior sister, are you asking me this because you want to come over for a midnight snack? Do you want to invite senior sister Jiqiu? Xia Tian thought about it and decided that it would be a good idea to invite her. Senior sister cares about me so much and keeps an eye on my work. It would be nice for me to treat her to a midnight snack. Xia Tian immediately replied to Yi Jiqiu on WeChat, yes, it's my college roommate Lin Nan. We'll eat here near my house. Near One Yuan Community, where is the senior sister? Do you want to come over and eat together? After editing the WeChat message, Xia Tian pressed the send button and waited quietly for Yi Jiqiu's reply. Beep, beep, the sound of a message. Xia Tian was delighted, thinking that senior Jiqiu had replied to his WeChat message. Immediately, he opened WeChat and saw that it was not a reply from his senior schoolmate, but a WeChat message from his good friend Lin Nan. "I'm here, please come down." Lin Nan sent a WeChat message to Xia Tian. "Okay, I'm coming." Xia Tian replied to Lin Nan. Seeing that the WeChat message was not replied by Yi Jiqiu, Xia Tian felt secretly disappointed, and couldn't help thinking about how he had rashly invited the senior schoolmate to have a midnight snack together. Isn't this a bit too abrupt? If the senior student misunderstands that I have made her unhappy, it would be a waste of time and effort. Chapter 6. The Goddess Wen Ti have any thoughts about you? On this hot summer night, Xia Tian received a WeChat message from Lin Nan, quickly replied, and then got up and left the slightly shabby rental house. He walked briskly downstairs. When Xia Tian walked downstairs, his eyes were immediately attracted by the figure in the distance. Lin Nan was wearing a fashionable and flamboyant outfit, leaning against a snow-white Audi A4 sedan. He had a cigarette in his mouth, taking a puff from time to time, and the smoke rising up made him look a little more unruly and chic. Seeing this, Xia Tian couldn't help but quicken his pace and walk towards Lin Nan. Before he even got close, he couldn't help but shout, "Damn, Lin Nan, you actually bought a car?" Hearing Xia Tian's voice, Lin Nan raised his head with a smug smile on his face, and chuckled, "How could that be? This is an old car. My dad used to drive it, and he just replaced it with a brand new A6, so this A4 was retired and given to me to drive." After hearing this, Xia Tian showed envy in his eyes and exclaimed, "Even so, it's still pretty good. Now you can be considered as officially a car owner." However, Lin Nan seemed not very satisfied with this A4. He curled his lips and said, "Alas, it's just an A4. It's still a bit low-end. Driving it out to pick up girls is really not very face-saving. I'm thinking about when to find a chance to get my old man's new A6. After saying that, Lin Nan patted the car body, then reached out to open the door and greeted Xia Tian warmly, "Hurry up and get in the car, brother. Let's set off quickly and find a place to have a good midnight snack." Naturally, Xia Tian would not be polite to this good friend of his. Without saying a word, he opened the passenger door and sat in. As the car started, Lin Nan turned on the music, stepped on the accelerator, and the car rushed forward towards the traffic. Yi Jiqiu, who had just coaxed his two little ones to sleep at home, picked up his phone and looked at the WeChat message that Xia Tian sent him. Looking at the WeChat message inviting him to go out for a midnight snack, Yi Jiqiu was torn. "Oh, should I go or not? If I go, won't it seem like I'm taking the initiative, and if I go, I don't know what Xia Tian's attitude will be when he finds out about the child's existence. But if I don't go, it doesn't seem good either. Will Xia Tian think that I look down on him and make him think too much? This is so annoying." Yi Jiqiu was lying on the sofa, hugging a pillow, looking at her phone, and rubbing her hair in annoyance. "Jiqiu, what's wrong? Do you need to go out for something?" Aunt Wang asked Yi Jiqiu, who was sitting on the sofa with a smile. "Auntie Wang, you haven't slept yet." "It's nothing, just, a friend asked me to go out for a midnight snack." Yi Jiqiu murmured in a low voice. "Ha ha ha. Jiqiu, then just go. I'll take care of the two little guys, so you can go without worry," Aunt Wang said with a kind smile. "Oh, I don't know whether I should go," Yi Jiqiu said with a sigh. Hearing this, Aunt Wang walked to the sofa, sat next to Yi Jiqiu, and said softly, "Jiqiu, this friend is the father of the child, right?" "Ah. Aunt Wang, how did you know?" Yi Jiqiu asked in surprise. After all, Yi Jiqiu never mentioned it and didn't reveal anything, but Aunt Wang hit the nail on the head. "Oh, Jiqiu, Aunt Wang has been here for almost a year. You are a good child. I have never seen you act like this before, no matter what happened." Aunt Wang analyzed slowly. Auntie Wang is an experienced person. "I think the person who can make you so entangled must be someone who is very important to you and is of the opposite sex. And you, who usually don't interact with the opposite sex, came back today and stared at the two little guys in a trance, making you so entangled at home. So, Aunt Wang guessed that this friend must be the father of the child." Aunt Wang said slowly. "Well, yes, Aunt Wang, he is the father of the two little guys." Yi Jiqiu nodded and said to Aunt Wang, "Although, Auntie Wang doesn't know what happened between you and the childless father that caused the childless father to be away from the child. But if the father of the child has not done anything unforgivable, you can give the father of the child a chance. If a child grows up without the company of his father, it will be a lifelong regret and not in their heart," Aunt Wang advised softly. Hearing this, Yi Jiqiu understood Aunt Wang's thoughts. Aunt Wang thought that he had a conflict with the child's father. Therefore, the father of the children is not with the two little ones. Although things were different from what Aunt Wang thought, what she said still made sense. Yi Jisho could raise the children by herself, but letting the two children grow up without fatherly love would not be good for them. After thinking for a while, Yi Jisho said to Aunt Wang, "Aunt Wang, I understand. I'll trouble you to take care of the two little ones tonight." Aunt Wang smiled, nodded slightly and said to Yi Jisho, "It's okay, the two little ones are very well behaved, you can go. I'm at home, you don't have to worry." Hearing this, Yi Jisho put on his coat, took the car keys and went out. Beep, beep, the sound of a WeChat message rang out. Xia Tian took out his phone and opened WeChat. He saw that it was his senior schoolmate Yi Jisho who replied to him. "Okay. Where are you? I'll come over now." Seeing the WeChat message from Yi Jisho, Xia Tian couldn't help but smile. He couldn't help but feel happy. He immediately sent Yi Jisho the location of the late-night snack shop. "Oh, you must have eaten honey shit, you're laughing so happily." Lin Nan joked while driving. Go away. Let's have more people for supper." Xia Tian said to Lin Nan while replying to WeChat. "More people? Women?" Lin Nan asked. "Yes, a girl, a senior who was 1 year older than us in college, Yi Jisho." Xia Tian replied. "What the hell, you hooked up with the campus beauty?" Lin Nan said in surprise. "Ah, what's the point of dating? We're just ordinary friends. Today, I was delivering food and just ran into my senior sister. I added her on WeChat and told her that we were going out for a midnight snack, so I just casually invited her. I didn't expect that the senior sister actually agreed, and she is on her way here now." Xia Tian explained slowly. Xia Tian, you are so awesome. Senior Yi Jisho was the recognized goddess of our school. She ignored all the people who asked her out. Today, I was asked out by you. Goddess, you don't have any thoughts about you, do you? Lin Nan said enviously. Chapter 7. I can wake up laughing even in my dreams. Alas, what can I think of? I just met a classmate and wanted to take care of him. Xia Tian sighed. Look at me, I have nothing, I haven't even found a stable job, I'm still struggling to survive. Even if senior sister has an idea, how can she be sensible, not go? Xia Tian said helplessly. Don't say that. We are still young, and we graduated from Zhejiang University with outstanding students. There will be opportunities in the future. Lin Nan persuaded. Xia Tian laughed out loud after hearing this. How can a poor man dare to enter the prosperous world? How can a clean-handed man dare to attract a beautiful woman? These two words fully express the sourness and difficulty of summer. Who doesn't love the goddess? But it's not something a poor boy like me can dream of. Lin Nan sighed slightly when he heard Xia Tian's words. He knew the situation of his good brother, so he could only comfort him. I believe my brother will have a great career in the future. We will have a house and a car. Soon, Lin Nan and Xia Tian arrived at a late-night snack stall they usually visited. Hey, if you two are free, come over for a midnight snack today. The owner of the midnight snack stall greeted the two. Lin Nan and Xia Tian often come to this night snack stall because of its affordable prices, and have become familiar with the owner of the stall. Ha, Uncle Wang, we just got off work. Today, Lin Nan and I came to your place to eat some skewers and drink some wine. Please serve us some wine. Xia Tian said to Uncle Wang, the owner of the late-night snack stall, with a smile. Okay, sit for a while, I'll go and grill some skewers for you. Uncle Wang greeted them and went to grill some skewers for them. Xia Tian, didn't you say that school beauty Yi was coming? Where is she? Why hasn't she arrived yet? Lin Nan took a sip of beer and asked Xia Tian. It should be here soon. The skewers haven't come out yet, let's have a drink first. Xia Tian raised his glass and clinked it with Lin Nan, then took a sip of cold beer. Wow, refreshing in this kind of weather, I should drink some cold beer. Xia Tian said after taking a big sip of beer. Just as Xia Tian and Lin Nan were drinking cold beer and eating peanuts, a graceful figure slowly walked towards them. I saw a person walking towards me gracefully. She was wearing a light blue skirt. The hem of her skirt was like ripples on a lake blown gently by the breeze. Her long hair was neatly tied into a high ponytail, swaying slightly with her steps, like a happy deer jumping. She wore a pair of simple flat shoes on her feet, and every step was light and elegant. For a moment, this figure was like the first ray of sunlight in the morning, penetrating the mist and shining directly into the eyes of the two people in the room. They were originally holding the wine glasses leisurely, but at this moment they seemed to be cast under a spell, with their hands frozen in mid-air, and the wine glasses in their hands tilted, with the wine inside about to spill out, but they were completely unaware. His eyes were like being attracted by a magnet, staring at the person who came, unable to move away. There was no more noise around him, only the sound of the person's soft footsteps. The man walked slowly to Xia Tian and Lin Nan's table and sat down next to Xia Tian. "Hey, it's not good for you to look at a girl like that," Yi Zhiqiu said slowly. After hearing Yi Zhiqiu's words, the two of them came to their senses. "Beauty, who are you?" Lin Nan asked foolishly. At this time, Xia Tian interrupted Lin Nan's perverted look. Hey, stop drooling and don't scare senior sister Zhiqiu," Xia Tian said leisurely and teasingly. "Ah, is this senior sister Zhiqiu?" Lin Nan said in surprise. "Why, don't you look alike?" "Junior brother, don't you recognize me, your senior sister?" Yi Zhiqiu spoke softly and teasingly. "Ha, it's because you're so beautiful now that I didn't recognize you at first," Lin Nan said with a blushing face and praised. Yi Zhiqiu smiled slightly and continued, "Oh, that was when I was not pretty in school." No, I was beautiful when I was in school, but I'm even more beautiful now," Lin Nan explained quickly. People like Yi Zhiqiu, who had just given birth to a baby and quickly recovered her figure, had a young woman's air and was also extremely beautiful, made a young boy like Lin Nan, who had just graduated, shy and speechless for a while. "Senior, where do you live? You come so quickly," Xia Tian asked Yi Zhiqiu. "Well, me. My house is not far from here, and it takes less than 10 minutes to drive here," Yi Zhiqiu said casually. "You two are drinking now," Yi Zhiqiu said as he looked at the two people holding wine glasses. "Hey, we just arrived not long ago," Lin Nan said to Yi Zhiqiu. "Senior, go and see what you want to eat," Xia Tian said to Yi Zhiqiu. "Well, okay. Xia Tian, please come with me. I have never been here before. You are familiar with this place, so you can come with me to have a look," Yi Zhiqiu said softly to Xia Tian. "Okay, senior sister, follow me." Xia Tian put down the wine glass and took Yi Zhiqiu to the freezer where the barbecue and vegetables were kept. Looking at Xia Tian and Yi Zhiqiu's backs, Lin Nan murmured jealously in his heart, "Hey, senior sister, I'm familiar with it too. I can go with you too." Thinking in his mind, he picked up his wine glass and took a big gulp. Although I was a little jealous in my heart, I could see that senior Yi Zhiqiu was after Xia Tian, and I didn't have that blessing. Xia Tian accompanied Yi Zhiqiu to get some skewers and gave them to Uncle Wang, the owner of the barbecue stall. "Uncle Wang, add some more skewers and grill them for us together," Xia Tian said to Uncle Wang. "Okay. Hey. Xia Tian, your girlfriend is here. She's so pretty," Uncle Wang said with a smile. Yi Zhiqiu blushed and didn't explain. Xia Tian quickly waved his hand and said, "Uncle Wang, this is a senior from my school, but she's not my girlfriend. I'm not so lucky to be a senior's boyfriend." "Ha ha ha. Is that so? Then you have to work harder. I'm an experienced person. The way this little girl looks at you is different from the way she looks at others. You'd better hold on tight and don't let others catch up with you, or you'll regret it later," Uncle Wang said with a smile. Xia Tian was also embarrassed by what Uncle Wang said. He thought that Uncle Wang might have been drinking and talking so much today, so he quickly took Yi Zhiqiu away. After walking a few steps, Xia Tian hurriedly explained to Yi Zhiqiu, "I'm sorry. Senior sister, Uncle Wang is like this, very warm and talkative, but he doesn't mean any harm." Yi Zhiqiu pursed his lips and smiled, "It's okay. How come you are happy that I am your girlfriend?" As soon as these words came out, Xia Tian quickly said, Louis, no. That's not what I meant. Senior sister, you are so beautiful and so kind. If you could be my girlfriend, I would wake up laughing in my dreams at night." Chapter 8. Then you can start laughing now. Listening to Xia Tian's explanation, Yi Zhiqiu put his hands behind his back and murmured softly, Then you can start laughing now." "Ah, what did you say, senior sister?" Xia Tian vaguely heard Yi Zhiqiu talking, but couldn't hear it clearly. "Nothing, let's go," Yi Zhiqiu said, and walked towards their table. "Hey, seniors, why are you two taking so long to add some food?" You two are not good at this. You must be hiding in some corner playing the piano and talking about love. Lin Nan teased the two people who came back after a long time. Yi Jiqiu smiled slightly, sat down and said, "Alas, that's what I thought. Some people don't understand romance." Suddenly, Lin Nan's eyes widened and he looked at Xia Tian, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Xia Tian glanced at Lin Nan, curled his lips and said, "Look at you, you are so unruly. If you invite a senior sister to have a midnight snack, shouldn't you let her choose what she likes to eat?" Hearing this, Lin Nan glanced at Xia Tian and couldn't help muttering in his heart, "Well, you are such a blockhead, you really don't understand romance. Come on, senior sister, do you want to drink wine or Coke?" Lin Nan asked Yi Jiqiu. Before Yi Jiqiu could answer, Xia Tian rushed to say, "Senior, you are a girl, just drink some drinks." Somehow, when Xia Tian heard this, his first reaction was that he didn't want Yi Jiqiu to drink, so he said it without thinking. Lin Nan and Yi Jiqiu both looked at Xia Tian, who scratched his head awkwardly. Yi Jiqiu also said at the right time, "Well, it's really late at night. I have to drive back later, so I'll drink some orange juice." Afterwards, Yi Jiqiu poured a glass of orange juice, raised the glass and said to the two of them, "Come on, thank you, Junior Xia Tian, for treating me to a midnight snack today. Cheers." Then the two of them raised their glasses and clinked them with Yi Jiqiu, and they both drank the beer in their glasses. "Hey, Lin Nan, where are you working now?" Yi Jiqiu put down the cup, picked up a peanut and ate it, while asking Lin Nan. "Me. I'm currently working as an intern construction worker at a civil engineering site arranged by my father." Lin Nan replied. "Oh, civil construction worker, that's also pretty good. If you do well, you can manage a construction site by yourself, and the future development prospects are also very good." Yi Jiqiu said. "Alas, I can't find a good job myself, so I'll just follow my dad's instructions." Lin Nan said after taking a sip of wine. "Xia Tian, how long have you been a delivery man? What kind of job are you looking for?" Yi Jiqiu asked Xia Tian. What she asked Lin Nan just now was just a prelude. She didn't really care what Lin Nan did for a living or what he was like. What she really cared about was Xia Tian. Xia Tian took a sip of wine and spoke slowly, "I've been working as a delivery man for more than a month. As for what kind of job I want to find, I don't really have a good idea. I applied to many companies, but basically none of them responded. Occasionally, they would call me for an interview, but I would just wait for notification after the interview, and that was it. I don't know now which direction I should go to look for a job." Xia Tian said helplessly. "Well, don't worry. Send me your resume in the evening and I will ask for you at several companies and friends I know." Yi Jiqiu said to Xia Tian comfortingly. "Well, thank you, senior sister. Come. I'll toast you a glass. I'll drink it. You can do whatever you want." After saying that, he clinked glasses with Yi Jiqiu, tilted his head back and drank the beer in the glass. "Hey, drink slowly. If you keep drinking like this you'll get drunk and I won't be able to resist you," Yi Jiqiu said immediately when he saw Xia Tian drinking the whole bottle. Lin Nan, who was standing by, saw that senior sister Jiqiu was extremely concerned about her brother. The way she looked at Xia Tian was completely different from the way she looked at herself. After a while, I thought to myself, the senior is obviously here for Xia Tian, I am kind of getting in the way here. No, I have to find an excuse to get away later. I can't be a light bulb here. Lin Nan, what are you thinking about? The wine in the glass is like fish." Looking at Lin Nan, who was in a daze, Xia Tian greeted his good buddy. After a while, the barbecue ordered by the three came up. The three of them ate while talking and laughing. It was basically just Yi Jiqiu and Xia Tian chatting, with Lin Nan occasionally interjecting. In a blink of an eye, it was already past 9:30. Lin Nan set an alarm, which rang at this time. Lin Nan took his cell phone and pretended to receive a call. He answered the call and said, "Hello, construction manager." "Yes. I have time." Okay, I'll come right over." Lin Nan put down his phone and said to Xia Tian and Yi Jiqiu, "Well, I'm sorry, senior sister, I have to rush over to the construction site for something. Xia Tian, can you please take me back?" "Xia Tian, you continue eating with your senior. I have something to do at the construction site, so I have to hurry over." After saying that, Lin Nan picked up his coat and trotted to his car in the parking lot not far away. "Hey, you've been drinking, don't drive. Call a designated driver." Xia Tian shouted from behind. Lin Nan didn't even turn his head, waved his hand and said, "Got it." Afterwards, Xia Tian and Yi Jiqiu were the only ones left at the table. Xia Tian didn't know what to say for a moment, so he could only say to Yi Jiqiu, "Senior, have some skewers." Yi Jiqiu looked at Xia Tian, who looked like he didn't know what to say, smiled slightly, picked up the drink and took a sip. "Xia Tian, where is your hometown? Who else is there in your family?" Yi Jiqiu supported his chin with one hand, looked at Xia Tian and asked softly. My home is in a county town below Hangzhou. There are only my parents and I at home. Xia Tian said truthfully. Well, what about not having brothers and sisters? Yi Jiqiu continued to ask. No, I'm the only child in my family. I'm the only child in my family. Xia Tian said after taking a sip of wine. Oh, I see. Then what are your parents like and what do they do? Yi Jiqiu continued to ask Xia Tian. My father is a painter, and he usually does some decoration painting work. My mother works in a factory. They are very kind people. Xia Tian thought for a moment and said to Yi Jiqiu. Yi Jiqiu secretly took note of it in his heart, and thought to himself, well, if my parents-in-law are kind, then we should be able to get along well in the future. Xia Tian was already a little drunk, and he answered whatever Yi Jiqiu asked. Basically, Yi Jiqiu had exposed all his secrets. But he didn't know it, and he was still smiling foolishly, pulling Yi Jiqiu to tell him about his embarrassing childhood. Yi Jiqiu was also very happy to know more about Xia Tian's past and the various situations at home. Before they knew it, the two of them were eating at a late-night snack stall and it was almost 11 o'clock in the evening. Because Xia Tian was already drunk, Yi Jiqiu went to pay. Uncle Wang said, "It has been paid." It was paid in the summer before. Yi Jiqiu didn't think much about it and helped the drunk Xia Tian walk towards his car. Chapter 9, No Vomiting in the Car. Yi Jiqiu helped Xia Tian into his car, fastened his seatbelt, and gave instructions to Xia Tian, who was already confused from drinking. Don't vomit in the car. If you dare to vomit in the car, I will throw you halfway and make you spend the night on the street. Yi Jiqiu threatened Xia Tian, who was already confused. Then, he got into the car, started the car, and drove towards the address he had gotten from the drunk Xia Tian. When they arrived downstairs of Xia Tian's house, Yi Jiqiu helped Xia Tian get out of the car. Oh, you're so heavy. You look quite thin, why are you so heavy? Yi Jiqiu complained in a low voice while supporting Xia Tian. Yi Jiqiu tried his best to support Xia Tian and walked upstairs. Xia Tian lived on the 5th floor of an old residential complex, with 1 bedroom and 1 bathroom but no kitchen, and the rent was 800 yuan a month. He helped Xia Tian to the door of the room he rented on the 5th floor. When he helped Xia Tian, his entire weight was on Yi Jiqiu. Therefore, at this moment Yi Jiqiu was already exhausted, panting, sweating all over and feeling extremely uncomfortable. He just wanted to help Xia Tian to the bed in the rental house as soon as possible so that he could go home to take a shower and sleep. Yi Jiqiu reached into Xia Tian's pockets, but found nothing in his belt pocket or the side pockets of his jeans. The only thing left was the back pocket on his butt. Yi Jiqiu blushed and cursed, this bastard, he put the room key in his back pocket, isn't he afraid of putting it in a dangerous place? Soon Yi Jiqiu found the room key in Xia Tian's back pocket, helped Xia Tian open the door and went in, then turned on the room light. The whole room was very small, but it was kept extremely tidy by Xia Tian, which was very different from the boys' room Yi Jiqiu had imagined. In Yi Jiqiu's imagination, boys' rooms are generally messy, with used smelly socks and underwear thrown around. It was obvious that Xia Tian was not that kind of person. It could be seen from the room that Xia Tian was a boy who loved cleanliness very much. Yi Jiqiu nodded involuntarily. Well, not bad. It's not messy. It seems that this guy tidies up regularly and is very clean. Thinking in his mind, he couldn't help but give Xia Tian extra points in his heart. Yi Jiqiu helped Xia Tian to the bed and let him lie down on it. After putting Xia Tian on the bed, Yi Jiqiu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Ha! I finally got this guy back. I'm so tired. Yi Jiqiu fanned the air with his hands. Xia Tian was lying on the bed, mumbling, water, water. I want to drink water. When Yi Jiqiu heard Xia Tian shouting for water, he immediately looked around the room looking for water. Soon, Yi Jiqiu saw the kettle and cup placed in the corner. Yi Jiqiu took the kettle and poured a cup of water. Seeing the steam coming out of the water in the cup, I couldn't help but wonder if the water was too hot. I wanted to test the temperature with my fingers, but I felt that was not very hygienic. Immediately, an idea flashed in his mind. I'll just take a sip to see if it's hot or not. Yi Jiqiu took a sip from the water cup and felt that the water was indeed a bit too hot. He looked around the room and tried to find a bottle of mineral water to add to the water. But the room was so small in summer and there was no mineral water, so I had to go to the bathroom and add some cold water. Yi Jiqiu brought the hot water to the bathroom, poured out some of the hot water in the cup, added some cold water, and took another sip. He smacked his lips and said, the temperature is just right. He immediately brought some water, walked to the bedside, helped Xia Tian up, and fed him the water. After drinking the water, Xia Tian stopped murmuring and fell asleep peacefully. Yi Jiqiu filled the cup with water again and placed it on Xia Tian's bedside table. After finishing everything and just about to leave, I suddenly thought that it might not be good to sleep with clothes on in the summer. Thinking about it, he decided to be a good person to the end. He walked to the bed, helped Xia Tian up, and took off his t-shirt. When Xia Tian took off his shirt, his muscles were immediately exposed. His muscles were clearly defined and his 8-pack abs looked very powerful. Yi Jiqiu looked at Xia Tian's muscular body, and his throat suddenly moved. He secretly exclaimed in his heart, "Wow, this body of muscles is so tempting." Looking at Xia Tian, who was sleeping soundly, Yi Jiqiu thought, "This guy is sleeping so soundly. I am tired after sending him back for a long time. It should be okay to touch him. Just consider it as a reward for me." Then, he reached out and touched the muscles on Xia Tian's body. Just when Yi Jiqiu was enjoying the touch, Xia Tian's murmur startled Yi Jiqiu. Seeing Xia Tian still sleeping soundly, Yi Jiqiu patted his chest and said, "Ha! Fortunately, she didn't wake up, otherwise my image as a goddess would be completely ruined. Ah, what's wrong with me? How could I do this while he was sleeping?" Yi Jiqiu. Yi Jiqiu, you are a serious person, control yourself. Looking at Xia Tian sleeping like a pig, and then looking at Xia Tian's pants that he hadn't taken off yet, Yi Jiqiu thought for a moment, I won't take off my pants. Well, that's all. Then, I covered Xia Tian with a quilt, turned off the lights, and tiptoed out of Xia Tian's rental room. After going downstairs and getting into his car, Yi Jiqiu thought about what he had just done and his face turned red, covering his face with his hands. I sat in the car for a while and looked at the time on my phone. It was already 12 o'clock in the evening. I had to go back and take a shower and sleep because I had to go to work tomorrow. Immediately, Yi Jiqiu started the car and drove towards his home. 10 minutes later, Yi Jiqiu arrived home. After returning home, Yi Jiqiu went to Aunt Wang's room and took a look. At this moment, the two little ones were sleeping soundly. He touched the milk bottle beside them and found that they must have fallen asleep not long after being fed. Yi Jiqiu quietly left the room and came to her own room, took off her sweaty skirt, went to the bathroom, turned on the shower, and started taking a shower. Not long after, Yi Jiqiu finished his shower and came out with a bath towel wrapped around him. He went to the room and took out a set of silk pajamas from the closet and put them on. Only then did he get into bed. Lying in bed, Yi Jiqiu thought about everything that had happened today and felt incredible. Originally, Yi Jiqiu had not paid attention to Xia Tian for a long time since giving birth, and did not have Xia Tian's contact information. I was so busy taking care of the two little ones and working that I had forgotten about Summer. But today, Summer suddenly appeared in front of me again. Yi Jiqiu couldn't help but think of telling Xia Tian about the existence of the two children so that the children could have complete fatherly love. Moreover, he could also take Xia Tian and the two little ones home. So far, Yi Jiqiu's family didn't know that Yi Jiqiu had given birth to two lovely little ones. Yi Jiqiu's parents didn't know that they had become grandparents. If Yi Jiqiu could take Xia Tian back with him, it would be a completely different matter if he could take the two little ones back home by himself. Therefore, Yi Jiqiu was very eager that Xia Tian could go back with him and the child. Chapter 10, Don't Just Say Thank You. The next day, sunlight shone into the room and hit Xia Tian's face, and Xia Tian woke up in a daze. When Xia woke up, he felt dry mouth and a heavy head. He looked around and let out a breath. Fortunately, I'm at home. Xia Tian held his head in his hands, thinking to himself, alas, drinking will cause trouble, drinking will cause trouble. I couldn't help but think of more than a year ago, when I also drank too much outside and woke up in a hotel. I was naked and my waist was sore. What is even more terrible is that when he lifted the quilt, he saw a smear of bright red on the bedsheet, which scared Xia Tian so much that he almost ran away. At that time, Xia Tian searched the room but couldn't find the girl. All Xia Tian remembered at that time was that she had a perfect figure and a very beautiful appearance, but he just couldn't remember her face. Therefore, we still don't know who that girl is. Although he didn't know who she was, she left a deep mark in Xia Tian's heart, and no other girl could ever enter his heart. It was not until yesterday that he saw Yi Ziqiu slowly walking towards him, which gave him a very familiar feeling. Xia Tian rubbed his hair, then stood up and walked to the bathroom, turned on the shower and let the cold water wash over his body. Bring a little clarity to your hungover brain. As my mind gradually became clear, I suddenly remembered that my good brother Lin Nan left early yesterday, and in the end it was just me and my senior sister Yi Ziqiu having a midnight snack together. Then, who sent me back? It would be impossible for me to come back by myself. I was so drunk that if I came back by myself, I would not know which flower bed I would be in when I woke up. There is only one possibility, that is, senior sister Yi Ziqiu sent me back. When I woke up, my upper body was naked. Didn't that mean it was the senior who took off my clothes? I really don't know if I said anything I shouldn't have said last night. Alas. Xia Tian sighed and then stopped thinking about it. I'll send a WeChat message to thank my senior later, and by the way, find out if I've said anything I shouldn't have. After taking a shower, Xia Tian wiped his hair with a towel and walked out of the bathroom. Take out the hairdryer, dry your hair, and put on clean clothes. When I was changing clothes, I saw a glass of water on the bedside table, and thought that it must have been poured for me by my senior student yesterday. He immediately picked up the cup of water and prepared to take a sip. After Xia Tian took a sip of water, the dryness of his lips disappeared immediately. Just when Xia Tian was about to take the second sip, Xia Tian suddenly saw some lipstick marks on the inner circle of the cup. Suddenly, Xia Tian was stunned holding the cup. This is the water that my senior drank, and I just drank it again, but the cup was placed on the bedside table, and it was obviously the water that was poured for me. Could it be that the senior drank from this cup and poured herself another cup, but did not wash the cup thoroughly? Well, it should be like this. Xia Tian thought so and felt that this was the most convincing. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly the phone rang. Xia Tian picked up the phone and saw that it was his unreliable good brother Lin Nan. Hey, dear grandson, what do you want from your grandpa? Xia Tian said to Lin Nan with a smile. Damn it, I'm your father. It's because your old father escaped early yesterday, leaving you a chance to come back. How dare you treat your old father like this? You are such a rebellious son. Lin Nan yelled at Xia Tian. How was last night? Did you give senior sister Jiqiu too? Lin Nan asked with a sly smile. No. What are you thinking about? Xia Tian denied immediately. Oh my god, what's wrong with you? Are you capable of this? Yesterday, senior Jiqiu was obviously coming for you, but you missed such a good opportunity, you really make me so mad. Lin Nan said with great regret. You are so dirty. I am not that kind of person. Which eye of yours saw that the senior sister came towards me? Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. Xia Tian said. Oh, you're just an idiot. You can't even see it's so obvious. You will regret it later. After saying that, Lin Nan hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Xia Tian looked at the time. It was already past 12 o'clock. It was obviously too late to go out to run orders now. It would be better to rest at home and write some words. Wait until dinner time in the afternoon before going out to take orders. Xia Tian took out a pack of instant noodles and put them in a bowl to soak them. While eating instant noodles, I opened my computer to check the data of my novel yesterday. When I opened the Tomato Author backend, yesterday's novel data popped up immediately. Yesterday was the last day of the verification period for a new novel I wrote in the summer. I don't know if this novel has had its debut, but when the web page jumped, the novel's data from yesterday popped up immediately. It was a bright red, with 35,864 reads, 10,200 on the bookshelf, 21,564 following updates, and 5,864 urging for updates. Seeing these statistics, Xia Tian almost jumped for joy. For great authors, such data may not be very gratifying, but for a new author like Xia Tian, such data on the first day of his debut is great. It made him so happy that he almost flew away. It was a huge statistic for summer. Suddenly, Xia Tian felt that the instant noodles in his bowl were unusually delicious and fragrant. I looked at the revenue from yesterday's novel and it amounted to 305 yuan. This revenue is more than if I delivered takeout for a whole day in the summer until 10 o'clock in the evening. Xia Tian was happily eating instant noodles and opened his phone to take a picture to share with his good friend Lin Nan. As soon as I opened WeChat, I saw a message from Yi Zhiqiu. Xia Tian, are you up? Looking at the WeChat messages on the phone, Xia Tian couldn't help but feel sweet in his heart. The senior sister cared about him so much, could she really be interested in him? After thinking about it, he shook his head instantly. It should be impossible. The senior sister is so outstanding. How could she be interested in me in my current condition? He immediately typed and prepared to reply to Yi Zhiqiu. Senior, I just got up and am having lunch now. After editing, he sent it to Yi Zhiqiu. Yi Zhiqiu, who was taking a nap at his workstation after lunch, suddenly heard the notification sound of a WeChat message and immediately picked up his phone to open WeChat. When I opened WeChat, I saw Xia Tian's reply. After thinking for a while, I replied to Xia Tian, yeah, do you have a headache when you wake up? You drank so much last night. You shouldn't drink so much in the future. Drinking too much is bad for your health. What are you eating for lunch? Beep beep. Xia Tian picked up the phone and saw the WeChat message Yi Zhiqiu replied to him. The content of the WeChat message was full of concern. Senior, I was eating instant noodles. I didn't have a headache when I woke up today. I don't drink that much normally. Thank you for sending me back yesterday. Xia Tian finished editing and sent it to Yi Zhiqiu. Thank you can't just be said with your mouth, do something practical. Yi Zhiqiu replied mischievously. Chapter 11 It's not impossible. Xia Tian was eating instant noodles and looking at the data in the tomato backend, so he casually typed out a reply, be practical. If someone like me has nothing, I can be practical and pledge my love to you. Yi Zhiqiu on the other end of the phone was also stunned when he heard Xia Tian's words, and his heart was pounding. Yi Zhiqiu was very moved by this suggestion. Looking at the WeChat message sent by Xia Tian, he couldn't help but smile. His fingers moved quickly as he typed a line of words in reply, is that so? That's not impossible. Ding ding ding. Xia Tian saw Yi Zhiqiu's reply WeChat. He stopped eating instant noodles and quickly went back to look at the WeChat message he had just sent to Yi Zhiqiu. Oh my god, I was so excited when I looked at the data just now that I just typed this reply. Xia Tian continued to read Yi Zhiqiu's WeChat reply and was stunned. What does senior sister mean by this? It's not impossible, so it's just. Xia Tian's head was buzzing at the moment. What the senior said, does that mean? Suddenly, Xia Tian's brain CPU was not enough. Yi Zhiqiu said, it's not impossible, and directly destroyed Xia Tian's brain CPU. Ding ding ding. Xia Tian saw that the senior schoolmate had sent another WeChat message. What? Do you regret it? Don't dare to pledge your love to me anymore? He. Seeing the WeChat message from Yi Zhiqiu, Xia Tian quickly replied, regret? How is that possible? I am happier to be able to marry you than to win 5 million in the lottery. Ha 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 ha. Yi Zhiqiu, who had been waiting for Xia Tian's reply at his workstation, stared at his phone nervously and suddenly saw a message from Xia Tian. Yi Zhiqiu quickly clicked it and saw the content of the WeChat message sent by Xia Tian. Her face turned slightly red and she couldn't help but smile. Hey! Zhiqiu, what are you looking at? You're smiling so happily, as if you've eaten honey. Let me see. Zhao Nuanyuan said as she stretched her head over to take a look. Yi Zhiqiu quickly covered the screen of his phone so that Zhao Nuanyuan wouldn't see it. Yi Zhiqiu, stop covering it and let me see it. Zhao Nuanyuan was unwilling and tried to pry open Yi Zhiqiu's hand that was covering the phone screen. I don't, Zhao Nuanyuan, go away and don't look at it. Yi Zhiqiu covered the phone even harder. The two of them struggled for a while, but in the end, Zhao Nuanyuan still failed and still didn't see the content on WeChat. Zhao Nuanyuan sat aside and said to Yi Zhiqiu angrily, Yi Zhiqiu, you have the opposite sex but no humanity, why don't you just let me take a look? Humph, stingy. While Yi Zhiqiu was on guard against Zhao Nuanyuan, he typed a reply to Xia Tian on WeChat, then, it's settled. You pledge yourself to me as a thank you. Xia Tian was staring at the phone, waiting for Yi Zhiqiu's reply, when he suddenly saw a message from Yi Zhiqiu. He quickly clicked it and saw the message from Yi Zhiqiu. Well. It's settled then. Xia Tian was stunned by these words. Xia Tian murmured, it's settled. Meaning. Xia Tian was a little confused now, thinking to herself, what does this senior sister of mine mean? So it's settled. Does that mean she and I are a couple now? Just like that, I managed to catch up with senior sister Yijicho, the campus beauty goddess in college? But I don't think I did anything. It seems like I did something. I sent the wrong sentence. But this sentence doesn't seem to be wrong. This sentence has earned me a girlfriend who is a school beauty goddess. For a moment, Xiao was filled with excitement. I suddenly got a girlfriend for no reason, and she is a beautiful goddess. Xia Tian paced back and forth in the room, not knowing what to do next. Suddenly, I remembered that I was so excited that I forgot to reply to senior sister Yi Jiqiu's WeChat message. He quickly ran to the table, took out his phone, opened WeChat, and prepared to reply to Yi Jiqiu. Xia Tian was on the WeChat interface. He edited and deleted the message, deleted it, and edited it again, but he couldn't figure out how to reply. Finally, Xia Tian edited a sentence, it's settled then. From now on, I'll be yours. After hesitating for a long time, Xia Tian made up his mind and pressed the send button. Just after Xia Tian sent the message with trepidation, less than a minute later, he received a WeChat reply from Yi Jiqiu. The screen displayed, "Yes, you are mine from now on, my little boyfriend. Do you want to have dinner with me tonight?" Looking at this line of words, Xia Tian felt as if his heart was about to jump out of his throat, and an indescribable sense of excitement surged in his heart. If he was outside at this time, he would probably jump 3 feet high with joy. Without any hesitation, Xia Tian quickly typed on the keyboard and replied, "Yes, okay, senior sister, let's have dinner together tonight." However, almost at the same time he clicked the send button, Yi Jiqiu's new message came almost instantly. "Still calling me senior sister?" These 3 simple words made Xia Tian stunned for a moment, and then a bright smile bloomed on his face. He quickly continued to type and responded, "Then how should I call my lovely and beautiful girlfriend in the future?" Soon, Yi Jiqiu also gave her answer, "Well, it's alright. We should call each other the same way as other boyfriends and girlfriends call each other." When Xia Tian saw this reply, countless sweet ways of addressing her immediately emerged in her mind, and she was a little at a loss for a moment. "Yeah, okay. Baby, what time do you get off work tonight? I'll come pick you up." Xia Tian typed this line on the phone screen with a smile on his face and sent it to Yi Jiqiu. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and that smile seemed as bright and warm as a flower brushed by the spring breeze. At this moment, the corner of Xia Tian's mouth was like a powerful AK-47 rifle. It was completely impossible to suppress it. In just one short day, Xia Tian's originally dull life unexpectedly underwent tremendous changes like a roller coaster ride. His new novel suddenly exploded in popularity. And the sudden encounter with my senior student made everything confusing. What makes people feel even happier is that he has also gained sweet love and has a gentle, lovely, and beautiful girlfriend, Yi Jiqiu. Thinking of this, Xia Tian felt as light as if he was floating on the clouds. The original plan to continue working hard to deliver takeout orders in the afternoon had long been thrown out of his mind. Now his mind and eyes were filled with having dinner with Yi Jiqiu in the evening. Not long after, Xia Tian received Yi Jiqiu's reply, "I get off work at 5 p.m. You can wait for me downstairs of my company around 5 p.m. Then he added, "That's it for now, I'm going to start working seriously." After seeing this message, Xia Tian was so excited that he almost jumped up and quickly replied, "Okay, dear, I will definitely arrive on time." Then he put down his phone happily and began to look forward to his first date with Yi Jiqiu in the evening. Chapter 12. You're not going on a date with that junior delivery boy, are you? Throughout the entire long afternoon, Xia Tian seemed to be under a spell, sitting firmly in front of the slightly old desk at home, without even stepping out of the room to take out takeout orders. He poured all his energy into the new novel he had just started writing. His fingers danced on the keyboard like a nimble dancer, and one word after another flowed out from his fingertips, gradually weaving into a fascinating story. Xia Tian already had a clear plan in mind. During the debut of this novel, he had to ensure that he could steadily update 3 chapters every day, with each chapter containing about 2,000 words, which would add up to about 6,000 words. He is well aware that such an update frequency is crucial to retaining readers, allowing them to always pay attention to and look forward to the story, thereby greatly improving reader retention rate. For a whole afternoon, Xia Tian was fully focused on writing without any distractions. Although he felt backache from maintaining the same posture for a long time, he still persisted. Finally, his hard work paid off. After a lot of arduous efforts, he successfully typed out 4 chapters with a total of more than 8,000 words. Looking at the densely packed words on the screen, Xia Tian showed a gratified smile on his face. After a short break, Xia Tian carefully considered the text of the chapters and modified or deleted those that he didn't think were right. After careful checking, he published the 3 chapters to be released today. He saved the remaining chapter as a backup. After all, writing novels is no different from other jobs. If you are not careful, you may not be able to update on time due to various emergencies. If you don't have enough manuscripts, then once this happens, the novel is very likely to face the risk of discontinuation. The long and intense typing work made Xia Tian's body a little exhausted. When he realized this, he slowly stood up, stretched his body, which had become stiff due to sitting for a long time, and stretched his waist vigorously. Then, he casually glanced at the mobile phone on the table, and the time displayed on the screen instantly perked him up. It was already 4 o'clock. I'll go. It's 4 o'clock. The time he had set was very close. Thinking of this, Xia Tian did not dare to delay any longer and hurried to the bathroom. I turned on the shower head and let the warm water wash over my tired body, as if to wash away all the fatigue accumulated in this afternoon. After taking a shower, Xia Tian quickly opened the closet and picked out a set of clean and tidy clothes. A light gray short-sleeved shirt, paired with gray casual pants of the same tone, and a pair of snow-white sneakers on his feet. Not only that, Xia Tian also carefully straightened her hair in front of the mirror and lightly sprayed some hairspray to make her hairstyle look more refined and stylish. You know, this is his first date with senior Yi Zhiqiu, so he naturally takes it very seriously. He has put a lot of effort into his own image, striving to appear in front of her in the best condition. When everything was ready, Xia Tian looked at himself in the mirror with satisfaction, then walked downstairs with a brisk pace. When he arrived at the place where the electric scooter was parked, he skillfully stepped onto the seat, inserted the key, started the car, and sped towards Yi Zhiqiu's company. The small cubicle that was rented in the summer was not far from Yi Zhiqiu's workplace, only about 2 kilometers away. Although the journey is not long, Xia Tian's heart has already flown to the destination. Not long after, he successfully arrived downstairs at Yi Zhiqiu's company. After parking the electric scooter, Xia Tian couldn't wait to take out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Yi Zhiqiu. "Zhiqiu, I'm already downstairs at your company." Yi Zhiqiu was staring intently at the drawing in front of her at her workstation. The dense lines and markings seemed like a mysterious maze, waiting for her to explore and solve the puzzle. At this moment, the screen of the mobile phone placed aside suddenly lit up, breaking the silence. Yi Zhiqiu subconsciously raised his head and his eyes fell on the flashing screen of his mobile phone. She gently put down the pencil in her hand, reached out for her phone, clicked the screen to unlock it, and found that it was a WeChat message from Xia Tian. The corners of Yi Zhiqiu's mouth rose unconsciously, and an indescribable joy surged in his heart. She quickly opened the chat window and carefully read the message sent by Xia Tian. After reading it, Yi Zhiqiu quickly tapped on the keyboard without hesitation and sent a WeChat message to Xia Tian. "Yes, okay. Please wait for me in the lobby downstairs. I will be off work in about 10 minutes. At this time, Xia Tian, who was riding on the electric scooter, received Yi Zhiqiu's reply. With a smile on his face, Xia Tian slowly parked the electric scooter in the parking space for electric vehicles next to the building. Then, he walked towards the lobby of the building with light steps. After entering the hall, Xia Tian looked around and found a comfortable seat to sit down. After sitting down, Xia Tian took out his mobile phone from his pocket and skillfully opened the document editing software, preparing to use the waiting time to type some words for his novel. On the other hand, after replying to Xia Tian's WeChat message, Yi Zhiqiu no longer had the energy to study the complicated drawing. From time to time, she glanced at the time in the lower right corner of the computer, silently calculating how long it would take until the end of the get-off workday. Every minute and every second seemed to be infinitely stretched, making her feel like the days were passing by like years. At the same time, various possible scenarios of today's date with Xia kept emerging in her mind. She imagined what a wonderful time the two of them would spend, and looked forward to this special date with joy. "Zhiqiu, do you want to go shopping after get-off work? You haven't been shopping for a long time." Zhao Nuanyuan asked while looking at the drawings on her computer. "No, I have something to do after get-off work." Yi Zhiqiu rejected her best friend's suggestion without thinking. "Is there something? What's the matter? You can go shopping for a while instead of going home to take care of the kids." Zhao Nuanyuan said to Yi Zhiqiu. "I don't want to go shopping. I have some personal matters to take care of." Yi Zhiqiu said casually. "Private business?" Zhao Nuanyuan couldn't help but think of the delivery boy who had chatted with Yi Zhiqiu for a long time at the company gate yesterday. She couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "You're not going on a date with that junior delivery boy from yesterday, are you?" Yi Jiqiu was shocked when Zhang Wangyuan said this. How did this guy know this? Did I reveal my true identity somewhere? No, she must have been making a random guess. Thinking of this, Yi Jiqiu quickly denied it. No, you're overthinking it. I'm just going to take care of some things concerning my child and will go home after that. Yi Jiqiu lied with his eyes open. Zhang Wangyuan looked suspicious and did not quite believe her best friend Yi Jiqiu. Chapter 13 Yi Jiqiu's Pursuer. There were still 2 minutes before the end of get off work. Yi Jiqiu, contrary to his usual behavior, quickly closed his laptop and began to organize the items on his desk in an orderly manner. She folded the documents neatly and put them gently into the drawer, then carefully picked up her handbag and placed it on a corner of the table, ready to leave at any time. Zhang Wangyuan, who was sitting nearby, inadvertently caught a glimpse of Yi Jiqiu's series of actions and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Because usually Yi Jiqiu would always wait until the last moment before slowly getting up and leaving, but today he seemed so impatient, which made Zhang Wangyuan feel a little confused. Just at this moment, Zhang Ming, the young and promising project manager of the company's construction department, walked briskly towards Yi Jiqiu. He was seen smiling, his eyes fixed on Yi Jiqiu, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. When he walked to Yi Jiqiu's workstation and stopped, he bent down slightly and asked softly, "Jiqiu, are you free tonight? I want to invite you to have dinner together, is that okay?" Speaking of Zhang Ming, he is truly a prominent figure in Yi Jiqiu's company. When Yi Jiqiu first entered the company, Zhang Ming was struck by her beauty at first sight and was deeply attracted by Yi Jiqiu's stunning appearance. From that moment on, Zhang Ming made up his mind to launch a passionate and persistent pursuit, vowing to catch up with this beautiful woman and bring her home in glory. However, the reality went against his wishes. Although Zhang Ming tried his best, Yi Jiqiu was always quite indifferent to his enthusiasm, and it could even be said that he felt nothing at all. Yi Jiqiu opened her red lips slightly and said in a neutral tone, "I'm so sorry. I do have something to deal with tonight." After hearing Yi Jiqiu's refusal, Zhang Ming's face did not show any regret. Ever since Yi Jiqiu started working in this company, he couldn't remember how many times Yi Jiqiu had rejected him with various excuses. However, Zhang Ming still did not give up. With a seemingly friendly smile on his face, he continued to say to Yi Jiqiu, "Jiqiu, what is so important? Do you need my help? Maybe I can give you some advice." At this time, Yi Jiqiu was already feeling a little impatient, because it was already 5:01 in the afternoon, which was long past the normal working hours. In her heart, she was eagerly looking forward to going downstairs to go on a date with Xia Tian. So, Yi Jiqiu responded bluntly, "Thank you very much for your kindness, Manager Zhang, but I really don't need to trouble you. It's time to get off work now, and I have to leave quickly." As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly picked up the exquisite bag beside her and walked quickly towards the company gate without looking back. Zhang Ming stood there blankly, watching Yi Jiqiu's graceful figure gradually go away until it disappeared from his sight. His face instantly turned gloomy, and he cursed in a low voice, "Humph, this ungrateful woman, pretending to be noble all day long." Looking at her seductive appearance, she must have been toyed with by countless men. Just as Yi Jiqiu's graceful figure gradually disappeared from sight, Zhang Ming raised his leg without hesitation and walked towards the company gate. At the same time, Yi Jiqiu, who had just stepped out of the company, was like a light butterfly and happened to catch a glimpse of an elevator about to go down. She was delighted and quickly quickened her pace, trotting like the wind and rushing into the elevator. With the slight vibration sound of the elevator slowly descending, time seemed to become particularly short at this moment, and in the blink of an eye, the elevator stopped steadily on the first floor. Yi Jiqiu walked slowly towards the spacious and bright hall. Her beautiful eyes were like lively autumn water, constantly looking around, eagerly searching for Xia Tian's figure. Finally, in a secluded corner of the hall, she found the familiar figure. I saw Xia Tian with his head slightly lowered, staring intently at the screen of the mobile phone in his hand, his fingers dancing quickly, as if he was inputting some important information. Yi Jiqiu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a charming smile, and walked slowly and quietly towards Xia Tian. When she was only a few steps away from Xia Tian, she stopped and said coquettishly, "Xia Tian, which girl are you chatting with? Look at how focused you are." As he spoke, a hint of playfulness flickered in Yi Jiqiu's clear eyes. Suddenly hearing Yi Jiqiu's voice, Xia Tian raised his head like a frightened rabbit. When his eyes touched Yi Jiqiu's stunningly beautiful face, his heartbeat quickened instantly, his face flushed slightly, and he quickly stammered to explain, No, I really wasn't chatting with anyone else." Afraid that Yi Jiqiu would not believe what he said, Xia Tian seemed a little flustered and hurriedly added, "I'm just writing a novel." As he spoke, he handed the phone in his hand to Yi Jiqiu so that she could check it herself to prove her innocence. After all, for Xia Tian, this was his first date with his senior, and he didn't want the goddess in his mind to have a bad impression of him because of such a small misunderstanding. Yi Jiqiu only glanced at Xia Tian's phone screen and saw that it was indeed a coded page. He smiled and said to Xia Tian, "Why are you so nervous? I'm not going to the tiger, so how can I eat you?" No, I'm not nervous," Xia Tian said with a silly grin. At this time, Yi Jiqiu saw her best friend coming out of the elevator, and quickly pulled Xia Tian out. She didn't want to be seen by her best friend with Xia Tian right now, otherwise she would be laughed at to death by her best friend tomorrow and would also have to blackmail her for a bunch of snacks. Yi Jiqiu pulled Xia Tian out of the company building and came to a corner outside. "What's wrong, senior sister?" Xia Tian was suddenly pulled out by Yi Jiqiu, feeling very confused. "It's nothing. I just saw a gossipy colleague coming out. I didn't want to be seen by her, so she wouldn't spread rumors in the company tomorrow," Yi Jiqiu explained with a smile. "Oh, is that so?" Xia Tian didn't think much about it. After all, she and Yi Jiqiu had just started dating, so it was normal that she didn't want her colleagues to know about it for the time being. Especially this kind of gossipy colleague. Just as Zhao Nuanyuan walked out of the elevator, she vaguely saw a figure who looked very much like Yi Jiqiu, running out pulling a little boy. He hesitated for just a few seconds, then walked towards his car without giving it any further thought. "Just as I walked to the side of the car and was about to open the door, my nose suddenly felt itchy and I sneezed. TSK. I couldn't help but think, who is talking about this fairy?" Chapter 14 BMW Owner's Frustration. Let's go eat." Yi Jiqiu looked at Xia Tian with a smile and said softly. Her eyes, as gentle as autumn water, flashed with a hint of expectation. Oh, okay, senior sister." Xia Tian responded quickly, with an excited and slightly shy smile on his face. While responding to Yi Jiqiu, he walked briskly and led Yi Jiqiu towards his slightly old electric scooter parked not far away. When they arrived in front of the electric scooter, Xia Tian suddenly realized that he had forgotten to bring an extra helmet. He couldn't help but slap his head, feeling secretly annoyed, but he soon thought of a solution. After thinking for a moment, he quickly took off the helmet on his head, and then carefully handed it to Yi Jiqiu, saying a little embarrassedly, "Senior sister, the helmet is for you." Yi Jiqiu looked at the helmet in Xia Tian's hand and was slightly stunned, but then the corners of his mouth raised, revealing a warm smile. She did not show any disgust. She naturally reached out to take the helmet and put it on her head skillfully. At this time, Xia Tian took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to get on his electric scooter. His heart beat faster involuntarily because this was the first time he took his favorite senior schoolmate out for a trip. After adjusting his sitting position, Xia Tian turned around and said to Yi Jiqiu nervously, Senior, get in the car." Yi Jiqiu nodded, gracefully slung her bag across her body, then turned sideways and gently sat down on the seat behind Xia Tian. After sitting firmly, she stretched out her hands and gently grabbed Xia Tian's clothes on the back. "Okay, I'm seated," Yi Jiqiu said softly, as if trying to comfort Xia Tian's nervous heart. After hearing what the senior said, Xia Tian felt a little more at ease. He gripped the handlebars tightly, slowly started the electric scooter, and set off into the evening breeze. On a hot summer evening, the sun still emits its scorching light, but the occasional breeze can bring some coolness. Xia Tian rode his slightly old electric scooter leisurely on the road, not hurriedly. Yi Jiqiu, who was sitting in the back seat, seemed a little excited and curious. After all, this was the first time in her life that she rode an electric scooter. As the electric scooter slowly started to move forward, the gentle evening breeze blew and gently kissed her cheek. This natural and real touch brought her an unprecedented comfortable feeling. Compared to the days when she drove a car and enjoyed the cool air from the air conditioner, the experience of being close to nature at this moment made her feel more comfortable and pleasant. Soon, they arrived at an intersection. The traffic light was red, so Xia Tian stopped his electric scooter skillfully and waited quietly for the green light to come on. At this moment, a luxurious BMW sedan was parked steadily on the motorway next to it, with the window half lowered, revealing the slightly arrogant face of the BMW owner. He just glanced contemptuously at Xia Tian, who was riding on a small electric scooter, his eyes full of disdain. As if wanting to show off the powerful power of his car, the BMW owner deliberately stepped on the accelerator hard several times. In an instant, the engine emitted a low and powerful roar, like a roaring beast. However, in response to such childish and ridiculous behavior, Xiatian just glanced at the BMW owner indifferently, and then shifted his gaze back to the front as if nothing had happened, with no intention of paying any attention to the other party. At this moment, Yujicho turned his head slightly and whispered in Xiatian's ear, "Xiatian, drive the car forward a little bit." The voice was soft and gentle, like a breeze blowing past Xiatian's ears. Although Xiatian was somewhat puzzled by Yujicho's actions, he still obeyed her instructions out of trust. After all, he didn't know what Yujicho wanted to do. Because the BMW and Xiatian were in a subtle misalignment, Yujicho, who was sitting behind Xiatian, was completely obscured. However, when Xiatian moved the electric scooter forward, Yujicho's graceful figure was instantly exposed to everyone. The owner of the BMW, who was originally concentrating on driving the car, glanced over here inadvertently, and his eyes were immediately attracted by Yujicho sitting on the back seat of the electric scooter. Yujicho had a pretty face and skin whiter than snow, like a delicate flower blooming in the morning sun, which made people fall in love with her. For a moment, the BMW owner was completely stunned, staring at Yujicho. He subconsciously turned his head to look at the empty passenger seat next to him, and an indescribable sense of loss surged in his heart. He really couldn't understand it. He was driving a luxury BMW sedan and his conditions were many times better than that guy riding a shabby electric scooter. But why would such a beautiful woman choose to sit in the back seat of that shabby electric donkey instead of sitting in the comfortable and spacious passenger seat of his BMW? This really made him feel extremely upset and depressed. As the green light came on, Xiatian lightly turned the accelerator, and the electric donkey made a slight humming sound before slowly moving forward. The wheels rolled, as if carrying Xiatian's peaceful heart forward. However, at this seemingly ordinary moment, something unexpected happened. Yujicho, who was sitting in the back seat, suddenly turned his head and stared straight at the brand new BMW next to him. Then, she stretched out her right hand without hesitation and raised her middle finger towards the BMW. This provocative action was so abrupt that the BMW owner was caught off guard and was stunned for a moment. The man driving the BMW was already depressed, and when Yujicho gave him the middle finger, he became even more depressed. The beauty was sitting in the back seat of the electric car and giving herself the middle finger. Judging from Yujicho's expression, it seemed that she was just trying to show off to her boyfriend and vent her anger on behalf of the BMW owner in front who was stepping on the accelerator. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that his expensive BMW was not so attractive after all. At the same time, because the BMW did not move in time after the green light came on, other car owners waiting for passage behind began to become impatient. The sound of horns echoed through the streets, as if a silent condemnation of the BMW owner. Hearing these urgings, the BMW owner came to his senses as if awakened from a dream, stepped on the accelerator, started the car and drove forward. When the BMW owner drove to the next intersection, he saw Yujicho and Xiatian being stopped by the traffic police and being educated. For a moment, I couldn't help but laugh out loud happily, "Ha ha ha, you deserve it." At this moment, Yujicho and Xiatian were stopped by the traffic police and given a lecture because Xiatian did not wear a helmet. Chapter 15: Buying a couple's helmet. Xiatian and Yujicho were slowly pushing their old electric scooter forward. Not long ago, they were stopped by the traffic police for violating traffic rules, and received a serious education and corresponding fines. "Senior, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I caused you to be punished as well." Xiatian's face was full of guilt. He lowered his head, not daring to look directly into Yujicho's eyes, and his tone was full of apology. Yujicho just smiled gently, her bright eyes curved into crescent shapes, and she replied with a grin, "Hee. It's okay, it's not a big deal, and besides, this is the first time I've had such a special experience in my life." Although Yujicho said that it was okay, Xiatian knew in his heart that this accident made the originally wonderful atmosphere of the date become a little awkward. After all, this was his first time going out on a date with his favorite senior schoolmate. Who could have thought that this would happen? The two walked in silence. Yujicho was not affected by the incident just now. Only Xiatian lowered his head and looked very embarrassed. However, not long after, a store selling electric scooters and related accessories appeared in front. Yujicho had sharp eyes and spotted the store immediately. She raised her hand excitedly and pointed to the electric bike store not far away. She turned to Xiatian and said, "Xiatian, look over there. There's a store that sells electric bikes. Let's go over there and take a look. We can buy some helmets and then continue riding our electric donkeys." At this moment, Xiatian followed the direction Yujicho's finger pointed and saw the shop. Xia Tian nodded slightly and responded, okay, let's go over there now and buy a helmet. Immediately afterwards, Xia Tian pushed his donkey, Yi Jiqiu followed behind Xia Tian, and they slowly walked towards the shop. After a while, the two arrived in front of the store. However, to their surprise, there was no one at the store entrance. Xia Tian raised his voice and shouted into the store, "Is anyone there? Boss! Is anyone there?" After shouting several times, no one answered. Just as Xia Tian was about to speak again, a slightly rough middle-aged man's voice suddenly came from deep inside the store, "Someone's here." "Don't worry, wait a moment, I'll be out soon." Not long after, a burly middle-aged man walked out quickly from the inner room. The uncle wiped the sweat off his forehead with his hand and asked enthusiastically, "Do you want to buy a battery car?" Xia Tian waved his hand and replied with a smile, "Boss, we are not here to buy a car, we just want to buy a helmet. I wonder what styles you have here." The boss nodded in sudden realization and continued, "Oh, so that's how it is. We have a full range of helmets of all styles and grades in our store. There are high-end ones with better quality, and of course there are also affordable ordinary ones. I wonder which one you prefer. We want to buy ones with better quality. They should not only be strong and durable, but also look nice. Where are the helmets? Could you please take us to have a look?" Yi Jiqiu said to the boss with a smile. "No problem. Please follow me. The helmets are here." The boss nodded enthusiastically, then turned around and led the two of them towards the back of the store. Soon, they arrived in front of a room. As soon as they pushed open the door and walked in, they saw a wall full of various colorful helmets. Some of these helmets have cool and unique shapes, while others are simple and stylish, which are dazzling. As soon as Yi Jiqiu stepped into the room, his eyes were attracted by a pair of couple-style helmets. This pair of helmets is beautifully designed with exquisite patterns painted on them, and the overall look is very high-end and atmospheric. "Boss, please help me take off those helmets and let me take a look." Yi Jiqiu pointed at the helmets excitedly and said to the boss with anticipation. After hearing Yi Jiqiu's request, the boss quickly responded, "Okay." Then he quickly walked to the wall, carefully took off the pair of helmets that Yi Jiqiu pointed to, and handed them to her. This pair of helmets is beige in color, and there is a small and cute pink ear on each side, which looks simply adorable. After Yi Jiqiu took the helmet, he first looked at it carefully, then stretched out his fingers and tapped the surface of the helmet gently to feel its material and hardness. After some inspection, she found that the helmet was not only beautiful in appearance, but also had excellent texture and solid materials, and was of very good quality. So, Yi Jiqiu made a prompt decision, looked up at the boss and asked, "Boss, I want this pair of helmets. How much do they cost?" "Ah, Jiqiu, just buy one. My helmet is still in good condition." Xia Tian spoke hurriedly when he heard Yi Jiqiu say that he wanted to buy a pair of helmets. "No, let's just buy a pair. Ours are couple's edition. Don't you want to wear a couple's helmet with me?" Yi Jiqiu blinked his bright big eyes and playfully teased Xia Tian. "Oh, of course not, I just think it's unnecessary." Xia Tian explained in a panic, but was interrupted by Yi Jiqiu before he could finish his words. Okay, stop talking nonsense, just buy this pair. It's just the right gift for you as our first date, hee hee. What do you think, do you like it?" Yi Jiqiu looked at Xia Tian with a smile on his face, and that smile was as sweet and moving as a blooming spring flower. Xia Tian was slightly startled, a blush appeared on her cheeks, and she replied softly, "Well, I like it." Seeing Xia Tian's shy and happy look, Yi Jiqiu's heart was filled with joy. Then, Yi Jiqiu turned around and asked the boss sweetly, "Boss, how much is this pair of helmets?" The boss said with a smile, "The original price of this pair of helmets is 180 yuan each. If you buy a pair, I will give you a discount, 300 yuan a pair." Hearing the price, Xia Tian was shocked. "Oh my god, is a pair of helmets so expensive? Okay, pay here." Yi Jiqiu took out his mobile phone from his bag and said to the boss, "Scan the QR code here to pay." The boss replied to Yi Jiqiu. Yi Jiqiu was about to scan the code to pay, but Xia Tian stepped forward and said, "Jiqiu, I'll pay. How can I let you pay for a helmet? Hey, don't fight with me for it. We agreed that this is a gift for you on our first date." After saying that, he scanned the code and paid. He raised his phone and showed it to his boss, "Boss, I've paid it." He, okay, little girl." The boss was also very happy. He purchased this pair of helmets at only 70 or 80 yuan, but he had never been able to sell them. Today he sold a pair directly. Chapter 16 The sense of security of hugging Xia Tian's waist. After buying the helmets, the two happily put on the couple's helmets, as if the two small helmets had become a symbol of tacit understanding and intimacy between them. Then, they got on their electric scooters again and continued on their journey. It was summer, and the sun shone through the gaps between the leaves of the sycamore trees, casting mottled shadows. The electric scooter drove slowly by, and the shadows of the sycamore trees that kept receding were reflected in the rearview mirror, like a moving painting. Xia Tian inadvertently glanced at the rearview mirror, but his eyes were attracted by Yi Jiqiu's hand that was tightly grasping the clothes behind his waist. Yi Jiqiu's fingers were slender and white, like a carefully carved work of art, gently placed on top of his summer clothes, appearing particularly eye-catching. Yi Jiqiu's outfit today was a pearly white silk shirt that fit her figure perfectly. The buttons on the collar were neatly fastened to the top, forming an arc as soft as moonlight, as if all her secrets were carefully locked in it. "Senior sister, hold on to me tight." Xia Tian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a sly smile. After saying that, he deliberately steered his electric scooter over the speed bump in front of him. As the car body jolted violently, a slight sound of clothes rubbing against each other could be heard from the back seat. Due to inertia, Yi Jiqiu's hands, which were originally just lightly grasping Xia Tian's clothes, tightened involuntarily, and he even hugged Xia Tian's waist all of a sudden. At this moment, Xia Tian clearly felt a sudden gentle force on his back, followed by a soft touch. The warm embrace seemed to have a magical power that made people feel at ease, and his heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Yi Jiqiu stretched out his slender white jade hand and gently pinched Xia Tian's waist, and said with a hint of coquettishness, "Hey, you little bastard, ride your bike well and don't always have these crooked thoughts, hum." Her voice is like a gentle spring breeze blowing across the heartstrings of summer, making people's heart beat faster. After hearing this, Xia Tian showed an awkward smile on his face and quickly responded, "Hey, don't worry, senior sister, I will be careful, and when I pass the speed bump later, I will try to ride slower and ensure that you are safe." As he spoke, he stared intently at the road ahead, not daring to slack off in the slightest. "Hoof." Yi Jiqiu snorted softly again and said no more. I saw her soft and boneless little hands slowly wrapped around Xia Tian's waist, and she pressed her body tightly against Xia Tian's broad and warm back. At this moment, the distance between the two was so close that they seemed to be able to feel each other's breathing and heartbeat. Xia Tian clearly felt the strength of Yi Jiqiu's embrace on her waist, as well as the wonderful touch of that soft and elastic body pressed against her back. This feeling was like an electric current that instantly spread throughout his body, making him feel involuntarily relaxed and fascinated. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, Xia Tian had ridden his bike with Yi Jiqiu to the door of a bustling hot pot restaurant. He slowly stopped the car, and then said softly to Yi Jiqiu, who was still hugging his waist, "Senior sister, we have arrived." At this moment, Yi Jiqiu, who was immersed in a happy atmosphere, seemed to have just woken up from a dream. She first uttered a few low murmurs, "Oh. Okay." Then, he reluctantly let go of his arms around Xia Tian's waist and jumped lightly from the car. When he hugged Xia Tian's waist just now, she felt a sense of security that she had never felt since she became pregnant and gave birth, and Yi Jiqiu was immediately addicted to it. Yi Jiqiu got off the cute little electric scooter lightly, but his mind couldn't help but recall the scene along the way he hugged Xia Tian's waist tightly, and the softness of his body was closely pressed against his solid back. Thinking of this, a strange feeling surged into her heart, and she couldn't help feeling shy and embarrassed. Her fair face instantly turned red, like a ripe apple, and even her ears were stained with a bright red blush. At this time, Xia Tian had already parked his electric scooter. When he turned around and walked over, he saw Yi Jiqiu with an extremely red face. He was puzzled and couldn't help asking, "Hey, senior sister, why did your face suddenly become so red? Are you feeling unwell?" Hearing Xia Tian's concerned question, Yi Jiqiu became more and more flustered. She lowered her head quickly, fiddling with the corners of her clothes with her hands, and stammered, "No. It's okay. Maybe it's because the weather is a little hot. Let's go. Let's go eat. My stomach has been growling with hunger for a long time." As she spoke, she raised her head and forced a smile, but her eyes were still a little evasive. Oh. So that's how it is. All right then, let's go in quickly." Although Xia Tian felt a little strange, he did not ask any more questions, but responded with a smile. Then, he led Yi Jiqiu towards the hot pot restaurant. As soon as we entered the door, an enthusiastic waiter came up to us and said with a big smile, "Welcome, please come in." As he spoke, he led them into the store. After a while, the two of them sat down at a window seat. Then, the waiter quickly served them fragrant tea and crispy and delicious melon seeds. Xiatian smiled, gracefully stretched out his right hand and took the menu handed to him by the waiter. He slightly leaned over and gently handed the menu to Yi Zhiqiu in an extremely gentlemanly manner. At the same time, his tone was as gentle as the warm spring breeze, and he said softly, "Senior sister, please take a look at what dishes you like to eat first." Yi Zhiqiu smiled slightly, nodded politely, took the menu, and began to browse carefully. As she looked, she raised her head from time to time and looked at Xiatian, who was sitting opposite her, asking, "Xiatian, I wonder if you can eat spicy food?" Xiatian quickly responded, "Senior, I'm okay. Although I can eat a little spicy food, I don't eat much normally." After saying that, he showed a slightly shy smile. After hearing Xiatian's answer, Yi Zhiqiu thought for a moment, then looked at the menu in his hand and said gently, "In that case, let's just order a non-spicy hot pot base." As she spoke, she tapped the electronic menu with her slender fingers and selected the base of the hot pot. Then, she continued to carefully select various side dishes. Not long after, Yi Zhiqiu finished ordering. She gently pressed the confirmation button, then handed the menu to Xiatian and said with a smile, "I have already ordered the soup base and some dishes, but please take a look to see if there is anything you want to add." Xiatian hurriedly took the menu, quickly glanced at the contents, and then nodded to show satisfaction. "Well, what senior sister ordered is very good. Let's eat it first. If you feel that it is not enough later, there is still time to add more." Chapter 17. So, will you be with me? Xiatian and Yi Zhiqiu ordered the hot pot base and various dishes, and while waiting for the dishes to be served, the two fell into silence. However, at this moment, the two fell into an awkward silence, and no one knew where to start the conversation. Finally, Yi Zhiqiu was the first to break the silence. She leaned forward slightly, looked at Xiatian opposite her, and said softly, "Xiatian, I noticed that you have been single since you went to college. Can you tell me why you have never found a girlfriend before?" Hearing this question, Xiatian was stunned for a moment, and then slowly replied, "Well, actually, there are many reasons." He paused for a moment, as if to organize his thoughts, and continued, "First of all, it's family factors. My parents are ordinary workers, and our family's economic conditions are relatively average. They worked so hard to support me through college. It was not easy. If I find a girlfriend, but I don't have any stable source of income, it will only increase my parents' financial burden." After saying these words, Xiatian sighed softly, with a hint of helplessness and guilt in his eyes. After hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu smiled with understanding and responded gently, "Oh. So that's how it is. It seems that you are really a filial and sensible child." Xiatian felt a little embarrassed by the compliment. He scratched his head with a smile and quickly explained, "Thank you for the compliment, but this is only part of the reason." Seeing Xiatian say this, Yi Zhiqiu's curiosity was immediately aroused, and he immediately asked, "What are the other reasons? Tell me quickly." "Well, if I were to give another reason, when I first entered university, my family's financial situation was not very good, so I focused on solving problems such as living expenses. Later on, the heavy academic workload in college was already overwhelming, not to mention having to deal with the various hardships and difficulties faced when entering society for the first time. All these factors combined have made me not even dare to think about finding a girlfriend." Xiatian said slowly, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. He lowered his head slightly, seeming a little embarrassed. "After all, as it is now, I haven't even found a proper, stable, and reliable job. If I rashly find a girlfriend, wouldn't it be purely a burden to the girl?" After saying that, he sighed softly. However, in fact, there is another important reason hidden deep in Xiatian's heart, but this reason is really hard to tell in front of Yi Zhiqiu. That is the girl who had an unexpected encounter with Xiatian one night a year ago. At this time, Yi Zhiqiu supported her chin with both hands, and stared at Xiatian with her big watery eyes blinking, and asked curiously, "Oh? In that case, why are you willing to be with me now?" She tilted her head, her face full of anticipation, waiting for Xiatian to give an answer. Yi Zhiqiu's sudden question was like a bolt of lightning that flashed through Xiatian's heart, causing him to freeze for a moment, his mind going blank, as if time had frozen at this moment. It was a long time before Xiatian came back to his senses, but he was still immersed in shock and unable to extricate himself. He could only lower his head silently and choose to deal with this embarrassing situation with silence. However, the silence was finally broken. After a long while, Xiatian seemed to have finally mustered up the courage, slowly raised his head, looked at Yi Zhiqiu with a somewhat evasive gaze, and said softly, Student, to be honest, I really never thought that one day I would be able to be with you, senior sister." He paused, as if considering how to express what was in his mind next. "Because you are so outstanding, not only are you top-notch in academics and talented, but you are also stunningly beautiful. You can be called the most beautiful woman in the world. In the depths of my heart, you have always been that high and mighty, unattainable existence, as dazzling as the brightest star in the night sky, which can only be admired from afar but difficult to touch. As Xia Tian spoke, he couldn't help but reveal his deep admiration and love for Yi Jiqiu. As for the words I sent to you on WeChat this afternoon, it was because I encountered some special circumstances at the time, which caused me to be overly excited. In my heat of the moment, I accidentally typed out those words, the words I pledge my love to you. After Xia Tian said this, he quickly lowered his head again, not daring to look directly into Yi Jiqiu's eyes. At this moment, he was feeling uneasy, thinking to himself, oh, what happened to me? Why did I tell the truth? My stupid mouth is ruined now. Now that's great, Senior will definitely be very angry. Maybe my new girlfriend will be ruined by my stupid mouth. Senior and I will have to go back to being just ordinary friends again. However, the development of things was completely beyond Xia Tian's expectations. Just as he was anxiously waiting for Yi Jiqiu's scolding, he found that the other party was not as furious as he had imagined. Instead, she smiled and just stared at him quietly, her eyes revealing an indescribable tenderness and kindness. Well, I'm glad that you told me the truth, and didn't lie to me or make up some nice words to make me happy. Yi Jiqiu said slowly. Although you said that in a fit of rage, I didn't agree to it in a fit of rage. So, I'm asking you again now, think about it and answer me, are you willing to be with me? Yi Jiqiu said gently with a smile. Xia Tian didn't react for a moment. But in just a moment, his mind cleared up. This was an opportunity given to him by the senior student, and he must seize it. I do, senior sister, I want to be with you. Xia Tian said excitedly. Due to being too excited, he failed to control his voice and attracted the attention of the other guests who were also dining. The other guests all looked at the two of them. Xia Tian noticed everyone's gazes and sat down quickly, feeling awkward. Yi Jiqiu on the opposite side covered his mouth and looked at Xia Tian with a smile. Well, since you are willing to be with me, you must treat me well in the future. Yi Jiqiu said to Xia Tian gently. She didn't care about the looks the other guests gave them, but kept looking at Xia Tian. Well, I will, senior sister. I will work hard to make money. I will always love and care for you and spoil you. Xia Tian confessed deeply to Yi Jiqiu. Chapter 18. Watching beautiful women eat is also a kind of enjoyment. Then, Yi Jiqiu opened her red lips and said to Xia Tian slowly and firmly, Xia Tian, there are some things I can't tell you right now, but when the time is right, I will tell you everything without reservation. Are you willing to believe me? After she finished speaking, her beautiful eyes stared straight at Xia Tian, as if she wanted to see through his eyes and see his true thoughts deep in his heart. Xia Tian met Yi Jiqiu's expectant gaze, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile as bright and warm as the sun, and replied softly, well, senior sister, of course I believe you. In fact, this is not a big deal, after all, everyone has some little secrets of their own. So, just wait until you think it's appropriate to tell me. Just at this moment, a waiter in uniform with a smile on his face slowly came over pushing a fine dining cart filled with all kinds of dishes. When they arrived at the table, the waiter skillfully and methodically placed the dishes ordered by Xia Tian and Yi Jiqiu, as well as the steaming hot pot soup base, on the table one by one. After everything was arranged, the waiter smiled again and said softly to the two of them, dear guests, all the dishes you ordered have been served. Please enjoy them. If you have any other needs during the meal, please call me at any time. After saying this, she pushed the already empty dining car and turned away. Okay, senior sister, let's go to the seasoning area and prepare the dipping sauce. Xia Tian said as he stood up and waved enthusiastically at Yi Jiqiu, motioning her to go to the seasoning area with him. Seeing this, Yi Jiqiu quickly stood up and followed Xia Tian's steps, walking towards the seasoning area. I saw them each holding a small and exquisite bowl, enthusiastically selecting seasonings that suited their tastes. After a short while, the two of them successfully completed the adding of seasonings and returned to their dining table contentedly. At this moment, the hot pot on the table is rolling happily, steaming and appetizing. As soon as Xia Tian sat down, he couldn't wait to start cooking, putting all kinds of dishes into the pot. Xia Tian, why do I think the seasoning you prepared is more delicious? Can I have a taste? Yi Jiqiu blinked his big eyes, looking at Xia Tian with anticipation, and at the same time reached out and took the bowl of seasoning in front of Xia Tian without hesitation. She carefully picked up the chopsticks, dipped them lightly in some sauce, and then slowly put them into her mouth to savor them carefully. After a short pause, she said to Xia Tian with a look of surprise on her face, Oh, Xia Tian, your dish is indeed much more delicious. I like it so much, this bowl is mine. Xia Tian smiled and responded gently, okay, senior sister, if you like it, take it. I'll make another one. After saying that, he walked towards the condiment area. Not long after, Xia Tian came back with a bowl of freshly prepared dipping sauce. At this time, the tender beef originally put into the pot has been cooked. Xia Tian quickly picked up the colander beside him and skillfully scooped out a large spoonful of steaming and fragrant beef from the pot, then carefully put them all into the bowl in front of Yi Zhiqiu. Senior, try the beef. It's cooked just right, not bloody, tender but not overcooked. Xia Tian greeted Yi Zhiqiu with a smile. Yi Zhiqiu looked at the full bowl of beef and felt a warm feeling in his heart. She gently stretched out her chopsticks, picked up some beef, and gently put it into Xia Tian's bowl, saying softly, you should eat more too, don't just take care of me. Then she picked up a piece of beef, dipped it lightly in the seasoning bowl, and then put it into her mouth without hesitation. Instantly, an incomparably wonderful taste spread in her mouth. It's so satisfying. It tastes great. She couldn't help but let out a heartfelt exclamation of admiration, and her eyes narrowed slightly as she enjoyed the delicious food. Xia Tian, I've never had such delicious beef when I ate hot pot before. While devouring the meal, Yi Zhiqiu sighed, before, I always thought that the beef was not fresh enough or of poor quality. I didn't expect to find out today that it was because the seasoning was not properly mixed. After that, she continued to eat happily. Xia Tian sat at the table, looking at Yi Zhiqiu sitting opposite him with gentle eyes. Yi Zhiqiu was seen eating with great relish, his satisfied expression as if the most delicious food in the world was just like this. Seeing this scene, Xia Tian's mouth corners unconsciously rose, and his heart was filled with joy. He kept putting various fresh ingredients into the pot, carefully controlling the heat to ensure that each dish would not be overcooked. Whenever a dish was cooked, Xia Tian would quickly pick it up with chopsticks and gently place it in the bowl in front of Yi Zhiqiu. His movements were skillful and gentle, for fear of disturbing Yi Zhiqiu, who was immersed in the world of food. As for Xia Tian, he only ate a few bites occasionally and spent most of his time taking care of Yi Zhiqiu. He helped her add water and handed her tissues from time to time, and his eyes never left Yi Zhiqiu's beautiful face. For Xia Tian, being able to quietly watch Yi Zhiqiu, a beautiful woman, enjoy the food is itself a great happiness and enjoyment. Yi Zhiqiu was indeed having a particularly happy meal today. She didn't need to worry about the dishes in the pot at all, she just needed to focus on the delicious food in front of her. Because whenever the food in her bowl was almost gone, Xia Tian would always be there to get her new food. In this way, from the beginning of the meal to now, Yi Zhiqiu's bowl has always been filled with tender and juicy meat and all kinds of delicious vegetables, without interruption. Finally, Yi Zhiqiu patted her slightly bulging belly and said coquettishly, "Oh, Xia Tian, I'm really full. Don't give me any more." After she finished speaking, she raised her head, a blush appeared on her face, and she said to Xia Tian with a hint of apology, "Just now I was only concerned about eating myself and didn't pay much attention to you. I'm so sorry." "Ah, senior sister, I am your beloved boyfriend, so it is of course my job to take care of you." Xia Tian smiled brightly and looked at Yi Zhiqiu with doting eyes, as if she was the most precious treasure in the world. Besides, for a beauty like you who is naturally beautiful and stunning, just watching you eat is an incomparable enjoyment. Every bite of food that enters your delicate lips seems to turn into a beautiful painting. Xia Tian became more and more excited as he spoke, with a smile of happiness and satisfaction on his face. "Well, and, senior, you can rest assured. I didn't treat myself badly when I was picking up food for you. I also picked up a lot for myself. I will take good care of myself. After all, only if I take good care of myself can I take better care of my precious senior." As Xia Tian said this, he did not forget to wink at Yi Zhiqiu, showing his naughty and cute side. Hearing Xia Tian's words, Yi Zhiqiu's heart felt as if being brushed by a spring breeze, with sweet ripples appearing in it. With a sweet smile on her face, she looked at Xia Tian affectionately and said softly, "Thank you, Xia Tian. It's really good to have you by my side. Today's hot pot is the most satisfying and happiest one I have ever had since I was a child." Yi Zhiqiu said happily to Xia Tian. Chapter 19. We already have a pair of super cute children. After they had their fill of food and drink, they slowly stood up and walked towards the cashier to pay. Yi Zhiqiu thought to herself, she knew that Xia Tian's life was not easy, so she wanted to settle the bill first. So, she quickened her pace and arrived at the cashier first. However, when she asked the cashier about the bill, she got an unexpected answer. The cashier smiled and told Yi Zhiqiu, "Miss, the bill for your table has been paid in advance by that gentleman." Hearing this, Yi Jishou couldn't help but feel a little surprised and confused. Hey, Xia Tian, when did you come to pay it? Yi Jishou turned his head and asked Xia Tian with a puzzled look on his face. Xia Tian looked very pleased with himself and replied with a grin, hee, I knew that after dinner, the senior sister would definitely rush to pay the bill. So just now, while I was going to get the seasoning for you, I ran to the cashier to settle the bill. After saying this, he winked at Yi Jishou mischievously. After hearing this, Yi Jishou felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She looked at her thoughtful and sensible boyfriend and said gently, okay. Well. Thank you, my boyfriend, for being so generous in treating me to a delicious hot pot today. Before she finished her words, she couldn't help but move forward and gently placed a sweet kiss on Xia Tian's slightly tender cheek. This sudden kiss was like an electric current that instantly spread throughout Xia Tian's body. He just felt that his little heart was like being equipped with a powerful engine, and began to beat wildly, thump-thump non-stop. At this moment, Xia Tian was completely immersed in a sea of happiness, as if everything around him no longer mattered. He felt that it was worth it no matter how much he paid to receive such a passionate kiss from his beloved. Where do you want to go next, senior? Xia Tian looked at Yi Jishou expectantly, with excitement gleaming in his eyes. Yi Jishou gently raised his wrist and his eyes fell on the exquisite watch. At this time, the clock pointed to more than 8 o'clock. The night breeze gently brushed her hair, bringing a hint of coolness. Thinking of her two lovely children at home, a gentle smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She also missed her two babies very much. So, Yi Jishou turned to look at Xia Tian and said softly, it's getting late. We have to go to work tomorrow, so we won't go out to play today. But it doesn't matter. There will definitely be many opportunities to go out and play together in the future. Hearing this, Xia Tian felt a slight sense of loss in his heart. His expectant heart seemed to be poured with a bucket of cold water, but he quickly adjusted his mood, still with a warm smile on his face, and said, okay, then let me take you home. Although I felt a little regretful that I couldn't continue hanging out with my senior, I was generally very happy about this first date. I am already her boyfriend, and there will be many opportunities for us to date in the future. Yeah, okay. Yi Jishou nodded slightly to show his agreement. Then, the two of them tacitly took out the pair of cute couple helmets they bought in the afternoon. The helmet is painted with playful patterns, adding a romantic atmosphere to the whole picture. Yi Jishou carefully sat astride the back seat of Xia Tian's electric scooter, with his hands naturally around Xia Tian's waist. This action made Xia Tian feel a different kind of closeness, and his heartbeat involuntarily quickened. Let's go home. Xia Tian was like a cheerful teenager, smiling and waving his arms, then started the electric scooter and slowly drove forward. The wheels started turning, creating a slight breeze that blew the corners of their clothes. The night sky is dotted with stars, and the street lights on both sides of the road emit a dim light. The summer breeze and the faint milky scent of Yi Jishou lingered around Xia Tian. At this moment, he felt extremely happy. Yi Jishou leaned quietly on Xia Tian's back, enjoying this moment of tranquility and warmth. The hot pot place was not far from the community where Yi Jishou lived. The summer breeze gently caressed their faces, and soon they arrived downstairs of the community. Xia Tian, how about going up and sitting for a while? Yi Jishou asked nervously, her voice trembling slightly, her eyes dodging and not daring to look directly into Xia Tian's eyes. At this moment, her heart was beating like a deer, and she secretly prayed that Xia Tian would not agree to go up and sit. Xia Tian gently shook her head and said with a smile, no, it's getting late. Senior sister, you still have to wash and clean up after you go back. I won't go upstairs to disturb you today. Hearing Xia Tian's answer, Yi Jishou secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, she quickly adjusted her mood, nodded gently and responded, well, okay. Please ride slowly on the road. After that, she hugged the helmet tightly in her hand, turned around and walked slowly towards the corridor. Xia Tian stood quietly there, watching Yi Jishou's figure gradually moving away until it completely disappeared. The corners of his mouth unconsciously rose, revealing a happy and satisfied smile. Just as he was about to ride his beloved electric scooter home, he suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. Xia Tian, wait a minute. Hearing the sound, Xia Tian turned around suddenly and saw Yi Jishou jogging towards him with brisk steps. Her long, shiny black hair fluttered in the air as she ran, like a beautiful painting. When Yi Jishou ran to Xia Tian, she panted slightly, handed the helmet in her hand to him, and said softly, Xia Tian, I'll leave this helmet with you first. Remember to bring it with you next time you come to pick me up. Yeah, okay. Xia Tian smiled and casually took the helmet handed to him. His movements were skillful and natural. He gently hung the helmet on the hook in front of his small electric bike. At this moment, a gentle call came to my ears, "Summer." This voice was like a spring breeze, gently brushing against summer's heartstrings. Xia Tian responded softly, his eyes meeting Yi Zhiqiu's, as if time had stopped at this moment. However, something unexpected happened. Yi Zhiqiu suddenly took a small step forward, her body slightly leaned forward, and her delicate lips quickly touched Xia Tian's lips like a dragonfly touching the water. After a brief contact, Yi Zhiqiu quickly separated like a frightened deer, turned around and trotted towards the corridor. Xia Tian had never expected that Yi Zhiqiu would kiss him so actively. He stood there blankly, watching Yi Zhiqiu's figure gradually going away and slowly disappearing from his sight again. The corners of his mouth unconsciously rose, revealing a faint smile. After a moment, Xia Tian came to his senses, slowly turned the handlebars in his hand, started the electric scooter, and drove towards the cottage he rented. At the same time, Yi Zhiqiu's figure quietly emerged from the shadows at the entrance of the corridor. She stood there quietly, her eyes following Xia Tian's gradually receding back until the familiar figure completely disappeared. Finally, Yi Zhiqiu whispered softly, "Xia Tian, I'm not completely ready yet. I'm really afraid that you can't accept our two little babies. Give me some more time. When my heart is truly ready, I will tell you everything without reservation. We already have a pair of super cute children." Chapter 20 Humph. You have to pay more. Yi Zhiqiu stood there quietly, following Xia Tian's receding figure until he disappeared around the corner of the street. Then he turned around and slowly walked upstairs, recalling the scene of his first date with Xia today. When she walked to the door of her house, she suddenly felt a slight vibration from the cell phone in her bag. The corners of her mouth lifted unconsciously, and she thought to herself, "This guy, we've only been apart for a short while, and he's already missing me? He actually sent me a message so quickly." With joyful anticipation, Yi Zhiqiu quickly reached into his bag, skillfully took out his cell phone, and impatiently opened WeChat. However, when she saw that the person who sent the message was not Xia Tian but her good friend Zhao Nuanyuangsen, she was slightly stunned, but she quickly reacted. She smiled and shook her head, thinking that this girl must have something interesting to share with her. So she gently tapped the screen and entered the chat interface with Zhao Nuanyuan. But at that moment, Yi Zhiqiu was completely stunned as if he was struck by lightning. What Zhao Nuanyuan sent her were actually two photos, and the protagonists in these two photos were her and Xia Tian. In one of the photos, she was sitting safely on the back seat of Xia Tian's electric scooter, with her arms tightly around Xia Tian's waist and her body pressed against him. The other photo was of Xia Tian gently wiping the corners of her mouth with a tissue in a hot pot restaurant. By carefully observing the shooting angles of the two photos, Yi Zhiqiu quickly deduced their origins. The first photo was obviously taken secretly while waiting for the traffic light at an intersection. There was a lot of traffic around at the time. I think my best friend happened to be waiting for the red light there too, so she took this opportunity to secretly take the photo. As for the second photo, judging by the background, it should have been taken when Zhao Nuanyuan was sitting in the car, through the huge glass facing the street. Afterwards, Yi Zhiqiu opened WeChat and saw that Zhao Nuanyuan had sent him several voice messages in succession. She said with a hint of teasing, Hey, some people said something nice when they got off work, saying they had something personal to do and couldn't go shopping with me." Then another voice came, "Oh my, I finally understand, so the so-called private matter is going out on a date with the little puppy." Finally, there is another sentence, "This is really too much. Poor my goddaughter and godson, they are crying out in hunger at home, eagerly hoping that their mother will come home soon, but who knew that their mother is actually having a date with a little puppy outside, Hearing these words, Yi Zhiqiu couldn't help but feel a little amused. In fact, at this moment she didn't even have time to check on the two little ones at home. She hurried back to her room, and then sat down heavily on the bed like a deflated ball. She secretly wondered how to deal with this best friend. After all, Xia Tian's true identity is rather special, and it's not convenient to let her bestie know about it at the moment. After thinking it over, Yi Zhiqiu decided to take a delaying tactic, so she quickly typed a line of words on the screen of her mobile phone and sent it over. "My dear Nuanyuan, don't be angry. I am thinking about our two little cuties. I want to find a good father who loves them as soon as possible." Then, Zhao Nuanyuan's voice was heard from the phone, her tone full of anger and dissatisfaction. "TSK. Just go on a date, but you lied to me and said you were going to do something personal. Humph. If I hadn't happened to see you two being so affectionate at the traffic light, I would have believed your lies. You are a person who values women over friendship and has no humanity towards the opposite sex. Hearing this, Yi Jiqiu quickly typed a line of words on the screen as a reply. My dear Nuan Nuan, please don't be angry, it's not good for your health. How about this, I'll treat you to milk tea tomorrow. However, Zhao Nuanyuan was obviously not convinced. She replied contemptuously, Humph. Just 1 cup? Do you think I'm a beggar? Can you get rid of me with just this little bit of food? Then she added, if you want me to calm down completely, you have to pay more. Seeing that the situation was not good, Yi Jiqiu compromised quickly and said, Okay, how many cups do you want? That depends on your sincerity. Zhao Nuanyuan said. Seeing the message from her bestie, Yi Jiqiu finally breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly replied, Okay, I'll take care of all the milk tea this week. Are you satisfied now? After receiving Yi Jiqiu's reply, Zhao Nuanyuan calmed down a little, but still couldn't help asking curiously, you still have some sincerity. By the way, where are you now? Are you already in the hotel? No. Don't think about it, I'm home. I just came back from eating hot pot. Yi Jiqiu couldn't help laughing as she typed quickly on her phone screen. She thought to herself, this best friend has such a rich imagination. After a while, the other party sent a message back, home? Wow, you brought it home so quickly? That's pretty fast. Seeing this message, Yi Jiqiu almost spit out water. She quickly replied, Oh, it's not what you think. He just sent me home and didn't even go upstairs. After saying that, she rolled her eyes. However, Zhao Nuanyuan's curiosity was obviously not satisfied, and she soon sent another message, Oh, okay then. But when you get to the company tomorrow, you have to tell me in detail the whole process of your date. Don't hide anything. Yi Jiqiu shook his head helplessly and replied with a smile, I know. I really can't do anything about you. You are so gossipy. Okay, I won't say any more. I'm going to take a shower. After sending it, she breathed a sigh of relief, as if she had completed a difficult task. Then, she casually raised her hand and threw the phone in her hand onto the bed. The phone drew an arc in the air and finally landed steadily on the soft bed. Then, she seemed to have all her strength drained away, and she instantly became limp and powerless. She was seen spreading her limbs in a completely unruly manner, and collapsed on the extremely comfortable big bed with her arms and legs spread out like a deflated ball. Meanwhile, Xia Tian was riding his small electric motorcycle at lightning speed on the road, and the summer breeze gently brushed his cheeks, bringing a hint of coolness. Not long after, he successfully arrived downstairs at the cottage he rented. After parking his beloved electric scooter, Xia Tian walked briskly upstairs. After a while, he arrived at his door. He reached into his pocket, took out the key, skillfully inserted it into the keyhole and turned it gently. With a crisp click, the door opened. Xia Tian stepped into the house, closed the door behind him, and walked straight to the bed in the room. When he reached the bed, he jumped onto it, stretched his body, and lay down comfortably. However, at this moment, he suddenly sat up as if he remembered something important. Then, he quickly took out his phone from his trouser pocket, unlocked the screen, opened the WeChat interface, found Yi Jiqiu's name, and quickly edited a message and sent it, Senior, I'm home. Chapter 21 Dreaming about my senior's children. Yi Jiqiu finished washing up in the bathroom, then walked to the closet and picked out a set of loose, soft and comfortable pajamas to put on. Then, she walked lightly towards Aunt One's room, wanting to see how the 2 cute little ones were doing. When she gently pushed open the door, she saw 2 little ones lying quietly in the crib, sleeping soundly and peacefully. Obviously, Aunt Wang took great care of these 2 little ones. Yi Jiqiu moved lightly, quietly left the room, and closed the door gently. Then she turned and walked towards the living room. At this time, Yi Jiqiu had already taken out a breast pump from the kitchen and was ready to start extracting breast milk. Since she has to work during the day and cannot always be with her baby, she will express the milk and store it in the refrigerator as soon as she gets off work every day. In this way, even if she was not at home for work the next day, the 2 little ones could still enjoy fresh breast milk. After some effort, Yi Jiqiu finally managed to provide food for the 2 little ones every day. She methodically packed up the breast pump and other related items, then stood up and left the kitchen, walking briskly back to her room. As soon as she entered the room, she couldn't wait to get into the warm bed. As soon as he lay down, Yi Jiqiu reached out and picked up the mobile phone on the bedside. After unlocking the screen, I saw that Xia Tian had sent me a WeChat message almost an hour ago. So, she quickly typed on the keyboard and replied to Xia Tian, Yeah. Okay, I just washed up and got into bed. I'm going to sleep. You should also go to bed early. Good night. After sending the message, Yi Jiqiu put down his phone, closed his eyes, and soon fell into a sweet dream. Xia Tian sent a WeChat message to her senior schoolmate and then went into the bathroom to wash up. In summer, when you turn on the faucet, cool water flows out. He put his hands into the water, feeling the coolness instantly spread throughout his body. Then he squeezed out the toothpaste and brushed his teeth carefully, taking every tooth seriously. Then he washed his face with clean water, letting the cool feeling penetrate deep into his skin, as if all his troubles were washed away. After washing up, Xiatian changed into a set of loose and comfortable pajamas. The soft material of the pajamas made him feel very comfortable. Afterwards, he came to the study and gently turned on the computer. With the familiar startup sound, the computer screen gradually lights up. Xiatian sits at the computer desk, adjusts the seat height and sitting at the keyboard, I took a deep breath and prepared to start typing my novel. This novel he recently opened achieved quite good statistical results when it debuted. This undoubtedly gave him great motivation, but it also meant that he needed to speed up and write as much wonderful content as possible. Because only by continuously increasing the number of words in the novel and updating more chapters can we attract more readers and thus obtain higher profits. At that time, Xia did not have a stable job and was under relatively great financial pressure. Fortunately, he fell in love with Senior Yi Jiqiu. Senior Yi Jiqiu is gentle and kind. She is not a girl who is greedy for money or asks for expensive gifts frequently. However, love still requires certain expenses, such as watching movies, eating together, or occasionally going out for fun. Therefore, compared to when I was single before, summer expenses have obviously increased a lot. What he wanted in the summer was not only to enjoy the sweet love time at the moment, but also to be able to walk hand in hand with his senior sister and finally enter the palace of marriage. To realize this beautiful wish, we must work hard to earn more wealth. So, he stared at the computer screen with full concentration, his fingers quickly tapped on the keyboard, and vivid and interesting words flowed out from his fingertips. Time passed by quickly like a white horse passing by, and in the blink of an eye it was late at night. The hands of the wall clock had quietly pointed to past 12 o'clock. On summer nights, the air seems to become a little dull. At this moment, Xiatian slowly stood up from his seat and stretched his body like a sapling that had experienced wind and rain. He stretched lazily, as if to release all the fatigue that had accumulated in his body over the past few hours. Throughout the entire evening, he sat quietly in front of the computer screen, typing away attentively, carefully weaving every detail and plot twist of his own story. After unremitting efforts, he successfully completed the creation of 2 full chapters, totaling more than 4,000 words. After completing the first draft, Xiatian did not rush to rest, but instead carefully checked the text he had just typed line by line. His eyes were like a scanner, not missing any possible typos, grammatical errors, or logical loopholes. After confirming that there were no problems, he nodded with satisfaction and skillfully set up the scheduled publishing function. When all the work was finished, Xia finally breathed a sigh of relief. He gently put down the mouse in his hand and reached for the phone beside him. His fingers slid nimbly to unlock the screen, and then clicked on the WeChat icon. What caught his eye was the message he had sent to the senior before, and what surprised him was that the senior had actually replied to him a long time ago. Looking at the few lines of heartwarming words in the senior's reply, Xiatian's mouth corners unconsciously lifted up, revealing a faint smile. He quickly typed a line of words in the input box. "Okay, senior sister, good night, I hope you can have a sweet dream with me in it." After sending the message, Xiatian carefully placed the phone next to the pillow, then quickly lifted a corner of the quilt, and then slipped into the warm and comfortable bed like a loach. Maybe it's because I'm really too tired. Although it's just a simple typing job, a high concentration for several hours has kept the brain working at a high speed. This high-intensity thinking activity has undoubtedly greatly consumed Xiatian's mental energy. So, as soon as his head touched the soft pillow, before he had time to adjust to a comfortable sleeping position, he fell into a deep sleep. Soon, the room was filled with the sound of his even and rhythmic breathing, occasionally mixed with 1 or 2 light snoring sounds, like a peaceful nocturne, echoing leisurely in this quiet summer night. After falling asleep, Xiatian began to dream. In the dream, a little girl and a little boy pulled Xiatian's trouser legs and called to him softly, "Daddy, Daddy, where are you? We miss you so much." Not far away, the senior schoolmate came towards him and said to him, "Xiatian, these are our children. They are cute, aren't they?" Chapter 22, Didn't we kiss on our date last night? The next morning, the sun had just risen and the soft sunlight was shining on the earth. Zhao Nuanyuan got up early, washed up, got into the car in a hurry, started the engine and drove towards Yi Jiqiu's house. Yesterday, Yi Jiqiu went out on a date with Xiatian and did not drive his car home. So, she made an appointment with her best friend Zhao Nuanyuan in advance and asked Zhao Nuanyuan to pick her up on her way to work this morning. After a while, Zhao Nuanyuan drove to the downstairs of Yi Zhiqiu's house. After parking the car, she took out her cell phone and called Yi Zhiqiu, anxiously urging, "Hey, Zhiqiu, are you okay? I'm already downstairs." Zhao Nuanyuan is a person who usually goes to work on time. Today, she took a detour to pick up Yi Zhiqiu. Although she got up a little earlier than usual, time was still very tight. At this time, Yi Zhiqiu, who was upstairs, heard the phone ringing. He quickly put down the bottle he was feeding his child with and responded to the phone, "Ah. You're here so soon. Okay, I'll be down right away." In fact, Yi Zhiqiu got up very early today. She was thinking about waiting for her best friend to pick her up to go to work together, so she took advantage of some free time to feed the two babies at home. At this moment, the younger brother has eaten and drunk his fill, and is lying contentedly playing by the side while the older sister is still sucking on her pacifier with gusto, and it seems that she is about to finish eating too. Yi Zhiqiu gently placed Debeo in his arms on the crib, watched him burp contentedly, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a gentle smile. Then she stood up carefully, afraid to wake the sleeping baby. Then, she quickly put on the coat that she had prepared long ago, picked up the exquisite bag placed beside her, said something to Aunt Wang, and walked hurriedly towards the stairs. As soon as he walked downstairs, Yi Zhiqiu saw the particularly eye-catching contrasting color BMW Mini not far away. It was the car of his best friend Zhao Nuanyuan. She was delighted and quickly quickened her pace to run towards the car. When she arrived at the car, Yi Zhiqiu quickly opened the passenger door, then sat in the car lightly and closed the door. "Oh, I'm so sorry, Nuanyuan. I was just feeding the two little ones at home, so I was delayed for a while," Yi Zhiqiu said to Zhao Nuanyuan with a little apology while fastening his seatbelt. Zhao Nuanyuan turned around and said with a smile, "Ahem. So you were busy feeding our godson and goddaughter. For the sake of these two little cuties, let's let it go this time. But I thought you were late today because you were so excited about going out on a date with that hottie yesterday that you didn't sleep well all night." Hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu's eyes widened immediately, and he retorted anxiously, "Humph, don't let your imagination run wild. I'm not that kind of person." However, only she herself knew that she was actually a little excited last night. She actually dreamed of going out to play with Xia Tian and her two lovely children. The scene in the dream was so beautiful that it made her wake up early this morning, her mind full of those warm and sweet pictures. Hey, tell me quickly. What happened to our date last night?" Zhao Nuanyuan gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands, a sly smile on her lips. She turned her head to look at Yi Zhiqiu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, and asked impatiently. Yi Zhiqiu curled her lips slightly and answered nonchalantly, "What else can it be? It's just ordinary. We just had a hot pot together, and then I went home." She seemed to be understating it, but her eyes flickered unconsciously. "Oh my god, how could it be so simple? Do you think I would believe it?" Zhao Nuanyuan's face was full of disbelief, her big eyes were wide open, as if she wanted to see through Yi Zhiqiu. "TSK. I am a very reserved lady, okay? I am not like some people who rush to kiss a boy on the first date." Yi Zhiqiu pretended to be calm, but she was panicking in her heart, fearing that her friends would see through her guilty conscience. However, she still spoke in a firm tone. "Yi Zhiqiu, stop talking nonsense. Who kissed? Do you have any evidence? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll sue you for defamation." Zhao Nuanyuan retorted angrily, her cheeks slightly flushed with excitement. Okay, our beautiful Zhao Nuanyuan is the most reserved." Yi Zhiqiu quickly smiled and comforted her, but there was obviously a hint of sarcasm in his words. "By the way, I saw you hugging that little puppy's waist with my own eyes yesterday. That posture was so intimate, your weapon was pressed tightly against her back. Did you just hug each other like this when you went out on a date yesterday? You didn't even hold hands or touch each other's lips?" Zhao Nuanyuan continued to ask with a gossipy and unwilling expression on her face. Hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu couldn't help but roll his eyes, but still patiently explained, "Hey, don't let your imagination run wild. The reason why I hugged his waist yesterday was completely out of necessity. The seat on the electric scooter was small, and we had to go over a speed bump. If I didn't hold onto his waist to steady myself, I would have fallen straight off." After saying this, Yi Zhiqiu paused, and then added, "As for holding hands and kissing, there really wasn't any. After all, this is our first date, it can't go that fast, right?" However, at this moment, her heart couldn't help but recall, well, actually, it seems that there was a kiss, but it was just a light touch. As for holding hands, that really didn't happen. Hee hee, so to speak, I should not be lying, hee hee. Seeing Yi Zhiqiu's expression, Zhao Nuanyuan obviously didn't believe it at all. She curled her lips and said disdainfully, "Cut it. Don't give me that. I won't believe your nonsense. With me, your credit limit has already become 0. Humph." Yi Zhiqiu and Zhao Nuanyuan, the best friends, chatted and laughed with each other along the way, and before they knew it, they arrived downstairs of the company. When they parked the car in the company's underground parking garage, the time had quietly pointed to 8:23. Seeing that there were only 7 minutes left before the scheduled working time of 8:30, the two sisters hurriedly opened the car door and jumped out. Without even bothering to tidy up their slightly messy hair and clothes, they rushed towards the elevator like an arrow. Fortunately, when they arrived at the elevator, they found that it was empty, as if it was specially prepared for them. The two were delighted and rushed into the elevator and pressed the button for their floor. As the elevator rose steadily, Yi Zhiqiu and Zhao Nuanyuan's heartbeats became more and more rapid. Every second seemed so long, as if time was infinitely stretched. Finally, when the last minute was about to end, the elevator arrived at the destination with a ding sound. The two sisters rushed out of the elevator at lightning speed and headed straight for the time clock. Just as the clock hands were about to cross 8:30, they successfully punched in and finally avoided being late. Chapter 23: Annoying Flies. Xiaotian woke up slowly, rubbed his eyes, and felt a bright light in front of him. He subconsciously looked out the window and saw that the sun was already high in the sky, and the blazing light shone through the gaps in the curtains onto the bed. With a sudden start, Xiaotian sat up and fumbled for the cell phone on the pillow. When he saw the time displayed on the screen, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my god, it's already past 8:30. I forgot to set the alarm last night." While muttering in annoyance, Xiaotian quickly threw his phone aside, then threw back the quilt and jumped out of bed. He rushed into the bathroom like a gust of wind, turned on the faucet, and let the cool water flow down. Xiaotian scooped up water with both hands and splashed it on his face, trying to wake himself up as soon as possible. Then he picked up the toothbrush, squeezed toothpaste on it, and brushed his teeth quickly, making a gurgling sound in his mouth from time to time. After washing up, Xiaotian didn't bother to tidy up his messy hair, and hurriedly put on his signature takeout uniform, then rushed out of the room like an arrow from a string, running downstairs. After a while, he came to the small electric donkey parked in front of the building. Xiaotian skillfully unlocked the car, got on the seat, then took out his mobile phone and opened the takeout ordering platform. His eyes were fixed on the screen, expecting new delivery orders to come in quickly. At the same time, he clicked on the WeChat icon to see if there was any news. Sure enough, as soon as he opened WeChat, he saw the reply message that Senior Yi Zhiqiu sent him early in the morning. "Good morning, my little boyfriend. I have to go to work. Don't forget to have breakfast after you get up, and then work hard." The concern revealed between the lines made Xiaotian couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth and reveal a happy smile. He stared at the WeChat message with joy for a long time before he came to his senses. Then he tapped the screen with his finger and quickly replied to Yi Zhiqiu, "Haha, good morning, senior sister. I'm so sorry, I was so sleepy last night that I forgot to set the alarm and ended up oversleeping. But I'm already out delivering the order, so you have to remember to eat breakfast on time." After sending it, Xiaotian took a deep breath, adjusted his mood, and prepared to welcome this busy and fulfilling day. Ding, a crisp reminder sounded, "The system has assigned you a new task, please handle it in time and pay attention to traffic safety." This sound broke Xiaotian's happy mood because of Yi Zhiqiu's WeChat. After receiving the order, Xiaotian glanced across the phone screen and confirmed the task details. He couldn't help but frown, because this delivery order was not simple. The pickup address and the delivery address were far apart. However, time was running out and he could not afford to hesitate. He swiftly mounted his beloved electric scooter, put on the helmet that Yi Zhiqiu bought for him yesterday, and sped away like an arrow. At the same time, on the other side of the city, Yi Zhiqiu walked into the company building with light steps. She had just sat down at her workstation and was about to start a busy day of work when she suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure walking towards her. Looking closely, it turned out to be Zhang Ming, holding a beautifully packaged breakfast in his hand. Zhang Ming smiled and looked at Yi Zhiqiu tenderly, saying softly, "Zhiqiu, you haven't had breakfast yet. I brought this breakfast specially for you. I heard that the taste of this restaurant is very good. Come and try it." As he spoke, he handed the breakfast in his hand forward, as if waiting expectantly for Yi Zhiqiu to accept this gift. However, Yi Zhiqiu didn't even raise her head. She was focused on arranging the things on her desk and responded casually, "Thank you. But I've already had breakfast." Her tone was as flat as water, as if she didn't care about this sudden concern at all. Zhang Ming's originally enthusiastic smile froze on his face in an instant, and his outstretched hand just hung awkwardly in the air, unable to move forward or backward. For a moment, the atmosphere around him became a little awkward. Just as he was about to say something to ease the awkwardness, a lazy voice came from the side. "Oh, Manager Zhang is such a warm-hearted man. It doesn't matter if Jiqiu has already eaten, I'm still hungry. Hee, let me finish this loving breakfast for Jiqiu." The person who spoke was Zhao Nuanyuan. She smiled mischievously and took the breakfast from Zhang Ming without any hesitation. Hee, that's fine, then I'll have to trouble designer Zhao to help destroy it. Jiqiu, designer Zhao, you guys go ahead and do your work. I won't disturb you. I have to go to the construction site to take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint smile appeared on the man's face, and then he turned around and left in a cool manner. However, the moment Zhang Ming stepped out of the company's door, his originally kind face suddenly changed, like the face changing in Sichuan opera, so gloomy that water could drip out. He cursed in his heart, "Humph! Yi Jiqiu, that ungrateful bitch, is so ungrateful." At the same time, in the company, Zhao Nuanyuan was happily enjoying the breakfast she had just received from Zhang Ming. She kept chewing the food in her mouth and talking to Yi Jiqiu incoherently. "Jiqiu, look at Zhang Ming, he is really a thief. He comes to you like a fly every day and tries to please you. I've been rejected by you so many times, but I'm not ashamed at all. My face is thicker than a city wall." Zhao Nuanyuan swallowed the food in her mouth and complained to Yi Jiqiu with a pout. Hearing this, Yi Jiqiu didn't even raise his head, still concentrating on the blueprint in front of him, and responded casually, "Hey, you know what kind of person he is. If you know that he has bad intentions, why did you accept the breakfast he sent?" Zhao Nuanyuan smiled and showed two cute little canine teeth. She blinked playfully and said, "I have no choice. Seeing that he is pestering me, I have to take the breakfast first to help you out." He. "So, shouldn't you thank me properly?" Yi Jiqiu raised his head, rolled his eyes at Zhao Nuanyuan, and said in a coquettish manner, pretending to be angry, "Come on. Stop being so cute here. Everyone knows that you are just greedy. You want to eat but you still blame me. Eat quickly. The meeting will start soon. Jiqiu, this breakfast is really good." Zhao Nuanyuan praised the breakfast while eating. When Yi Jiqiu heard this, he had an idea. He could get up earlier next time and buy some for Xiatian. That guy must have gone to work without eating again. And on the road, Xiatian, who was rushing to deliver food, had no idea that her senior was thinking about him. Chapter 24. One step closer to marrying my senior. The July sun is scorching, and the scorching sun shines down mercilessly, as if it is going to scorch the earth. In such scorching hot weather, Xiatian has been running around in the scorching sun for a whole morning to deliver orders. At this moment, he dragged his exhausted body and walked into the familiar noodle shop. "Boss, give me a bowl of pickled mustard greens and shredded pork noodles." Xiatian shouted towards the kitchen while wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Okay, a bowl of pickled mustard greens and shredded pork noodles. Please wait a moment." The noodle shop owner responded to Xiatian enthusiastically. "In the summer, I found a seat and sat down, feeling relieved, and enjoyed the cool air conditioning in the store." Waves of comfortable coolness blew over his face, instantly dispelling the fatigue accumulated from running. He pulled his phone out of his pocket, and as soon as he unlocked the screen, he saw a new message on the WeChat icon. When I clicked on it, I found that it was a greeting from my senior schoolmate, my little boyfriend. "Have you had lunch? I'm eating now." There was also a photo of her lunch below. Xiatian couldn't help but smile brightly as she looked at the caring message and the tempting picture of the delicious food. He could feel that his originally dull life became more and more hopeful because of the presence of his senior schoolmate, and even the fatigue accumulated in the morning disappeared at this moment. "Wow, senior sister, your lunch looks so good. This should be curry rice, right? Just looking at the photo makes it look super delicious." Xiatian replied to Yi Jiqiu's WeChat with a happy smile. Not long after Xiatian sent the WeChat message, he received a quick reply from Yi Jiqiu. The screen showed, "Oh, why are you eating so late again? Look at the time, it's already past 1 o'clock. You are such a naughty boy." Xiatian stared at the WeChat message with great joy, the corners of his mouth rose involuntarily, and his heart felt as sweet as if it were filled with honey. It's a wonderful feeling to have a girlfriend who cares about you and is always thinking about you. Then, Xiatian cheerfully typed out a line of words in response, "Ha, there's nothing I can do. I have a lot of orders at noon today. I just thought I could make more money by running a few more times. Then, he added, when I make enough money, I can save enough to buy a house and a car soon, and then I can marry you, my dear senior sister, sooner. After pressing the send button, Xia Tian's face was filled with a happy smile, as if she had already seen the beautiful picture of their future life. At this moment, Yi Zhiqiu on the other end of WeChat was staring at the words sent by Xia Tian. Her fair cheeks turned red in an instant, as tempting and cute as a ripe apple. She thought to herself, oh my, this guy is really brave. We've only been together for 2 days, and he's already planning on buying a house, a car, and marrying me. Just as Yi Zhiqiu was immersed in his own thoughts, a burst of teasing voices suddenly came from the side. Hey, do you have to be so shy when chatting with your little puppy boyfriend? Look at your face, it's as red as a monkey's butt. Zhao Nuanyuan joked with a smile. Hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu made a face at Zhao Nuanyuan and stuck out his tongue mischievously, Lilialu. I like it, why do you care? Humph. Who made you a pathetic single dog? TSK, how long have you been single? And you dare to laugh at me, a fairy. Let me tell you, I have 100 times more emotional experience than you do. You are just a rookie who is in love for the first time. Zhao Nuanyuan counterattacked. Rich experience in relationships? Just brag. We both know each other. You talk like a big shot, but in reality you are as timid as an ant. Don't think I don't know that you haven't even had your first love. Yi Zhiqiu revealed her best friend's past. Besides, I'm a little puppy. Humph, you can just be envious. Yi Zhiqiu said proudly. Yo, it's only been a short time, and look at you, you're completely obsessed with that little puppy. Zhao Nuanyuan continued to tease. The two best friends were working and teasing each other at the same time. After Xia Tian and Yi Zhiqiu chatted for a while, Yi Zhiqiu suddenly said that he needed to rush to a meeting, so the two hurriedly ended the conversation. Afterwards, Xia Tian sat leisurely at the table, holding a bowl of steaming noodles in his left hand, and skillfully opened his mobile phone with his right hand, ready to check the second-day data of the debut of his newly released novel. Before this, Xia Tian had seen a lot of comments online about the data performance on the second day after a novel's debut. It was generally believed that the data on this day would tend to decline, and some works might even suffer a sharp drop in price. Thinking of this, Xia Tian took a deep breath, feeling a little uneasy, but still resolutely clicked the mouse and entered the author's backend. Instantly, a bright red color appeared on the screen. It was a series of surprising numbers. The number of readers reached 48,352, the number of books in the bookshelf collection reached 18,658, the number of people following the update was an astonishing 39,571, and the number of people urging for updates was as high as 6,680. Looking at these rising data, Xia Tian's heart, which had been hanging in the air, instantly fell to the ground, and was replaced by an irrepressible joy. He excitedly took another close look at yesterday's earnings of full 503 yuan. After a simple calculation, Xia Tian found that the unit price of this novel was quite considerable. At this moment, he couldn't help but start to look forward to it. If he could keep up such a good development trend, perhaps it wouldn't be long before the revenue from the novels could easily break through the 1,000 yuan per day mark. In this way, he can earn at least 30,000 yuan a month, which is much higher than the income from working hard as a deliveryman. In this way, Summer was immersed in endless reverie about a bright future. He seemed to have seen himself gaining fame and fortune and living a rich life with this novel. As he thought about it, Xia Tian couldn't help but grin, and it was as if a gorgeous flower bloomed in his heart. If I continue like this, if nothing unexpected happens, by the end of the second half of this year, I will have successfully saved a full 200,000 yuan. This is really exciting news. As long as I grit my teeth and work hard for a whole year, I will definitely be able to get enough for the down payment of the house. Thinking of this, Xia Tian couldn't help but feel excited. If everything goes according to plan, then in another year, I should have enough money on hand to marry my beloved senior sister in a grand ceremony and make her my happy wife. Just thinking about it, Xia Tian felt his heart filled with sweetness and anticipation, as if a beautiful future was just around the corner. At this moment, he was happily eating the steaming noodles in front of him, but his mind was constantly imagining all the beautiful scenes after marrying with his senior sister. The two of us will decorate a warm and romantic home together, walk hand in hand on the street at sunset, and welcome the birth of a new life together. These scenes were like colorful paintings, unfolding before his eyes. At the same time, Xia Tian also silently made a vow to himself in his heart, well, I can't be lazy. After eating this bowl of noodles and taking a short rest, I must redouble my efforts and write more words. I will send a message to my senior sister later to ask if she has any plans tonight. If she doesn't plan to go out, I will continue to run takeout orders at night. After all, every extra penny I earn is one step closer to marrying the beautiful senior sister. Chapter 25 Strange Nightmare. Xia Tian had just finished a bowl of steaming noodles and beads of sweat were already appearing on his forehead. He originally planned to buy a bottle of cool and thirst-quenching mineral water, but when he saw the proceeds from yesterday's novel, he couldn't help but feel moved. Hey, since the profit is good, let's be extravagant, Xia Tian said to himself, and then he chose a large bottle of iced black tea without hesitation. The cool feeling that penetrated his heart made him feel refreshed instantly. Holding iced tea, I look for a cool place in the summer. Finally, he found a stone bench under a big tree, and walked over quickly to sit down. Taking out his phone, Xia Tian took a deep breath and prepared to start typing with full concentration. While coding, Xia Tian suddenly remembered to ask her senior if she wanted to have dinner together in the evening, so she picked up her phone and sent her a message. Senior, do you want to go out for dinner and play together in the evening? Not long after, Yi Jiqiu replied, I'm sorry, Xia Tian, I have to work overtime tonight, so I can't have dinner with you. Xia Tian was a little disappointed, but he quickly adjusted his mindset and continued to devote himself to writing. Time passed minute by minute. Xia Tian concentrated on typing on the keyboard, completely immersed in the world of the story. Before I knew it, the clock had already pointed to 4:30 in the afternoon. Xia Tian stretched lazily, looked at the 4 chapters and more than 8,000 words displayed on the screen, and smiled with satisfaction. He saved the document, closed the author's back-end software, then opened the food delivery order software, ready to start the evening's order delivery work. Since he didn't need to go out on a date with his senior schoolmate at night, Xia Tian had no worries and was full of energy. As night falls, the city streets are illuminated by neon lights, with people coming and going in traffic jams. In the summer, riding an electric bike through the streets and alleys is busy and fulfilling. He kept taking orders and delivering them to their destinations quickly, his back soaked with sweat, but he didn't care. In this way, Xia Tian worked on delivering orders until after 11 o'clock in the evening, until he was so tired that he decided to call it a day and go home. When Xia returned home with slightly heavy steps, he felt as if he was surrounded by an invisible heat wave. Beads of sweat the size of beans kept sliding down his forehead, and the originally dry clothes on his body had already been completely soaked with sweat. With every step I took, I could feel the wet fabric sticking tightly to my skin, giving me a sticky and uncomfortable feeling. Xia Tian couldn't wait to take off the sweaty clothes and threw them on a chair beside him. Then, like an arrow shot from a bow, he rushed straight to the bathroom. Turning on the faucet, cool water gushed out instantly, hitting his hot body with a crisp sound. In the summer, we enjoy the coolness and comfort of the moment, scrubbing the dirt and sweat stains on our bodies vigorously, trying to wash away the annoying sweat odor completely. After taking a shower, Xia Tian wipes her body with a towel and feels her skin regain its freshness. He changed into a set of loose and soft pajamas, which felt as light as clouds and greatly relaxed his body and mind. Then, Summer crawled into the warm bed, just like a returning bird finding the most comfortable place to rest. Xia Tian, lying in bed, picked up his phone, skillfully opened the WeChat interface, found Yi Jiqiu's name, quickly typed and sent a message, Senior, I'm home from get off work and I'm lying in bed now. After sending the message, he quietly waited for the other party's response, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. At this time, Yi Jiqiu had just stepped into the house not long ago. Today, a client she was responsible for had an urgent need for drawings and kept urging her. In order to meet the customer's requirements, Yi Jiqiu had to work overtime, and finally after a hard fight, he successfully finished the drawings. At this moment, she also dragged her exhausted body slowly into the house. When Yi Jiqiu heard the notification tone from her mobile phone, she forced herself to unlock the screen and check the message. Seeing that it was a WeChat message from Xia Tian, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a gentle smile. Then, she tapped the screen lightly with her slightly tired fingers and replied, Yeah, okay, I'm home too. I'm going to take a shower now, and then go to bed. You should get some rest early. Good night, my boyfriend. Xia Tian saw the WeChat message from her senior sister and quickly replied, Okay, senior sister, you should also go to bed early. Good night. When Yi Jiqiu saw the WeChat message Xia Tian replied to him, he immediately put down his phone, went to the bathroom to take a shower, and changed into pajamas. He walked slowly to Aunt Wang's room, looked at the 2 cute little ones who were sleeping, and gently touched their faces. After covering the 2 little ones with small quilts, he quietly left the room. She can't sleep yet and has to go through the daily routine of expressing breast milk. Although there is still some in the refrigerator, she should store more. After much effort, I sucked out several bags of breast milk, stored them in the refrigerator, packed up my tools, and then lay down on the bed to rest and sleep. Yi Zhiqiu slept very deeply that day and had a dream. In the dream, Xia Tian pushed him against the wall and asked him for a kiss, and he responded passionately. Suddenly, a voice came, "Yi Zhiqiu, what are you doing? How can you be so shameless?" Yi Zhiqiu turned around with a confused look on his face and found Zhang Ming holding the two little ones, looking at him angrily. The two little guys were still murmured, "Mom, Mom." Yi Zhiqiu looked panicked. This is not right. Isn't my child Xia Tian's? Why is Zhang Ming holding the child? When he turned around again, he saw Xia Tian looking at him with disappointment, saying, "How could you marry someone else? You disappoint me so much." After saying that, he turned around and walked away. Yi Zhiqiu wanted to chase him, but he felt something holding his feet. When I looked back, I saw two little guys holding my feet, shouting, "Mom, Mom, don't leave, Mom, please don't leave us." When Yi Zhiqiu was in a dream, at a loss and confused, he suddenly heard a cell phone ringing. Yi Zhiqiu suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. Yi Zhiqiu glanced at the surroundings and exhaled slowly, "Huh. Fortunately, it was just a dream. It's strange. Why would I have such a dream? In the dream, I married that bastard Zhang Ming and had a child." Yi Zhiqiu supported his parents, put his fingers into his hair and rubbed his head. "I sat on the bed for a while, thinking that I must have been too tired yesterday, and Zhang Ming kept pestering me, so I had such a nightmare." Chapter 26: Yi Zhiqiu's Loving Breakfast. Yi Zhiqiu was disturbed by a terrible nightmare last night and couldn't sleep. After tossing and turning in bed for a long time, she finally decided to get up early. She hurried into the bathroom, quickly finished washing, and then picked out a set of clean and comfortable clothes from the closet and changed into them. When everything was ready, she tiptoed to the door, opened the shoe cabinet, took out a pair of flat shoes and put them on. Then she picked up the car keys, walked out of the house, and got into the cute small car parked downstairs. Starting the engine, the car drove out of the parking space smoothly and sped towards the destination along the familiar road. After a while, Yi Zhiqiu drove the car to the shop called Xianfeng Snacks. This store was where Zhang Ming bought breakfast yesterday. Even Zhao Nuanyuan, a foodie who was always quite picky about food, praised it highly and said it was very delicious. The food here must taste good, so Yi Zhiqiu got up early and drove here in person. Yi Zhiqiu parked the car and walked quickly to the breakfast shop. As soon as he entered the shop, all kinds of aromas filled his nose, making him salivate. She carefully selected her breakfast, thinking about preparing a hearty and nutritious breakfast for her beloved junior boyfriend Xia Tian. After some consideration, she finally selected some delicious food, paid the money, and left happily with her breakfast. Back in the car, Yi Zhiqiu fastened his seatbelt, started the car again, and drove towards the rental house where Xia Tian lived. Along the way, she was in a good mood, imagining Xia Tian's surprised expression when she saw this loving breakfast. Not long after, the car arrived smoothly at the community where Xia Tian lived. Yi Zhiqiu parked the car and carefully got out of the car carrying the still steaming breakfast. She walked up the stairs slowly with light steps, and soon arrived at the door of the summer rental house. After standing still, she gently put down the breakfast in her hand, looked at her watch. It was already 7:30. Yi Zhiqiu couldn't help but think to herself, "I wonder if this little guy has woken up yet? If he hasn't woken up yet, I have to wake him up. I can't let him go to work on an empty stomach again." Thinking of this, she raised her hand and gently knocked on the door. On a summer morning, the sunlight shines through the gaps in the curtains onto the bed. Xia Tian wakes up slowly, stretches sleepily, then gets out of bed slowly, walks into the bathroom and starts washing. He squeezed the toothpaste, put the toothbrush into his mouth and brushed it up and down and left and right. White foam gradually filled his mouth. Just then, there was a rhythmic knock on the door, knock, knock, knock. Xia Tian was slightly stunned and couldn't help wondering in his heart, who would come to see me so early in the morning? Full of doubts, he hurriedly took a sip of saliva, gurgled a few times and quickly rinsed his mouth, then spit the foam in his mouth into the sink to rinse it clean. Then, while wiping his mouth with a towel, he responded loudly to the outside of the door, "Coming, coming." After saying that, Xia Tian walked briskly towards the door with a toothbrush and cup in his hands. Soon, he came to the door, reached out, grasped the handle and turned it gently. With a creaky sound, the door slowly opened. In an instant, a beautiful figure came into view. The woman in front of me was wearing a light blue floral dress, and her long black hair like a waterfall naturally fell on her shoulders. The breeze blew, and her hair fluttered gently, making her as beautiful as a fairy descending to the earth. Senior, why are you here so early in the morning? Xia Tian looked at the person in front of him with surprise. It was the senior sister Yi Jiqiu whom he had been thinking about. Yi Jiqiu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a playful smile, and said with a hint of sarcasm, "What's the matter? Is there a little girl hiding in the house who hasn't left yet? Do you think I came too early?" "No. How could that be possible? Senior sister, I swear to God, you are the only one in my heart." Xia Tian hurriedly waved his hands and shook his head, explaining to Yi Jiqiu seriously. Hearing this, Yi Jiqiu couldn't help laughing out loud. The clear and melodious laughter sounded as beautiful as a silver bell. She stopped laughing, her beautiful eyes moved, she glanced at Xia Tian coquettishly, and continued, "Okay, stop talking nonsense. Are you going to let me carry breakfast and stand at the door while chatting with you?" As she spoke, she shook the breakfast bag in her hand. "Ah, senior sister, come in, come in." Xia Tian welcomed Yi Jiqiu into the house with enthusiasm. Yi Jiqiu lifted his feet lightly and slowly walked into the slightly small rented house in summer. Her eyes first fell on the messy, unmade bed, with the quilt spread out haphazardly. Then, her gaze shifted to the toothbrush and cup tightly held in Xia Tian's hands. Seeing the scene, Yi Jiqiu already understood in his heart this guy must have just woken up from his sleep and was preparing to wash up. Yi Jiqiu smiled and gently placed the breakfast he brought on the table, then said to Xia Tian tenderly, "Go wash up first. Come over for breakfast after you've washed up." After hearing this, Xia Tian nodded embarrassedly. He also realized that he looked a little embarrassed standing here with a toothbrush and a cup in his hands. So he quickly turned around and walked quickly to the bathroom to continue washing up. After Xia Tian went to the bathroom to continue washing, Yi Jiqiu moved to the bedside. She first carefully spread the quilt flat, then folded it neatly, and then carefully placed the pillows straight. In a short while, the originally messy bed became tidy. After doing all this, Yi Jiqiu clapped his hands in satisfaction, stood up and walked to the table and sat down, quietly waiting for Xia Tian to finish washing up and come out to enjoy breakfast. Not long after, Xia Tian finished washing and dressing, and walked out of the bathroom refreshed. When he saw the neatly made bed, a warm feeling surged in his heart. At this moment, Yi Jiqiu was sitting at the table with a smile on his face, looking at him with concern and tenderness in his eyes. "What are you daydreaming about, idiot? Come over and have breakfast. I'm starving." Yi Jiqiu shouted to Xia Tian with a smile on his face. His voice was clear and pleasant, just like the first ray of sunshine in the morning shining on the earth. Hearing this familiar and pleasant calling voice, Xia Tian came back to his senses as if awakened from a dream, with a hint of surprise on his face. "Senior sister, it turns out you haven't had breakfast yet." He looked at Yi Jiqiu, his eyes full of concern. Yi Jiqiu nodded gently and said softly, "Yes. I got up early to buy breakfast, and then hurried over here just to enjoy a delicious breakfast with you." As she spoke, she gently lifted the hair beside her ear with her hand. The movement was so graceful and moving that Xia Tian couldn't help but stare at her in a daze. "Well, let's get started." After Xia Tian reacted, he quickly quickened his pace to the table and quickly opened the breakfast on the table one by one. Then, he turned around and found a stool, carefully placed it next to Yi Jiqiu, and slowly sat down. Yi Jiqiu bought 2 baskets of steaming hot and fragrant soup dumplings, 2 bowls of delicious beef vermicelli and 2 cups of rich and mellow soy milk. These foods are placed on the table, making people salivate just by looking at them. The two began to enjoy this hearty breakfast happily. Yi Jiqiu would occasionally pick up a steamed dumpling from the steamed bun in front of him, gently put it into Xia Tian's bowl, and said with a smile, "Here, try this, it tastes delicious." Xia Tian was chewing a soup dumpling in her mouth and responded vaguely, "Senior sister, there is no need to serve me more, you should eat more yourself." However, Yi Jiqiu didn't care. She continued to pick up food for him with a smile, and said mischievously with a wink, "Hee, I can't eat so much. Besides, you are a boy. You are still growing. You must eat more to grow tall and strong." After that, she reached out and gently pinched the cheek of her little boyfriend. Chapter 27 What's in your pocket? When Xia Tian heard Yi Jiqiu say that he was still in the developmental stage, he subconsciously looked down at his own solid and strong muscles. Then, the image of his little brother emerged involuntarily in his mind. He thought to himself, "With a body like mine, if I can continue to grow, can you bear it in the future, senior sister?" When he thought of this, Xia Tian couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a smile that was hard to conceal. At this moment, Yi Jiqiu happened to notice that Xia Tian suddenly smiled, and he couldn't help but wonder in his heart, what on earth is this guy grinning about? Finally, she couldn't suppress her strong curiosity and asked coquettishly. Hey, you little brat, what are you laughing at? You're laughing so obscenely. Yi Zhiqiu murmured softly. After being asked by Yi Zhiqiu, Xia Tian came back to his senses instantly. A trace of panic and guilt flashed across his face. He stammered in response, that. Actually, I really didn't laugh at anything, he. However, his guilty look had already completely betrayed him. Seeing this, Yi Zhiqiu naturally knew that the guy in front of him definitely had no good intentions, and his curiosity grew even more. So, she deliberately put on a stern face and pretended to be angry and said, Humph. Stop fooling around here. Do you think you can fool me? If you refuse to tell the truth again, I will be really angry. Hey, senior, don't be angry, isn't it okay for me to say it? Xia Tian scratched his head with embarrassment, his voice trembling a little. Just hurry up and tell me. I don't have the patience to wait for you to waste time. Yi Zhiqiu clasped his hands in front of his chest, raised his chin slightly, and looked at Xia Tian with a smile, and that look seemed to be able to penetrate his heart. Well, that's right, didn't the senior sister just say that I'm still growing? And then, I was thinking, look at my small body now, if I really continue to grow like this. Xia Tian stuttered when he spoke, and even a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. Oh, what on earth do you want to say? What's wrong with continuing to grow? Yi Zhiqiu widened her eyes and urged curiously. At this moment, her heart felt like being gently scratched by a kitten, itching uncomfortably. If I continue to grow, I'm worried that you won't be able to handle it in the future. After Xia Tian finally mustered up the courage to say this, he quickly lowered his head like a frightened rabbit, grabbed the steamed bun on the table and stuffed it into his mouth, trying to use the food to cover up his embarrassment and shyness at the moment. After hearing what Xia Tian said, Yi Zhiqiu was stunned for a few seconds, and then he carefully recalled it in his mind. In an instant, her fair little face turned red like a ripe apple, and her little hands involuntarily stretched out to Xia Tian's waist and pinched it hard. Well, you idiot, you actually dare to think about these bad things. Humph. I will teach you a lesson. Yi Zhiqiu glared at Xia Tian coquettishly, but his heart was beating like a deer. On a hot summer day, the sun shines into the room through the window, and the air is filled with a faint heat. Xia Tian and Yi Zhiqiu were laughing and joking, full of youthful energy and vigor towards each other. Xia Tian nimbly dodged Yi Zhiqiu's hand that was stretched out to strangle him, and the two of them chased and played like children. However, in this cheerful atmosphere, they accidentally lost their balance and both fell onto the large and soft bed. In an instant, Yi Zhiqiu's light body pressed squarely on Xia Tian's. Xia Tian felt the weight of Yi Zhiqiu's soft body, and his heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. Especially when he saw Yi Zhiqiu's beautiful face so close to him, a strange impulse surged in his heart. Summer at this time is like a lit powder keg, and it is difficult to suppress the emotions in one's heart. He only felt that his little brother stood up uncontrollably, as if showing its existence to the beautiful woman in front of him. Xia Tian couldn't help but close his eyes and slowly moved his mouth close to Yi Zhiqiu's pink and tender lips. Yi Zhiqiu watched Xia Tian's lips gradually approaching, and her heart became flustered. Nervousness and shyness intertwined together, causing her to close her eyes involuntarily. Finally, Xia Tian's lips gently touched Yi Zhiqiu's lips, which were as soft as petals, and an electric shock-like feeling spread throughout his body. Then, Xia Tian suddenly stretched out his arms and hugged Yi Zhiqiu's slender waist tightly. Then, he used all his strength to roll over, and the positions of the two people instantly switched, with Xia Tian pressing on Yi Zhiqiu. He rolled over, and the positions of the two people instantly switched, with Xia Tian pressing on Yi Zhiqiu. Suddenly, Yi Zhiqiu felt a strange feeling in her heart, as if a hard object was pressing against her, making her feel uncomfortable all over. The feeling of discomfort became more and more intense, causing her to involuntarily stretch out her hands to push Xia Tian in front of her. However, because her mouth was blocked by Xia Tian, she could only squeeze out a few unclear whimpers from the depths of her throat. Woo! 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 Xia Tian was keenly aware of Yi Zhiqiu's little hands that kept pushing him, and at the same time he heard the woo sounds of protest coming from his little mouth. He paused for a moment and slowly ended this passionate and lingering kiss. Then he straightened up gently and stood aside with a nervous look on his face. Just when he was about to explain to Yi Zhiqiu, he heard Yi Zhiqiu complaining coquettishly, "Hey, what on earth do you have in your pocket? It's so hard, it's almost killing me. It's so uncomfortable." Xia Tian was stunned when he heard this, and his mind quickly wondered what was in his pocket. However, he soon realized the problem, but faced with such an embarrassing situation, he didn't know how to explain it for a moment. So he had no choice but to stand there silently, looking a little uneasy. Seeing that Xia Tian didn't respond for a long time, Yi Jisho couldn't help but feel puzzled. She subconsciously reached out and wiped her slightly swollen lips, and her eyes then fell on Xia Tian, looking him up and down. When she thought again of the part that had been hit by the hard object, she suddenly realized what had happened and her pretty face turned red like a ripe apple. I'm going to the bathroom to touch up my lipstick. You can continue with your breakfast. Yi Jiqiu walked towards the bathroom and closed the door. Yi Jiqiu closed the bathroom door, leaned against the door, covered his pounding heart with both hands, and recalled everything that had just happened. Well, this thing, indeed. Good. Yi Jiqiu recalled the thing that had just hit him. Chapter 28 Don't bother, you have no chance. Xia Tian was sitting at the table with a basket of steaming soup dumplings and a cup of fragrant soy milk in front of him. He took big bites of the thin-skinned and juicy steamed bun and slurped the soy milk, trying to hide his embarrassment in this way. Because not long ago, he did some excessive things to Yi Jiqiu on impulse. Xia Tian was feeling very nervous at the moment, thinking to himself, oh my, I just confirmed my relationship with senior sister not long ago, and I am so impulsive. Senior sister will definitely be very angry. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shudder, and the food in his mouth seemed to have lost its original deliciousness. At this time, Yi Jiqiu was alone in the bathroom. She tried hard to calm her excitement, took a few deep breaths, and began to tidy up her messy clothes. Then, she looked in front of the mirror and carefully reapplied the lipstick that had been rubbed off by Xia Tian's passionate kiss, trying to restore her usual elegant and calm appearance as much as possible. When everything was ready, Yi Jiqiu gently pushed open the bathroom door and walked out with slow and firm steps. She immediately saw Xia Tian still eating breakfast, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she said, Xia Tian, it's getting late, I have to go to work. The sound is clear and pleasant, just like the sound of a yellow oriole singing in a valley. Hearing Yi Jiqiu's words, Xia Tian just said softly to indicate that he understood. However, he still did not turn around to look at Yi Jiqiu, as if he was still immersed in his own thoughts. Seeing this, Yi Jiqiu couldn't help but laugh out loud, and teased, oh, what's the matter? You didn't get what you wanted, so you're unhappy now? You don't even want to send me off? Hearing this, Xia Tian stood up suddenly as if he had received an electric shock, walked quickly to Yi Jiqiu's side, and waved his hands to explain, No, it's absolutely not like that. Senior sister, please don't misunderstand me. I just didn't know what to say for a moment. As he spoke, a blush appeared on his face, making him look particularly cute. Yi Jiqiu stretched out her soft and delicate hand and gently stroked Xia Tian's slightly honest face, scolding him, fool, look at your silly look. It really makes me angry and funny. Humph. Before she finished her words, she turned and walked slowly toward the door, her figure as graceful and elegant as a willow branch swaying in the spring wind. Seeing this, Xia Tian hurriedly took big steps and followed closely, carefully accompanying Yi Jiqiu along the way, as if he was afraid that she would suddenly disappear. After a while, they arrived downstairs. Yi Jiqiu walked gracefully to the parked car, stopped, turned around, and looked at Xia Tian beside him with affection. She said softly, Xia Tian, I have to go. I have to go to work. You will go out to deliver food orders later, right? Remember, don't ride too fast. It doesn't matter how much money you make, the most important thing is to ensure your own safety. Xia Tian nodded like a chick pecking at rice, and responded hurriedly, okay, senior sister, don't worry, I've written it all down. His clear eyes were full of concern and attachment to Yi Jiqiu. Yi Jiqiu couldn't help but smile at Xia Tian's well-behaved and obedient appearance, like a blooming flower, so beautiful and charming. Then, she tiptoed slightly, moved closer to Xia Tian's cheek, and gave her a gentle, sweet kiss as light as a dragonfly touching the water. Then, she turned around contentedly, opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, started the car skillfully, and drove the small and exquisite car slowly towards the direction of the company. Xia Tian stood quietly there, staring intently at Yi Jiqiu's car as it drove away. Only when the car completely disappeared from his sight did he reluctantly withdraw his gaze and slowly turn around to walk upstairs. When Xia Tian returned to the room, he saw the unfinished breakfast on the table. He picked up the chopsticks without hesitation and gobbled up the remaining food in big mouthfuls. Even the half-eaten breakfast of Yi Jiqiu was devoured by him like a whirlwind. Finally, he touched his round belly with satisfaction, a happy smile on his face. After finishing breakfast in the summer, he put on the yellow vest that he wears as his work clothes for delivering takeouts, went downstairs, rode his electric scooter, and went out to start today's delivery work. Yi Jiqiu drove his own car to the company, picked up another breakfast, and took the elevator upstairs. After arriving at the company, I clocked in and walked to my workstation. When I arrived at my workstation, I saw my best friend Zhao Nuanyuan already sitting there. Then he handed the breakfast to Zhao Nuanyuan. "Here, your breakfast." "Oh, Jiqiu. You're finally here. I was almost starving to death," Zhao Nuanyuan said as she took the breakfast. While eating, he asked Yi Jiqiu, "Hey, where's your breakfast?" "I'm done eating," Yi Jiqiu said while turning on his computer. "Ah, have you finished eating?" Zhao Nuanyuan rolled her eyes and suddenly thought of something. "Hey, you didn't stay at your boyfriend's place last night, did you? And then went out to have breakfast this morning?" Zhao Nuanyuan said with a look of suspicion. Yi Jiqiu rolled her eyes at her best friend and said, "Your brain is squeezed by the door. How can I spend the night at his place in my situation? Besides, we've only been together for a short time, and I'm not that kind of person," Yi Jiqiu said slowly. "Then?" Zhao Nuanyuan asked doubtfully. "I got up early in the morning and went out to have breakfast with him. Do you think I'm like you, who likes to stay in bed and go to work on time?" Yi Jiqiu said slowly. Zhao Nuanyuan was not annoyed when her best friend exposed her past. She muttered in her heart, "Humph. Since you brought me breakfast today, I won't bother with you today." Just as Yi Jiqiu and Zhao Nuanyuan were chatting, Zhang Ming came towards Yi Jiqiu carrying a bag of breakfast. Zhao Nuanyuan touched Yi Jiqiu's arm and whispered to him, "Jiqiu, the fly is trying to please you again." Yi Jiqiu looked up and glanced at him without saying anything. She was too lazy to pay attention. "Jiqiu, good morning. I bought you breakfast. The bread here tastes great. Try it," Zhang Ming said with a smile as he handed the breakfast to Yi Jiqiu. Yi Jiqiu refused without even looking up, saying, "Manager Zhang, thank you for your kindness. I've already had breakfast. You don't have to buy me breakfast in the future. My boyfriend doesn't like me eating breakfast bought by another man," Yi Jiqiu said coldly to Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming's hand holding the breakfast was suspended in the air, with an embarrassed look on his face. When he heard Yi Jiqiu's words, his heart sank, but he still had a smile on his face. "Is that so? Okay then. Qingning, when did you get a boyfriend?" Zhang Ming asked with a smile. At this time, Zhao Nuanyuan, who was eating steamed dumplings, said to Zhang Ming, "Manager Zhang, don't bother yourself. Jiqiu and her boyfriend are very much in love, and her boyfriend and she are childhood sweethearts. You have no chance." Zhao Nuanyuan started talking nonsense. Chapter 29. I should inherit Meng De's ambition. After hearing what Zhao Nuanyuan said, Zhang Ming showed a slightly stiff smile on his face. He scratched his head and laughed dryly twice, somewhat embarrassedly. Then he responded awkwardly, "Ah ha ha, Mr. Zhao, you are so polite. We are colleagues in the same company. How can there be any talk of opportunity or no opportunity?" As he spoke, he rubbed his hands unconsciously, and then quickly added, "Besides, I have always been kind and upright, and I have never had any bad intentions. I am afraid that you, designer Zhao, have accidentally misunderstood me." Zhao Nuanyuan naturally understood that Zhang Ming's words were just polite talk, but she didn't want to expose him in person. After all, they all worked in the same company and would see each other every day. What's more, Zhang Ming was the manager of the construction department, and they would definitely have to work together in the future. So, she just nodded slightly, with a faint smile on her lips. He said lightly, "Oh. So that's how it is, then maybe I really was wrong. He. After that, he continued to lower his head and eat his breakfast. Zhang Ming was extremely depressed at this moment. He wanted to take the opportunity of delivering breakfast to get closer to Yi Jiqiu, but ended up being rejected. But he couldn't get angry, so he had to pretend to be indifferent and waved at Zhao Nuanyuan and designer Yi, who was also having breakfast next to him. He pretended to be relaxed and laughed, "Ha ha, designer Yi, designer Zhao, you two can enjoy your breakfast slowly. I have to go to the construction site and keep an eye on it." Before he finished speaking, he picked up the bag of breakfast that he had originally intended to give to Zhao Nuanyuan, and walked quickly towards the door with a gloomy face. However, just as Zhang Ming was about to walk out of the office door, he ran into Tong Xian, who was walking in. Tong Xian was also a designer in the design department and was familiar with Zhang Ming. She looked at Zhang Ming in a hurry with surprise and asked curiously, "Hey, isn't this Manager Zhang? Why are you in such a hurry? Where are you going?" Seeing this, Zhang Ming stopped in his tracks, his face instantly filled with smiles, and he replied enthusiastically, "Designer Tong. I'm just about to go to the construction site to check out the situation." As he spoke, his eyes glanced up and down Tong Xin inconspicuously. Tong Xin had a charming smile on her pretty face. She said, "Oh my, Manager Zhang is really dedicated. He didn't even bother to eat breakfast and rushed to the construction site in such a hurry." As she spoke, her big watery eyes were fixed on the bag of breakfast in Zhang Ming's hand, and her smile became brighter. Hearing this, Zhang Ming smiled and raised the breakfast bag in his hand and shook it, then responded in a relaxed tone, No, I have already had breakfast. I just accidentally bought one extra portion. I wonder if you, Designer Tong, have had breakfast?" he said, looking at Tong Xin. Tong Xin smiled slightly, revealing two cute dimples, and replied softly, "Not yet. I was busy sending my daughter to kindergarten this morning, and time was too tight, so I rushed all the way to the company and didn't have time to eat breakfast." After saying that, she sighed softly, seeming a little helpless. Hearing this, Zhang Ming handed the breakfast in his hand to Tong Xin without hesitation and laughed heartily. This is such a coincidence. In this case, my extra breakfast can just satisfy your craving, Designer Tong." Tong Xin looked at the breakfast in front of her. Although she was very happy in her heart, she deliberately revealed a look of embarrassment on her face. She said coquettishly, "Oh, how can I feel embarrassed? You bought the breakfast yourself, how can I accept it?" However, her eager eyes had already betrayed her true thoughts. Seeing this, Zhang Ming burst into laughter again and quickly comforted him. Designer Tong, don't be polite with me. We are colleagues, and we should take care of each other." After that, he pushed the breakfast towards Tong Xin again, motioning her to take it quickly. Looking at the breakfast that Zhang Ming pushed over, Tong Xin took it, smiled and said to Zhang Ming, "Then I won't be polite, thank you Manager Zhang." As she spoke, she gave Zhang Ming an ambiguous look. Tong Xin sighed softly and continued, "Oh, speaking of my husband, if he could be half as considerate as Manager Zhang, I would be very satisfied. My husband is just a blockhead and a fool," she said, shaking her head helplessly. At this moment, Zhang Ming heard Tong Xin praising him like this, and caught a glimpse of Tong Xin's affectionate eyes, her beautiful face, her graceful and voluptuous figure. He couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart, and began to think secretly. Then, with a smile on his face, he responded cheerfully, "Oh, Designer Tong, you really flatter me too much. This compliment makes me a little embarrassed." Then, Zhang Ming struck while the iron was hot and said enthusiastically, "After all, we are colleagues. We should take care of each other and communicate more in the future. If Designer Tong encounters any troubles in the future, just give me a call. I will definitely do my best to help you solve your problems as long as I can." Hearing this, Tong Xin gently covered her mouth with her hand, burst out laughing, and said softly, "Then I would like to thank Manager Zhang for his kindness." You're too polite, Designer Tong. Oh, by the way, I have some urgent matters to deal with on the construction site, so I have to go over there quickly." In fact, Zhang Ming did have some things to do on the construction site, but now he was at the company gate, so even if he had some ideas in his mind, it was not convenient for him to act rashly. "Yeah, I should go back to my workstation and continue working. Manager Zhang, please go get busy." As soon as Tong Xin finished speaking, she deliberately gave Zhang Ming a charming look, then twisted her waist, turned around gracefully and walked slowly into the company. Zhang Ming looked at Tong Xin's curvy figure and couldn't help but smile. He looked at Tong Xin's back as if he was looking at prey. I secretly thought, that little bitch Yi Zhiqiu has a boyfriend now. I guess I won't have a chance to win him over right away. Although this young woman Tong Xin is not as pretty as Yi Zhiqiu, but she is fair-skinned and beautiful, with a good figure. More importantly, Tong Xin is a young woman. Young woman. I guess every man has a virtuous heart and a virtuous ambition. I should learn from the Prime Minister of the Han Dynasty, Emperor Wu of Wei, Cao Cao, and inherit their aspirations. Chapter 30. I'm at the door of your company. It was a hot summer day. The sun was scorching the earth like a raging fire. Even the air seemed to be on fire, making it so hot and stuffy that it made people breathless. It was already past noon and approaching 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Xia Tian was still riding his slightly worn-out electric bike, delivering takeout food through the streets and alleys of the city. Sweat kept dripping down his forehead, soaking his hair, but he didn't bother to wipe it off. When he passed by a beautifully decorated milk tea cake shop, his eyes were involuntarily attracted by an exquisite strawberry cake in the display cabinet in the store. The cake was like a work of art, with pink cream dotted with bright red strawberries and exuding an enticing aroma. Seeing this scene, Yi Zhiqiu's figure suddenly appeared in Xia Tian's mind. I think the senior will like this kind of cake, right? Xia Tian muttered to himself. Without any hesitation, he stopped the car and walked quickly into the cake shop. As soon as you enter the store, the cool air of the air conditioner blows on your face, making you feel refreshed in the summer. I walked straight to the counter, pointed at the strawberry cake, and politely asked the clerk, "Hello, how much is this strawberry cake?" The clerk looked up, glanced at the direction of Xia Tian's finger, and quickly replied, "Sir, this 4-inch small cake costs 39 yuan. When Xia Tian heard the price, he couldn't help but smack his lips, secretly sighing that today's prices are so outrageous that such a small cake costs 39 yuan. However, thinking that Yi Zhiqiu might be happy with this gift, he gritted his teeth and decided to buy it. So Xia Tian said to the clerk, "Please pack one for me." Just after he finished speaking, he seemed to remember something and added, "Please pack me another cup of mango sago milk tea." The clerk smiled and nodded, and began to prepare for the summer quickly. In a short while, the cakes and milk tea were packed. Xia Tian took out his mobile phone from his pocket, skillfully opened the payment code, and after completing the payment, he carefully picked up the bag containing the cake and milk tea, turned around and walked out of the cake shop. Afterwards, he got on his electric bike again and rushed towards Yi Zhiqiu's company, looking forward to seeing her soon. Not long after, Xia Tian arrived in a hurry in front of Yi Zhiqiu's company building. He looked up at the towering building, walked into the building with brisk steps, and quickly found the elevator to Yi Zhiqiu's company floor. As the elevator door slowly closed, Xia Tian's heart also hung in the air. With a slight shake and the hum of the machine running, the elevator climbed all the way up and finally stopped at the target floor. Xia Tian walked out of the elevator and followed the signs to arrive smoothly at the door of Yi Zhiqiu's company. After standing still, Xia Tian slowly took out his cell phone from his pocket and skillfully dialed Yi Zhiqiu's number. As the phone rang, Xia Tian waited quietly for the other party to answer. A few seconds later, Yi Zhiqiu's familiar and pleasant voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, Xia Tian, what's wrong? Do you miss me?" Her tone was like a warm spring breeze, gently blowing through summer's heart. Hearing this, Xia Tian couldn't help but smile sweetly. He nodded slightly and replied softly, "Well, senior, I miss you." His tenderness was revealed without reservation in his words. Yi Zhiqiu on the other end of the phone seemed to sense Xia Tian's longing and couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, senior sister misses you too. But you have to wait until you get off work. After get off work, sister will come to find you, so wait obediently." Her voice is like cool spring water in summer, which makes people feel comfortable. However, Xia Tian immediately said, "Senior sister, I'm actually already at the door of your company." Hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned for a moment, then he reacted and immediately quickened his pace towards the company gate. Along the way, she was excited and nervous, and her steps became faster and faster. Soon, Yi Zhiqiu arrived at the company gate. From a distance, she saw Xia Tian holding the phone and talking to her. I saw Xia Tian holding a delicate and beautiful little cake in one hand and a cup of sweet and delicious milk tea in the other. She looked very well behaved and cute. When Yi Zhiqiu saw the scene, she couldn't help but feel happy and quickly put her phone into her pocket. Then she ran towards Xia Tian like the wind. She turned 3 steps into 2 and arrived in front of Xia Tian in the blink of an eye. "Oh, Xia Tian, why are you here suddenly?" Yi Zhiqiu shouted to Xia Tian with joy on his face. His bright smile was as beautiful as a flower blooming in spring. Xia Tian looked at the excited Yi Zhiqiu in front of him with a smile, and replied softly, "When I was delivering food just now, I passed by a cake shop and saw a cake there that was particularly exquisite. I thought you would definitely like it, so I bought it and sent it to you." After saying that, he shook the cake and milk tea in his hands. Yi Zhiqiu's eyes were immediately drawn to the cake and milk tea in Xia Tian's hand. His eyes sparkled and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow, oh my, this cake looks so delicious." Then, she couldn't wait to take Xia Tian's hand and walked quickly to the stairs next to her. The two sat side by side on the stairs. Yi Zhiqiu carefully opened the cake box, picked up the small and cute cake, picked up a small spoon, gently scooped out a piece and put it into his mouth. The sweet and delicious taste instantly spread on her tongue, making her intoxicated. Occasionally, she would playfully scoop a spoonful of cake and put it to Xia Tian's mouth, sharing the sweetness with him. Just then, Zhao Nuanyuan came out of the bathroom and returned to her seat, only to find that Yi Zhiqiu, who was supposed to be busy at his workstation, was nowhere to be seen. She couldn't help but feel a little strange, so she turned to ask her colleague next to her, "Hey, where is Zhiqiu?" The colleague looked up and answered casually, "Oh, it seems that her boyfriend came. She just answered a phone call and left in a hurry." When Zhao Nuanyuan heard that Yi Jiqiu's boyfriend was here, a feeling of curiosity and teasing suddenly surged in her heart. The corners of her pink mouth involuntarily rose slightly, outlining a sly smirk. Then, she walked slowly towards the company entrance with light and slow steps, like an elegant cat. When she finally arrived at the company's door, her big eyes, as bright as stars, looked around anxiously, but she didn't see anyone. This made Zhao Nuanyuan, who was originally full of expectations, feel deeply disappointed, like a basin of cold water poured over her head, instantly extinguishing the excitement that had just ignited in her heart. However, at this moment, a faint voice came into Zhao Nuanyuan's ears. She immediately pricked up her ears and listened attentively. After careful identification, she determined that the sound came from the direction of the stairs. So, Zhao Nuanyuan did not hesitate to lighten her footsteps, as if she was afraid that any noise she made would scare away the mysterious prey, and she approached the stairs cautiously and tiptoeingly. Chapter 31. Put away your wolfish eyes. Great! Yi Jiqiu, you are eating alone here. With a coquettish voice, Zhao Nuanyuan suddenly appeared in front of him like a lively little deer. Her bright smile was like the warm sunshine in spring. When Yi Jiqiu heard the voice, she was startled. She looked up and saw that the person coming was her good friend Zhao Nuanyuan. When he thought of this girl's unparalleled foodie nature, Yi Jiqiu subconsciously stuffed the remaining cake into his mouth, fearing that the other party would snatch a bite away. Seeing Yi Jiqiu in such an embarrassed state, Zhao Nuanyuan couldn't help but widen her big watery eyes and shouted in disbelief, Hey, is it necessary for you to do this? It's as if I would fight you to the death for it." Yi Jiqiu finally swallowed the cake in his mouth, then quickly picked up the milk tea beside him and gulped down a big gulp. After catching her breath, she slowly said, "Humph. Don't I know what kind of person you are? You might really snatch it from me." Hearing what Yi Jiqiu said, Zhao Nuanyuan rolled her eyes in annoyance, but was too lazy to argue with her. After all, she didn't come here to argue with Yi Jiqiu. Then, Zhao Nuanyuan's eyes began to look Xia Tian up and down like a scanner. Seeing the way Zhao Nuanyuan looked Xia Tian up and down, Yi Jiqiu quickly stood in front of Xia Tian. "Zhao Nuanyuan, put away your wolfish and ferocious look and stop scaring my precious boyfriend." Yi Jiqiu opened his arms like an old hen protecting her cubs and quickly stood between Xia Tian and Zhao Nuanyuan. Okay, look at how nervous you are, like a hen protecting her chicks. I just want to see what kind of little puppy can be so charming and make my dearest best friend so infatuated and obsessed with him," Zhao Nuanyuan said with a teasing look on her face. Then, she looked at Yi Jiqiu again, raised her eyebrows, and urged with a smile, "Since we have already met, you should at least introduce him to me properly, right?" Yi Jiqiu curled his lips reluctantly, but reluctantly stepped aside and pointed at Xia Tian and said, "His name is Xia Tian. He is a student of the same university as us, but he is 1 year younger than us. He is considered a junior." In fact, Yi Jiqiu didn't originally want to introduce Xia Tian to her best friend so early. However, now that things have come to this, and since we have already bumped into each other, I might as well introduce myself openly. "Oh, so you're a junior from the same school?" After hearing Yi Jiqiu's introduction, Zhao Nuanyuan nodded thoughtfully, and her mind involuntarily began to recall some things. A few seconds later, Zhao Nuanyuan suddenly had an idea, her eyes widened, and she was about to say something, but Yi Jiqiu, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, covered her mouth with his hand in the blink of an eye. "Xia Tian, I'm done eating. I'm going back to work first. I'll look for you when I get off work in the evening," Yi Jiqiu said to Xia Tian with a smile. Xia Tian also smiled and said, "Yeah, okay, see you tonight." Yi Jiqiu covered Zhao Nuanyuan's mouth, held her arm tightly, and quickly pulled her back to the company. After entering the company, she released her hand that was covering Zhao Nuanyuan's mouth without hesitation. Bah, hey, what are you doing? Your hands are all sweaty." Zhao Nuanyuan wiped her mouth vigorously and complained to Yi Jiqiu in dissatisfaction. Yi Jiqiu snorted softly and replied unhappily, "Humph. Who told you to talk nonsense?" After that, she strode towards her workstation without looking back. Seeing this, Zhao Nuanyuan quickly quickened her pace and caught up with him, not forgetting to continue teasing. "What's the matter? Isn't this little brother the one you have been thinking about and asking about everywhere when you were in college? Now that I've exposed you, do you feel embarrassed?" As he spoke, a playful smile appeared on his face. However, Yi Jiqiu chose to remain silent in response to Zhao Nuanyuan's words. She knew very well that if she responded to her at this moment, it would only arouse her best friend's strong curiosity. At the same time, Xia Tian had just walked out of Yi Zhiqiu's company. He got on his beloved electric scooter and drove home happily, because he was going to date the beautiful and charming senior schoolmate tonight. Considering that there is still plenty of time, and the recently released novel has performed well, all data are continuing to rise and the situation is very good. So Xia Tian decided to use the afternoon time at home to concentrate on writing, and he must seize this opportunity to write a wonderful story. After all, this is a critical moment that determines the success or failure of the work. If you accidentally mess it up, all previous efforts will be wasted. Thinking of this, Xia Tian couldn't help but cheer himself up secretly. He stepped on the accelerator and the electric scooter sped away in an instant. As soon as he entered the house, Xia Tian could not wait to go to the bathroom. He quickly took off his sweat-soaked clothes, turned on the shower head, and let the cool water wash over his tired body. With the impact of the water, the strong smell of sweat gradually dissipated, replaced by a fresh and pleasant scent. After taking a bath in summer, you feel refreshed and full of new vitality. He picked out a set of clean and tidy clothes from the closet and put them on. He walked briskly to the study, sat in front of the computer desk, and skillfully pressed the power button to start the computer. The moment the screen lit up, Xia Tian felt a surge of anticipation and excitement, because he would then enter his own creative world. After successfully logging into the author's backend, Xia Tian took a deep breath, adjusted his state, put his hands on the keyboard and prepared to start typing. At this moment, something wonderful happened. It was as if an invisible force surged into his heart, and his inspiration flowed out like a spring. So, I saw Xia Tian's fingers dancing quickly on the keyboard, making crackling sounds, and lines of wonderful words quickly appeared on the screen. Time passed minute by minute, and before I knew it, it was already past 4:30 in the afternoon. The whole afternoon passed very quickly in summer, but it was extremely fulfilling. In these few hours, he actually wrote 3 chapters in one go. Moreover, after writing each chapter, Xia Tian would check and revise it carefully and meticulously, not missing any detailed errors or logical loopholes. After repeated consideration and scrutiny, Xia Tian nodded contentedly after confirming that there were no problems with each chapter. Then, he carefully clicked the Save button to store these precious words as a draft. These manuscripts will be gradually released at the appropriate time to meet the readers. Chapter 32. What's different? Xia Tian stretched himself, carefully checked the chapter he had painstakingly coded in the afternoon, and clicked the Save button with satisfaction. He stood up and walked to the bathroom, turned on the faucet, splashed the cool water on his face, and immediately felt refreshed. After a simple wash, Xia Tian changed his clothes, took his keys and mobile phone, and prepared to go out to the senior sister's company. When he just walked downstairs, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Xia Tian took out his phone and saw that it was a WeChat message from Yi Zhiqiu. Xia Tian, it's so hot today. Just wait for me at home. I'll drive over to pick you up after get off work. In the summer, when you look up at the sky, the scorching sun is hanging high above your head and the heat waves are rolling in, which is really unbearable. So he quickly sent a WeChat message to Yi Zhiqiu. Okay, I'll wait for you at home. Remember to send me a WeChat message when you arrive, and I'll be down right away. After a while, Yi Zhiqiu's message came again. Yeah, my little boyfriend is really obedient, just wait patiently. Seeing this message, Xia Tian couldn't help but smile, and a sweet feeling arose in his heart. He turned around and walked back to the room. He had originally planned to use this time to type a few more words, but then he thought about how he had been working hard for an entire afternoon and how his waist and back ached from sitting for so long. Xia Tian hesitated for a long time, but finally decided to give up the idea of typing. He fell headfirst onto the bed, stretched out his limbs, and thoroughly enjoyed the comfort and pleasure of the moment. Then he picked up the phone beside his pillow and started browsing various interesting information and videos, intending to relax and wait for Yi Zhiqiu's arrival. Yi Zhiqiu lightly clicked the send button and sent a heartwarming WeChat message to Xia Tian. Then he put the phone aside and refocused his attention on the pile of densely packed drawings in front of him. She had just returned from the construction site she was in charge of, and at this moment she could still feel the scorching heat outside, as if her whole body was about to be melted. While she was carefully examining every detail on the drawing, she was secretly thinking that it would be better to wait until night to go out on such a hot day, and it would be better for her to pick up Xia Tian so that he would not have to suffer from going out in the scorching sun. At this moment, Zhao Nuanyuan's voice suddenly came, Zhiqiu, in the evening. However, before she could finish her words, Yi Zhiqiu seemed to have guessed what she was going to say and immediately responded, I don't have time to go shopping with you tonight. I'm going out on a date with my boyfriend. After dinner, I want to go home to be with the babies. Hearing this, Zhao Nuanyuan immediately became unhappy. She pouted her lips and complained with a wronged look on her face, "Humph. Yi Jiqiu, you are a person who treats the opposite sex with no humanity. You just found a boyfriend not long ago and you ignore my best friend like this." Yi Jiqiu looked at Zhao Nuanyuan's cute and angry look and couldn't help laughing. Then he said to her jokingly, "Oh, you are wrong. It was you who urged me to find a boyfriend. Now that I have found one, why are you blaming me?" Zhao Nuanyuan was speechless for a moment because of Yi Jiqiu's words. She could only stammer in retort, you. Finally, she sighed helplessly and said to herself, "If you don't want to accompany me shopping, forget it, I'll go shopping by myself." Suddenly, a flash of lightning seemed to flash through Zhao Nuanyuan's mind, and she instantly remembered something. She suddenly turned her head, staring at Yi Jiqiu with her big watery eyes, and said in a tender voice, "Jiqiu, can I?" However, before she could finish her words, Yi Jiqiu interrupted her in a categorical voice, "No, absolutely not." It was as if he had already guessed what Zhao Nuanyuan was going to say next. Hearing this, Zhao Nuanyuan was suddenly unhappy. Her cute cherry-like mouth curled up slightly and she uttered a dissatisfied humph. Then she kept muttering, "Stinky Jiqiu, what's there to hide? I'm not trying to steal her boyfriend, humph." Yi Jiqiu looked at her best friend with a wrong look on her face, and couldn't help but feel a little pity in her heart. So, she sighed softly, then leaned over, got close to Zhao Nuanyuan, and coaxed her softly, Okay, my dear Nuanyuan, don't be angry. You know, I've only been with Xia Tian for a short time." After a pause, Yi Jiqiu continued to explain, "Also, there are still some things between us that we haven't made clear to Xia Tian yet. So, can you give me a little more time? I'll explain all these things to Xia Tian later, and I'll take you with me every time I go on a date. Is that okay?" "Ah, you didn't tell that person that you have a child?" Zhao Nuanyuan asked in surprise. Yi Jiqiu nodded slightly to show her agreement, and responded softly, "Well, I haven't mentioned this matter to him yet." There was a hint of hesitation and uneasiness in her tone. Hearing this, Zhao Nuanyuan's face showed surprise, and she couldn't help but blurt out, "Ah. I originally thought that you had already told him this important matter before you confirmed your relationship." Zhao Nuanyuan then said with emotion, "I thought that since this guy looks so nice, he should be able to calmly accept the fact that you have a child." At this time, Yi Jiqiu quickly put his finger to his mouth, made a silent gesture, and lowered his voice to Zhao Nuanyuan's ear and whispered, "Shoo. Be quiet, don't forget, no one in the company knows that I have a child." After hearing Yi Jiqiu's reminder, Zhao Nuanyuan looked around nervously, then took a long breath and said thankfully, Fortunately, there is no one around at the moment. But Jiqiu, you can't keep this a secret forever, right? If you really want to marry this junior, you should tell him the truth as soon as possible." Zhao Nuanyuan paused, her expression turned serious, and she continued, "If he can really accept the fact that you have a child, then you can naturally continue to develop your relationship smoothly. But if this junior fellow student can't accept this situation, then there's no need to force each other and continue wasting time and feelings." After saying that, she looked at Yi Jiqiu seriously, waiting for his reaction. "Alas, Nuanyuan, there are some things you don't know. Xia Tian is different from other people. I'm thinking about how to tell him," Yi Jiqiu said with a sigh. Yi Jiqiu's words confused Zhao Nuanyuan. Different, what's different? Chapter 33. No need to pay? Well, it's really inconvenient for me to tell you now. You'll understand it naturally after a while. Anyway, he is completely different from other men," Yi Jiqiu explained to Zhao Nuanyuan beside him in a somewhat mysterious manner. Hearing this, Zhao Nuanyuan's curiosity was instantly aroused, but seeing Yi Jiqiu's serious look, she could only nod and respond, "Well, okay. Since you said so, I won't ask any more questions." Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it is 5 o'clock in the afternoon, which means the end of a day's work. Yi Jiqiu and Zhao Nuanyuan stood up at the same time, packed their things, and walked towards the company gate side by side. At this time, Zhao Nuanyuan suddenly said to Yi Jiqiu, "Jiqiu, since you are going on a date, I will go to your house to help you take care of the children. Take a look at my godson and goddaughter, and help take care of them." After saying this, she blinked mischievously. Yi Jiqiu smiled and responded, "Oh, it's okay, Aunt Wang is taking care of the children at home. You don't have to go out of your way to take care of the children, just relax and go out for some fun." However, Zhao Nuanyuan shook her head and insisted, I just don't have anything to do today, and I haven't seen my lovely godson and goddaughter for several days." As she spoke, a happy smile broke out on her face. Seeing this, Yi Jiqiu nodded helplessly and agreed with a smile, Okay, then I'll send a message to Aunt Wang and ask her to prepare an extra dinner for you." Wow, that's great. Aunt Wang's cooking is super delicious. I like her dishes the most. Zhao Nuanyuan was as excited as a child and couldn't help cheering. The two walked into the underground garage side by side, and the air was filled with a faint smell of car exhaust. Under the dim light, they each walked towards their own vehicles. Zhao Nuanyuan gracefully got into her contrasting BMW Mini. After starting the engine, the car sped out like an arrow and headed towards Yi Zhiqiu's house. On the other side, Yi Zhiqiu elegantly sat in the driver's seat, fastened her seatbelt, and lightly stepped on the accelerator. The white car she was driving slowly drove out of the garage, heading directly for Xia Tian's rental house. Yi Zhiqiu's company is not far from Xia Tian's rental house, just a few minutes' drive. When Yi Zhiqiu skillfully controlled the steering wheel and parked the car steadily downstairs of Xia Tian's rental house, she took out her cell phone and quickly sent a WeChat message to Xia Tian, "My little boyfriend, I'm downstairs." At this moment, Xia was lying lazily on the bed, concentrating on playing games on his mobile phone. When he heard the notification sound on his cell phone, he casually glanced at the screen. When he saw that it was a message from Yi Zhiqiu, a bright smile immediately broke out on his face. He quickly put down the phone in his hand, tapped his fingers quickly on the keyboard, and replied, I'm coming, senior sister, I'm coming down." After sending the message, Xia Tian jumped out of the bed, put on a coat, and ran out the door in a hurry. He walked briskly downstairs. As soon as he walked out of the corridor, Xia Tian's eyes were attracted by the familiar white car not far away. He quickened his pace excitedly, ran to the front of the car, reached out to open the passenger door, and sat down. "Let's go. Senior, let's go eat something today." Xia Tian had just sat down when he couldn't wait to turn his head to look at Yi Zhiqiu beside him, his eyes full of anticipation. Yi Zhiqiu smiled slightly, with the corners of her mouth raised into a charming arc. She said softly, "Tonight, I will take you to a private restaurant to try some food. I used to go there with my bestie. Not only are the dishes there diverse, but each one is delicious." After saying that, Yi Zhiqiu gently stepped on the accelerator and the car started slowly. Not long after, Yi Zhiqiu brought Xia Tian to the door of a restaurant. This restaurant is decorated in an antique style and is full of charm. It is located on the shore of the beautiful East Lake in Hangzhou, not far from the world-famous Linghui Temple. Yi Zhiqiu gently pushed open the door, and the bell hanging on the door immediately made a clear and pleasant sound, dingling. Dingling, as if playing a cheerful welcoming song. "Hello, welcome to Tsalu for dinner." A waiter came up to them with a smile on his face, greeted them warmly, and very considerately guided them to a seat. "This seat is right next to the window, and you can enjoy the beautiful scenery of East Lake." At this moment, night falls and the lights come on. The East Lake looks even more charming under the moonlight and lights. The sparkling lake surface is like a huge mirror, reflecting the bright lights on the shore. The mountains in the distance are looming, like a mysterious and beautiful ink painting. Xia Tian couldn't help but whisper to Yi Zhiqiu beside him, "Senior, this restaurant looks so high-end, the cost must be quite high, right?" There was a hint of worry in his tone. Yi Zhiqiu smiled slightly, first picked up the teapot gracefully, and filled Xia Tian with a cup of steaming hot tea. Then she replied in her gentle voice, "Well, the price here is indeed not cheap." Seeing Xia Tian's slightly nervous expression, she immediately added, "But don't worry, we don't have to pay for our meal here today, I'll just sign the bill." "Ah, no need to pay, just sign the bill?" Xia Tian widened his eyes, looking confused and puzzled. He recognized these words, of course, but when they were put together, he was puzzled. Yi Zhiqiu, who was standing by, saw Xia Tian's confused look and couldn't help but burst out laughing. She quickly covered her mouth with her hands to avoid laughing too exaggeratedly, but the smile that could not be concealed still appeared between the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. After calming down a bit, Yi Zhiqiu smiled and explained to Xia Tian, "The owner of this restaurant is a good friend of my mother. My mother gave me a membership card of theirs, and I am the highest level member here." After saying this, she proudly raised the exquisite card in her hand. Then, Yi Zhiqiu added, "So, we don't need to pay for our meals here, just order your dishes with confidence." After saying that, he gave Xia Tian a playful look, indicating that he should not have any concerns. After listening to Yi Zhiqiu's words, Xia Tian suddenly realized and nodded, indicating that he understood the reason. So, the two of them turned their attention to the menu and began to carefully select their favorite dishes. Not long after, the two of them successfully completed the ordering. Yi Zhiqiu raised his head and shouted to the waiter not far away, "Hello, order food." The waiter who had been waiting nearby heard the call and quickly walked to the table with light steps. He asked with a professional smile on his face, "What would you like to order?" Yi Zhiqiu listed a series of dishes in an orderly manner. First, order an abalone roast chicken, then an exploding cheese pancake, and an osmanthus stuffed cherry tomato, plus an order of stir-fried marbled beef, and finally, don't forget to give us 2 cups of handmade lemon tea. The waiter listened carefully to Yi Zhiqiu's order and quickly wrote it down in a notebook with a pen. After all the records were completed, the waiter nodded politely to Yi Zhiqiu and Xia Tian, said please wait a moment, then turned and walked towards the kitchen to prepare to place the order and arrange for the serving of the dishes. Chapter 34 I will do my best to marry my senior sister. Xia Tian and Yi Zhiqiu sat opposite each other, with 2 cups of steaming hot tea in front of them. They sipped their tea leisurely, their eyes attracted by the charming night view of East Lake outside the window. At this moment, the restaurant is filled with a quiet and peaceful atmosphere, which makes people feel happy. After a while, Xia Tian put down the teacup in his hand, took a sip, turned to look at the beautiful Yi Zhiqiu beside him, and asked curiously, "Senior sister, I wonder what your mother does for a living? It's amazing that she can become friends with the owner of such a high-end restaurant." After saying that, he picked up the teacup and took another sip, looking at Yi Zhiqiu with anticipation in his eyes. Yi Zhiqiu raised his hand gracefully, picked up the cup lid, blew away the hot steam on the surface, and then took a sip of the fragrant tea. Then, she slowly put the cup back on the table and replied in a soft voice, "My mother is a well-respected professor at Capital University. As for the owner of this restaurant, she is my mother's close friend since childhood." At this point, Yi Zhiqiu seemed to recall some past events. He paused for a moment and then added, "And the 2 of them can be said to be best friends who grew up together in the true sense." After hearing this, Xia Tian nodded thoughtfully, indicating that he understood the reason. Then, he showed an expression of sudden enlightenment on his face, and smiled and exclaimed, "I see. No wonder you are not only gentle and elegant, but also have outstanding academic performance. I think this is all due to the good family environment. After all, with a mother who is a university professor, she will naturally cultivate outstanding talents like you." As he said this, Xia Tian couldn't help but give Yi Zhiqiu a thumbs up. At this moment, Xia Tian seemed to suddenly think of something interesting. He raised a mischievous smile and continued to joke, "Hee, so my future mother-in-law is actually a highly respected university professor. It seems that I have to perform better in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, he deliberately winked at Yi Zhiqiu. Hearing Xia Tian openly calling his mother-in-law, Yi Zhiqiu's pretty face instantly flushed, as tempting and lovely as a ripe apple. She glared at Xia Tian coquettishly and said unhappily, "Oh, you are such a shameless person. You haven't even started dating yet and you're already calling me mother-in-law. Humph." Although he complained like this, Yi Zhiqiu was not really angry in his heart. Instead, he felt a little sweet because of Xia Tian's frankness and humor. He. Senior sister is so outstanding, beautiful and intelligent. To be able to be my girlfriend is simply a blessing that I have cultivated for several lifetimes. No matter what, even if it requires me to use all my strength, even if I have to go through fire and water, I will not hesitate. I must marry senior sister home. In that case, the senior sister's mother will become my future mother-in-law," Xia Tian said incessantly while smiling happily. Hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu couldn't help but snort coquettishly, but the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing an imperceptible smile. She then added, "My family doesn't particularly value family conditions, but what my parents care about most is how my future husband will treat me." After that, Yi Zhiqiu blinked mischievously, with a happy smile on his face, and continued, "So, if you really want to marry me home, you have to treat me well and do everything you can to make me happy. You can only get this opportunity if you please me first." After saying that, she made a face at Xia Tian. Seeing this, Xia Tian immediately patted his chest and assured, "That's a must. Don't worry, senior sister, I will definitely pamper you like my own daughter." His eyes were extremely determined, as if he had already seen their bright future. Just then, a waiter pushed an exquisite dining cart slowly towards them. As the dining car got closer, you could clearly see the delicious dishes on it, which were both delicious and eye-catching. The first thing that catches your eye is the fragrant abalone roast chicken. The perfect combination of tender and juicy chicken and delicious and chewy abalone is mouth-watering. There is also the golden and crispy cheesecake that bursts with juice when you bite it, and the rich milky aroma spreads instantly. Look at the tempting osmanthus stuffed tomatoes, which are like crystal clear gems dotted around. The last dish is the fragrant stir-fried marbled beef. The meat is tender and smooth, and paired with various spices, it is even more appetizing. These delicacies placed on the table look like exquisite works of art, exuding charming charm, which aroused the appetite of Xia Tian and Yi Zhiqiu. "Wow, this looks so tempting. Just looking at it makes me salivate. It really deserves to be such a high-end restaurant. Xiao Tian exclaimed in surprise and delight, his eyes fixed on the exquisite dishes on the table, as if they were the most precious treasures in the world. He. In that case, let's not waste time and get started. Come on, cheers. Yi Jiqiu smiled playfully, and while speaking, he elegantly picked up the lemon tea in front of him and raised it slightly towards Xiao Tian. Seeing this, Xiao Tian also hurriedly picked up his lemon tea and gently touched the cup in Yi Jiqiu's hand. Then, the two of them couldn't wait to pick up their chopsticks and prepare to feast on the food. Xiao Tian very considerately picked out a golden and fragrant chicken leg from the plate, carefully broke it off, and gently placed it in Yi Jiqiu's bowl. He smiled and said to her, "Senior sister, try this chicken leg, it must taste great." Yi Jiqiu smiled slightly, and unceremoniously stretched out her fair and tender little hand, gently pinched the chicken leg, and then slowly put it into the small and cute cherry-like mouth. With a slight crunch sound, she gently took a small bite of the chicken and chewed it carefully. After a moment, her beautiful eyes lit up and she praised incoherently, "Well, this chicken is really tasty, and the meat is tender and juicy, not tough or dry at all, it's delicious." Hearing Yi Jiqiu's praise, Xiao Tian felt very happy, with a simple and satisfied smile on his face, nodding repeatedly and saying, "Hee, as long as senior sister likes it. Then I will start eating quickly." After saying that, he picked up a piece of fragrant beef, put it in his mouth, and started chewing it with big mouthfuls. At the same time, he did not forget to chat with Yi Jiqiu in a casual manner. The whole scene seemed particularly warm and harmonious. Chapter 35. If we are destined to be separated, what is the meaning of meeting? After enjoying a sumptuous dinner, Xiao Tian and Yi Jiqiu decided to go for a walk along the East Lake to digest the food and appreciate the enchanting scenery of the East Lake. East Lake is like a shining pearl inlaid in the city. It is not only large in scale, but also carries many stories with a long history. Whenever night falls, especially at this time, the East Lake is always crowded and bustling. Residents from all corners of Hangzhou gathered here, including spirited old men and women, who were either dancing by the lake or sitting together, concentrating on playing chess. There were also some young couples who stayed together, whispering their hearts out to each other. Xiao Tian and Yi Jiqiu walked slowly forward shoulder to shoulder. His restless hand was like a naughty kitten, quietly and little by little approaching Yi Jiqiu's soft little hand. Yi Jiqiu soon noticed this subtle movement. She could clearly feel her little hand being gradually and tightly held by Xiao Tian. In an instant, a blush quietly crept up her fair cheeks, but she did not struggle, but acquiesced to Xiao Tian's slightly intimate behavior. Yi Jiqiu tried to calm his nervous and flustered heart, and then said softly, "Xiao Tian, if we really get married one day in the future, do you prefer us to have a lovely son or a well-behaved daughter?" Hearing this, Xiao Tian couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a gentle smile, and responded, "For me, whether it is a son or a daughter, I will love them equally. But if I have to make a choice, I would probably prefer a daughter more. It would be best if we could welcome a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. Wouldn't it be a great joy in life to have both a son and a daughter?" Ha 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 ha. After hearing this, Yi Jiqiu's cheeks became even more rosy. She lowered her head and murmured in a slightly shy voice, "Then why do you prefer your daughter?" "Because, if we have a daughter in the future, she will definitely be as beautiful, cute, gentle and generous as you. Just imagine how happy it would be to have such a well-behaved and lovely little princess running around the house," Xiao Tian said with a bright smile on his face. "But what if we have a son? He might be a little troublemaker, causing trouble all day long and giving us a lot of headaches. Besides, when he grows up, if he is seduced by another girl, then we will have to stay alone at home," Xiao Tian said, making a pitiful look. Hearing this, Yi Jiqiu couldn't help but frown and asked doubtfully, "If we have a daughter, won't she get married sooner or later? Then won't we still be alone at home?" Xiao Tian quickly waved his hands and denied, "No, no, no. That's not the same. My daughter is a caring little cotton-padded jacket. Even if she gets married, as long as she lives closer, she can come back to visit us two old guys often. Maybe he will come back with his son-in-law and grandson. It will be so lively and nice." When he said this, Xiao Tian's face was full of longing and expectation for a better life in the future. Yi Jiqiu listened quietly to Xiao Tian's description, and couldn't help but imagine a series of warm and beautiful pictures in his mind. Imagine that when you and Xiao Tian are old and gray, you will be surrounded by filial children and lovely grandchildren. Just thinking about that kind of family happiness makes you smile. Thinking of this, Yi Jiqiu pondered in his heart, if Xiao Tian knew that he actually had a pair of twins, I wonder what kind of surprise and panic would happen to her. As soon as this thought came to her mind, even she found it a little funny. At this moment, a sly smile suddenly appeared on Xia Tian's handsome face, and then he came closer quickly like a nimble monkey. The pair of bright and curious eyes stared at the senior sister in front of him and asked, "Senior sister, why did you suddenly think of asking me such a question?" Hearing Xia Tian's question, Yi Zhiqiu's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Her fair cheeks instantly flushed and her eyes became a little flustered. However, she still pretended to be calm and replied, "Ah. Actually, it's nothing, it's just that this thought suddenly flashed through my mind, so I just asked casually, hee." While speaking, Yi Zhiqiu did not forget to reveal a sweet smile, trying to hide his inner nervousness. However, Xia Tian was not so easy to fool. He keenly noticed that Yi Zhiqiu's reaction seemed a little strange, and thought to himself, this senior sister is definitely not just asking casually like she said, but what is the specific reason? For a moment, Xia Tian couldn't figure it out. Since he couldn't figure it out, he simply gave up thinking about it. It happened in a flash. While Xia Tian was still thinking, he suddenly had an idea and suddenly hugged Yi Zhiqiu's slender and soft waist from behind. Then, he put his lips close to Yi Zhiqiu's crystal clear ear and whispered in a teasing tone, "Hey, what's the matter, senior sister, do you want to give birth to a baby for me?" Yi Zhiqiu was frightened by Xia Tian's sudden action. At this moment, he felt his face was as red as a ripe apple. She struggled gently to get rid of Xia Tian's embrace and said coquettishly, "Humph. Who wants to give birth to a baby for you? You are such a shameless guy. Lul yulu." After saying that, Yi Zhiqiu struggled to break free from Xia Tian's embrace, then turned around to face Xia Tian, put her hands on her hips, and continued coquettishly, "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will punish you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zhiqiu made a cute face at Xia Tian, then let out a laugh as clear as a silver bell, turned around and ran forward happily. In the hot summer, the sun burns the earth like a flame, and the heat wave rolls in. Xia Tian stood quietly there, his eyes closely following the figure running forward as lightly as a deer Yi Zhiqiu. Her long flowing hair fluttering in the wind looks like a beautiful painting. Looking at Yi Zhiqiu's receding back, Xia Tian's mouth corners involuntarily rose, outlining a gentle and sweet smile. Although the future was full of unknowns and uncertainties, and he did not know for sure whether he could eventually marry Yi Zhiqiu and bring her home as his lifelong partner, at this moment, he truly felt his heart filled with happiness. As his thoughts drifted, Xia Tian suddenly recalled a sentence he had accidentally seen on the internet: "If we are destined to separate, what is the meaning of meeting each other?" This question flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning, causing him to fall into deep thought. However, after a moment, the answer seemed to become clear. He whispered softly, "Perhaps the meaning of meeting is that the me who has changed because of you will always accompany you instead of you." Chapter 36, Hug and Kiss in the Car. The two of them strolled leisurely along the bank of East Lake. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Yi Zhiqiu subconsciously raised his wrist to glance at his watch, and whispered to Xia Tian beside him, "Xia Tian, it's getting late, we should go back. We have to go to work tomorrow, and you are so tired delivering food during the day, it's better to go home and rest early." Xia Tian smiled and nodded, expressing his agreement, and responded, "Okay, let's go back." After saying that, the two held hands tightly without letting go and walked slowly towards the parking lot together. Soon, they arrived at the parking lot. Yi Zhiqiu got into the car skillfully and sat in the driver's seat. Xia Tian opened the passenger door briskly and sat in elegantly. When everything was ready, Yi Zhiqiu lightly stepped on the accelerator and started the car. The vehicle drove smoothly out of the parking lot and sped along the road towards the cottage that we rented in the summer. At this moment, the night view of the city outside the car window is like a colorful painting, receding as the car moves forward. The bright lights, bustling crowds, and endless stream of vehicles together constitute the unique charm of this city at night. Not long after, the car drove smoothly into the residential area where Xia Tian rented a house. Finally, the car stopped steadily at the designated location downstairs. At this time, Yi Zhiqiu turned around and said to Xia Tian gently, "We're here, Xia Tian." Hearing Yi Zhiqiu's words, Xia Tian just responded softly, "Hmm." However, his bright and deep eyes always gazed at Yi Zhiqiu with deep affection, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, outlining a slightly cunning smirk. Facing Xia Tian's fiery and direct gaze, Yi Zhiqiu couldn't help but feel his cheeks getting hot, and instantly a faint blush appeared on them. After all, how could she not understand what Xia Tian was thinking at this moment? Yi Zhiqiu's pink little mouth pouted slightly, like a delicate and juicy cherry. She slowly moved her little face close to Xia Tian, her eyes full of shyness and expectation, wanting to gently leave a sweet kiss on Xia Tian's handsome face. However, just as she was about to touch Xia Tian's cheek, Xia Tian suddenly turned his head as if he had telepathy. In an instant, their eyes met, and time seemed to stand still at this moment. Then, Xia Tian put his arms around Yi Jiqiu's slender waist without hesitation, and gently lifted her chin with his other hand. Then he leaned forward and kissed Yi Jiqiu's tempting cherry lips accurately. The kiss came so suddenly, yet so passionate and affectionate. Xia Tian hugged Yi Jiqiu tightly, his lips were as hot as burning flames, greedily sucking the fragrance from Yi Jiqiu's mouth. Yi Jiqiu was a little surprised at first, but soon she was immersed in Xia Tian's enthusiasm. She slowly closed her eyes, and her hands involuntarily climbed up Xia Tian's neck, responding to Xia Tian's love to her heart's content. The two of them hugged each other tightly, enjoying this wonderful moment as if no one was around. Their heartbeats were like the drums in a symphony, intense and in sync. Their breathing intertwined to form a romantic piece of music. Just then, an untimely cough suddenly came from outside the car window. Cough, cough, cough. The sound was like a thunder, breaking the originally charming atmosphere in the car. Xia Tian and Yi Jiqiu were startled by the sudden noise, and they separated quickly as if they had been electrocuted. Yi Jiqiu's pretty face turned red in an instant, like a ripe apple. She lowered her head and leaned shyly on the steering wheel, not daring to raise her head to look at Xia Tian. Xia Tian felt a surge of anger in his heart, and cursed inwardly, "Who is this ignorant guy messing around here?" With a feeling of unhappiness in his heart, he turned his head and looked out the window. He saw a man standing outside the window, looking at them in the car with a smirk on his face. This man was none other than Xia Tian's good brother Lin Nan. Seeing Lin Nan's smiling face, Xia Tian was even more furious. He turned around and said to Yi Jiqiu softly, "Senior sister, it's that bastard Lin Nan, let's ignore him, you go back first." Then he opened the passenger door and got out of the car. Upon hearing this, Yi Jiqiu nodded gently and uttered a mosquito-like "hmm." Then, she started the car and slowly drove away from the scene, leaving Xia Tian alone facing Lin Nan outside the car window. After watching Yi Jiqiu driving farther and farther away until he disappeared from his sight, Xia Tian slowly turned around and cast his gaze towards his good brother who was standing upright beside him. He raised his eyebrows slightly, the corners of his mouth turned up, and asked with a slightly puzzled and dissatisfied tone, "Hey, my dear grandson, why did you suddenly come here today? You didn't even tell me before you came." Lin Nan shrugged helplessly, then grinned and said to Xia Tian, "Oh, my dear son, please don't wrongly accuse your old father. Look at your WeChat, I have sent you several messages." Hearing this, Xia Tian quickly took out his mobile phone from his trouser pocket, quickly unlocked the screen and clicked on the WeChat interface to check. Sure enough, there were 4 or 5 unread messages from Lin Nan displayed on it. It turned out that he was strolling with Yi Jiqiu by the East Lake at that time and had not even had time to look at his mobile phone. Okay, I was wrong about you. I was indeed busy at the time, so I didn't pay attention to the message on the phone. Xia Tian scratched his head slightly embarrassedly and quickly apologized to Lin Nan. At this moment, a sly smile suddenly appeared on Lin Nan's face. He moved closer to Xia Tian and lowered his voice to jokingly say, My goodness, I didn't expect that you could successfully win the heart of our school's most beautiful senior without making any noise. It's such a great thing, but you didn't even say a word. It's really not nice of you." Faced with Lin Nan's teasing, Xia Tian couldn't help but blush slightly, but soon returned to normal. He coughed twice and explained casually, "Ahem. Actually, we have just confirmed our relationship not long ago." Okay, let's not talk about this for now. By the way, what important matter is it that made you come to see me today? After saying that, Xia Tian cleverly changed the subject. Lin Nan curled his lips slightly and muttered nonchalantly, "What's the matter?" "It's because I haven't seen you for several days. I sent you a WeChat message, but you didn't reply for a long time. So I came here specially to check and see if you are still alive." At this point, he suddenly revealed a sly smile, and continued, "Who would have thought that as soon as I arrived, I saw you and that famous school beauty in the car, hee." As Lin Nan spoke, he let out a wicked laugh that made people think of something else. Xia Tian rolled his eyes in annoyance, staring at the brother in front of him with a wretched face, and said unhappily, "Come on, stop thinking about it. Since you have seen it with your own eyes, why don't I just stand in front of you? You have seen the person, so you can go back with peace of mind now." However, Lin Nan was not moved at all. Instead, he came forward with a playful smile and said, "Hey, don't rush to chase me away. It's not easy for me to come all the way here, and I just happened to see you successfully woo the school beauty. Such a happy event, we have to celebrate it properly no matter what. How about this, you treat us to a delicious midnight snack tonight? After saying that, he looked at Xia Tian with expectant eyes. After hearing this, Xia Tian sighed helplessly and compromised. I'm really impressed by you. Okay, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spend money to treat my great-grandson to a midnight snack. Before he finished speaking, he turned and walked towards Lin Nan's car parked nearby, opened the passenger door, and sat in steadily. Hearing this, Lin Nan was not angry. Instead, he smiled happily, walked quickly to the driver's seat, opened the door and got in the car. At this moment, he was happily thinking about how he would give Xia Tian a big meal later. Chapter 37 What is it that's simple? On a summer night, the breeze was blowing gently, bringing a hint of heat. Xia Tian sat leisurely in Lin Nan's comfortable car, nimbly opened the screen of his mobile phone with his fingers, quickly found Yi Zhiqiu's chat window, edited and sent a WeChat message. Senior, Lin Nan and I are going out for a midnight snack. Lin Nan, who was concentrating on driving the car, heard the sound of Xia Tian sending a WeChat message. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a playful smile, and he teased, "Hey, now I go out for a midnight snack and I have to report to my girlfriend? Zzz. He shook his head gently as he spoke, and seemed to find Xia Tian's behavior very interesting. Hearing this, Xia Tian immediately sat up straight and retorted seriously, "Humph, what do you know? This is not a simple report, but a kind of respect. When two people get along with each other, they should be honest with each other and not hide anything from each other. Only in this way can the relationship develop stably and long term." After saying this, Xia Tian's face was filled with confidence and determination. However, Lin Nan did not intend to give up and continued to tease, "Oh my, it's over. My eldest son has turned into a complete love-brained person. It's really worrying. Alas." As he said this, he pretended to sigh deeply. Facing Lin Nan's teasing, Xia Tian showed no weakness and responded with disdain, "Tsk. You're a single dog, do you know what love is?" This sentence successfully left Lin Nan speechless for a moment. After a while, Lin Nan recovered a little and launched an attack again, "Tsk. You're a newbie who's in love for the first time, and you're still a virgin. I guess you don't even know that kind of wonderful feeling. He deliberately dragged out the last word, with a hint of cunning in his eyes. Xia Tian was about to argue and shouted, "I'm not." But when the words came to his lips, he suddenly realized that some things were difficult to explain clearly, so he swallowed the rest of the words back and chose to keep silent. He just turned his head silently and looked out the window, no longer paying attention to Lin Nan's provocation. "Hey, didn't you say before that you were just an ordinary junior? Why are you two together now?" Lin Nan questioned Xia Tian with a puzzled look on his face, his eyes revealing a hint of confusion and surprise. Hearing Lin Nan's question, Xia Tian frowned slightly, and after a moment of thoughtful silence, he spoke, "Well, this has to start from that midnight snack." His voice was low and slow, as if he was lost in memories. "That night at supper, after you left first, everyone drank a lot of wine, and I was even drunk and unconscious. Later, it was the senior sister who offered to take me home." Xia Tian leisurely recounted the scene at that time, with a faint smile unconsciously appearing on his face. "I'll send you back, and then the two of you will hit it off immediately?" Lin Nan couldn't wait to ask, with a gossipy gleam in his eyes. "That's not true, it's not that exaggerated." Xia Tian rolled his eyes at Lin Nan and continued, "When I woke up the next day, I found myself already at home. Thinking back to how my senior sister took care of me the night before, I felt very grateful, so I thought of sending her a WeChat message to thank her." "Then what? Tell me quickly," Lin Nan urged anxiously. "Then the senior sister replied to me that words alone are not enough. When I saw this, my head was hot and I didn't know why I replied as if possessed by a ghost, 'Then I will pledge my love to you.'" Xia Tian scratched his head a little embarrassedly, but couldn't help but smile. "Oh, you are so bold. How did the senior sister respond?" Lin Nan widened his eyes and stared at Xia Tian. At this time, Xia Tian deliberately kept the conversation a secret and stopped talking. Seeing this, Lin Nan stamped his feet anxiously and shouted, "What's the result? Tell me now. Can you stop keeping me in suspense?" Xia Tian looked at Lin Nan's anxious look and finally couldn't help laughing. Don't be anxious. In the end, the senior sister actually replied, "That's not impossible." Just like that, our relationship suddenly became subtle, and slowly we came together. After saying this, Xia Tian's face was filled with a happy smile. "Fuck, that's it? It's only been a few days, and you caught up with me so easily?" Lin Nan's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief, and his mouth opened so wide that it seemed as if an egg could be stuffed in. Oh my. Oh my god. If I had known that this girl was so easy to woo, I would have made a decisive move when I was in college. Lin Nan slapped his forehead with his hand and muttered in regret. He looked like a greedy man who missed the treasure. Seeing this, Xia Tian curled his lips in disdain and snorted, "Humph. That's because senior sister has had me in her heart for a long time, okay? Unlike you, even if you start chasing senior sister since she was a baby, it's probably a waste of effort. There's no hope of catching up with her at all. TSK. Stop being so smug here. Didn't I tell you at that time that the senior sister was obviously coming for you and was interested in you, but you just didn't believe it? How about now? Was I right?" Lin Nan glanced at Xia Tian and said sourly. After hearing this, Xia Tian couldn't help but lower his head and muttered to himself, "How would I know this? You know my situation well. I have nothing. I am just a poor boy with nothing." His voice became lower and lower, and he seemed to feel a little inferior about his condition. "Oh, alright. You're awesome, alright. Now that you've got the beauty, then cherish this opportunity and work hard. Try to let me drink in your and senior's wedding wine as soon as possible." Lin Nan patted Xia Tian's shoulder gently and gave him earnest advice. Xia Tian raised her head slightly, revealing a shy but happy smile on her face, and replied softly, "Well, thank you for your blessing. I'll lend you this blessing, but you have to be my best man when the time comes." The two drove slowly towards the late-night snack shop they often went to. The car stopped steadily in front of the store. The two men pushed open the door and walked into the store with brisk steps. As soon as they entered the store, they shouted to the boss enthusiastically, "Uncle Wang, as usual, serve us the food quickly." Uncle Wang, the owner of the busy late-night snack shop, looked up when he heard the voice, and immediately smiled amiably. He responded, "Okay, wait a moment, both of you. Find a place to sit down first, and I'll grill the skewers for you. The beer is in the freezer over there, you can just take it." The two of them found a seat by the window as instructed. Just as they sat down, Xia Tian's phone, which had been placed on the table, suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was a WeChat message from Yi Jiqiu. The screen showed, "Okay, I'm home. You should drink less tonight, don't get drunk, remember to go home early, and don't forget to send me a message to let me know you're safe when you get home." Looking at this message full of care and love, Xia Tian's mouth corners unconsciously rose, revealing a happy smile. He quickly typed a reply on the keyboard, "Yes, okay, senior sister. Don't worry, I will pay attention. You should also go to bed early." After clicking send, Yi Jiqiu sent a message back in a short while, "Yeah, okay, I'll go to sleep first. If there's anything you need help with or you want to talk to me, you can call me anytime, Mua love you, good night." Seeing this, Xia Tian's heart was instantly flooded with a torrent of sweetness, as if the whole world had turned into a colorful candy house. His originally calm heart seemed to be thrown into a sweet bomb, stirring up ripples of happiness. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise into a big arc, and his face was filled with joy that was difficult to conceal. He could not wait to type on the keyboard and quickly replied, "Yeah, love you. Good night." At this moment, Lin Nan, who was standing by, caught a glimpse of this conversation and couldn't help but let out a teasing laugh, saying, Yo, you two are really being affectionate. And you still say I love you. Oh my goosebumps are almost all over the floor." After saying that, he rubbed his arms exaggeratedly, as if he was really stimulated by the strong love. However, Xia Tian didn't take his friend's teasing seriously at all. Instead, he smugly replied, "You are just jealous of me because the grapes are sour." As he spoke, he winked at Lin Nan, his eyes full of boasting and pride. Hearing this, Lin Nan was not happy. He immediately straightened up, raised his chin, put on a self-important look, and said loudly, "TSK. Don't try to be so pretentious. Who would envy you? Look at my handsome appearance. As long as I wave my hand, those girls will flock to me like bees seeing nectar." As he spoke, he deliberately shook his hair and made a pose that he thought was charming, attracting the attention of people around him. Chapter 38 Lin Nan's White Moonlight. In the hot summer, the heat wave rolls in, as if to swallow up the entire city. However, in front of a small barbecue stall on the street, Xia Tian and Lin Nan were sitting leisurely, enjoying delicious skewers and ice-cold cola. Unlike usual, they did not choose to drink today. At the beginning, Lin Nan planned to get a few bottles of cold beer to liven up the party, but Xia Tian refused without hesitation. Xia Tian said seriously, "Anan, you still have to drive today. We can't take the risk of drunk driving, and I have already promised my senior sister that I will not drink anymore." After hearing this, Lin Nan smiled slightly and shrugged, indicating that it didn't matter. He thought, if that's the case, then drinking some Coke would be nice too. So, the two of them happily raised their Coke cups and clinked them together, making a crisp sound. At this moment, Xia Tian suddenly put down the cup in his hand, looked at Lin Nan with complicated eyes, and murmured softly, "And Nan, it's been so many years, can't you let her go in your heart?" Hearing Xia Tian's words, Lin Nan couldn't help but be slightly startled, and his thoughts were instantly pulled back to that youthful and beautiful time. Back then, Lin Nan came from a wealthy family and had a handsome appearance. He was truly tall, rich, and handsome. So soon after entering university, he started dating smoothly. His girlfriend was a senior student 2 years older than him. At that time, Lin Nan had just entered college, while the senior student was already in her junior year. Speaking of this senior, she was not only outstanding in appearance and beautiful, but also the president of the school's literature and art club at that time. She is good at singing and dancing, and she always shines on the stage, attracting everyone's attention. Although she is not a school beauty, her fair skin and pretty face are by no means comparable to those of ordinary girls. Lin Nan tilted his head back and took a big gulp of ice cola. The cool and stimulating liquid slid down his throat, but his heart was still burning as if it was being roasted by fire. His eyes were a little blurry, and he muttered, "I thought I had forgotten her completely, but every time the sky gradually darkened and everything was quiet, her bright smiling face would break into my dreams without any warning." Seeing this, Xia Tian, who was standing by, gently patted Lin Nan on the shoulder and advised earnestly, "Brother, it's been so long, it's time to let it go. For the past 4 years, you have been stuck in this relationship and can't get out of it. Do you really want to live like this for the rest of your life? It's time to start a new life." Hearing this, Lin Nan couldn't help but sigh heavily. That sigh seemed to carry 1,000-pound weight, making it hard to breathe. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and his thoughts gradually drifted back to that distant early autumn night. At that time, Jiang Yan was still a girl full of vitality and vigor, like the first ray of sunshine that penetrated the mist in the early morning, warm and dazzling. I remember that on the eve of the freshman welcome party that year, the originally scheduled host was unable to go on stage due to an emergency. Just when everyone was getting anxious, Jiang Yan accidentally learned that Lin Nan had experience as a host in high school, and with his outstanding appearance and magnetic voice, he was born for the stage. So, with the mentality of giving it a try, Jiang Yan approached Lin Nan and asked him for help to temporarily save the situation. Perhaps it was fate that this accident became the starting point of their relationship. From then on, their communication became more and more frequent, and the two young hearts grew closer and closer. Gradually, the seeds of love took root in each other's hearts and bloomed into gorgeous flowers. However, happy times are always short-lived. At the end of the summer vacation, after the two had been in love for a full year, at the beginning of the new semester, Jiang Yan disappeared without a trace. At first, Lin Nan thought that something just happened at Jiang Yan's home and didn't take it too seriously. But as time went by, he still didn't receive a single word from Jiang Yan, and he finally couldn't sit still anymore. After asking around among friends and going through great lengths, he finally found out that Jiang Yan had left without saying goodbye and had gone overseas to study alone. Since then, Lin Nan seemed to have lost all the colors in his life and became listless. The once sunny, cheerful and energetic boy has disappeared, replaced by a lonely figure who is depressed all day long and avoids talking about love. At school, everyone only saw the surface. They mistakenly thought that Lin Nan was a playboy who frequently changed girlfriends and flirted with many people. However, only Xia Tian, Lin Nan's good brother, knew the reason. In fact, Lin Nan is not as romantic and unrestrained as the outside world says. Ever since breaking up with Jiang Yan, his heart has been frozen and he has never opened it up to anyone again. Although time flies, Lin Nan's deep affection for Jiang Yan always lingers in his heart and is hard to let go. Perhaps this is the so-called white moonlight effect. Even though time has passed, the shadow of that person is still deeply imprinted in the heart and cannot be erased. Ha, that's enough, I've completely forgotten about her. Why do you keep thinking about those trivial things? With my conditions, finding a girlfriend is as easy as pie. I can get one in a matter of seconds. Lin Nan spoke loudly, pretending to be nonchalant, with a cynical smile on his face. But how could Xia Tian not see through his pretended strength? Through Lin Nan's eyes, Xia Tian could clearly catch the fleeting loneliness and sadness. Obviously, Lin Nan has not really let go of the past. He is just using this method to cover up the pain deep in his heart. Seeing this, Xia Tian understood and chose not to mention it again. So, the two of them tacitly changed the topic, and while they were enjoying the delicious grilled skewers, They were also happily drinking sips of cold and delicious cola, and they were chatting about all kinds of interesting things from all over the world. After the midnight snack, Lin Nan drove Xia Tian to the downstairs of his rental house. Drive slowly on the road. Xia Tian instructed Lin Nan after getting out of the car. Don't worry. My driving skills are top-notch, what are you worried about? Accompanied by a hearty laugh, Lin Nan's face was filled with confidence and composure. He then started the car in a cool manner and drove away quickly. At the same time, Xia Tian turned around and walked upstairs with brisk steps. Along the way, he was thinking about taking a comfortable hot bath and then having a good sleep to eliminate the day's fatigue. Lin Nan drove the car smoothly and quickly out of the residential area where Xia Tian lived. Not long after, he slowly parked the car on the side of the road. Lin Nan was seen sitting quietly in the car, narrowing his eyes slightly, and taking out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He lit one of them skillfully, took a deep puff, and then gently blew out a perfect smoke ring. The smoke rose up and gradually filled the entire car. Then, Lin Nan seemed to remember something. He stretched out his right hand and carefully took out a wallet that looked very old from his shirt pocket. Although this wallet has some wear and tear on the surface, it has been carefully cared for by its owner. Lin Nan gently opened his wallet. There were no banknotes or cards in it, only a yellowed photo. In the photo, he and Jiang Nian were leaning against each other tightly. Jiang Nian leaned gently on his shoulder, and he put his strong arms around Jiang Nian's slender waist. The two faced the camera, with smiles as bright and sweet as spring flowers on their faces. Lin Nan smoked a cigarette while staring at the photo in his hand, muttering to himself, "Jiang Nian, do you know? I had a beautiful dream. In the dream, I held a banquet and entertained guests from all over the world. And you, wearing a phoenix coronet and a gorgeous bridal gown, I walked towards you with a smile on my face, full of joy, and you looked at me lovingly. Just when I was about to hold your hand, suddenly, the dream was shattered." Lin Nan couldn't help but let out a long sigh, his eyes revealing endless sadness and longing, and the corners of his eyes were unconsciously moist. Chapter 39, Senior Sister, Where is My Reward? The next morning, the sun had just risen and the summer breeze gently blew through the window lattice. Xia Tian opened his eyes early as usual. He quickly got out of bed, washed up, picked up the yellow jacket hanging on the hanger, which he jokingly called Yellow Jacket, and hurried downstairs. His beloved electric scooter was parked downstairs, and the body of the car was shining softly in the rising sun. Xia Tian skillfully got on the seat and turned the key. With a slight sound of the motor, the electric scooter slowly drove out of the community gate. There were few pedestrians on the street, only a few elderly people who got up early to exercise. Xia Tian sped all the way and soon arrived at the breakfast shop where Yi Jiqiu brought him breakfast yesterday. He parked his electric scooter steadily on the side of the road and then walked quickly towards the door of the breakfast shop. At this moment, Yi Jiqiu was standing there quietly. Her simple and fresh outfit made her look particularly attractive. When she saw Xia Tian coming, a bright smile bloomed on her face. "Senior, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time." Xia Tian walked up to Yi Jiqiu and said softly, with a hint of apology in his eyes. He. I just got here too. Let's go. Let's go in and have breakfast." Yi Jiqiu took a light step forward, took Xia Tian's hand, and walked into the breakfast shop together. The breakfast shop is filled with tempting aroma, making people salivate. The two chose a seat by the window and sat down, then ordered 2 baskets of steaming hot soup dumplings and 2 cups of fragrant salty soy milk. After a while, the waiter brought the food they ordered to the table. Yi Jiqiu picked up a steamed bun and put it in his mouth, chewing it carefully. Then he looked up at Xia Tian and asked, "What time did you and Lin Nan have supper yesterday?" Xia Tian took a sip of the salty soy milk and replied, "When I sent you the message, I had just finished eating and was about to leave for home." "Well, so honest?" Yi Jiqiu teased with a smile, a playful look flashing in his eyes. Of course. And we agreed yesterday not to drink, so I really didn't touch a drop of alcohol." Xia Tian scratched his head and smiled naively. "Well, my little boyfriend is so good." Yi Jiqiu said to Xia Tian with a smile as bright as a blooming spring flower and her beautiful eyes full of tenderness. That smile seemed to be able to melt the ice and snow in winter, making people feel warm in their hearts. "Then, senior sister, how are you going to reward me?" Xia Tian raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a slightly cunning smirk, staring at Yi Jiqiu with burning eyes, like a puppy waiting for its owner to feed it delicious food. Hearing this, Yi Jiqiu's mind involuntarily emerged with the blushing scene that happened in the car yesterday, and her pretty face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. She rolled her eyes at Xiatian and said coquettishly, "You're so frivolous. You're still eating breakfast." However, despite saying this, her eyes were a little evasive and she didn't dare to look at Xiatian for too long. Then, as if he was afraid that Xiatian would continue to dwell on this question, Yi Jiqiu lowered his voice and said quickly, "After breakfast, let's talk about it after we go out." After saying this, she lowered her head, pretending to focus on the breakfast in front of her, and no longer paid attention to Xiatian. When Xiatian heard Yi Jiqiu say this, he couldn't help but feel happy, and a bright smile immediately broke out on his face. He nodded repeatedly and said, Okay, let's talk about it after breakfast." As he spoke, he began to enjoy his breakfast in big mouthfuls. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the two had finished breakfast. They walked out of the breakfast shop side by side, the morning sun shining on them, giving them a warm and comfortable feeling. Xiatian considerately accompanied Yi Jiqiu to her car. Yi Jiqiu reached out to open the driver's door. When he was about to bend down and sit in, he suddenly felt a hand tightly holding his little hand. She turned her head in surprise, only to see Xiatian looking at her with a smile, looking like a naughty child. "Hey, what are you doing? I'm going to be late for work," Yi Jiqiu shouted anxiously. Although her tone sounded a bit complaining, she actually didn't try to break free from Xiatian's hand. "Senior, where is the reward we agreed on?" Xiatian still said with a smirk on his face, his eyes fixed on Yi Jiqiu, as if he would not give up until he achieved his goal. Seeing Xiatian's pitiful and adorable appearance, Yi Jiqiu felt helpless. She first looked around carefully, and after confirming that no one was looking in their direction, she gently stood on tiptoe. Her cherry-pink little mouth pouted slightly, and she slowly moved closer to Xiatian's cheek, then like a dragonfly touching the water, left a gentle and short kiss on Xiatian's face. After the kiss, Yi Jiqiu's cheeks instantly flushed with a charming blush. She lowered her head shyly, murmuring softly, "It should be okay now." However, Xiatian did not seem to be satisfied with this. He chuckled, then quickly leaned over and, taking advantage of Yi Jiqiu's unpreparedness, kissed her tender little mouth in a lightning-fast manner. "Oh my! How could you do this? We are in public here. What if someone sees us?" Yi Jiqiu was shocked and embarrassed. She complained to Xiatian in a coquettish manner while hurriedly taking out a delicate little mirror and her favorite lipstick from her bag. She looked at herself in the mirror carefully, examining the condition of her lips, and began to carefully apply lipstick on herself, trying to cover up the marks left by Xiatian's kiss. After the lipstick was fixed, Yi Jiqiu looked up at Xiatian and gently said, "Okay, honey, I have to go to work. When you deliver the food today, please ride slowly and be safe. Also, don't forget to eat on time at noon, don't work on an empty stomach." After saying that, she smiled sweetly at Xiatian, then turned around and lightly got into the car parked nearby. Then she skillfully started the car engine, waved to Xiatian, and drove the car towards her company. Xiatian stood there, quietly watching the back of Yi Jiqiu's car gradually moving away, until the car disappeared around the corner at the end of the road. Only then did he come to his senses and walk towards his electric scooter parked not far away, ready to start a busy day of delivery work. Chapter 40 You lazy bitch. The morning sun shone through the car window onto Yi Jiqiu's face. She drove the car skillfully towards the company. After a while, she arrived downstairs of the company. After Yi Jiqiu parked the car, he got out, holding a steaming hot breakfast that had just been carefully packed from the breakfast shop. She walked briskly into the building and headed straight for the elevator. As the elevator rose steadily, it soon reached his floor. As he walked out of the elevator, Yi Jiqiu immediately saw Zhao Nuanyuan, who had already been sitting at her workstation, lying on the table. Hearing the footsteps approaching, Zhao Nuanyuan suddenly raised her head. When she saw Yi Jiqiu, she immediately smiled and stood up quickly. "Oh, my dear Jiqiu, I missed you so much. You are here at last." Zhao Nuanyuan's voice was full of joy, but her eyes were fixed on the breakfast bag in Yi Jiqiu's hand, and her eyes seemed to emit light. Seeing this, Yi Jiqiu couldn't help but chuckle. "Humph. Don't give me that crap, you're not thinking about me at all, you're obviously just thinking about the breakfast in my hand," he deliberately teased. He. "Of course I miss you, but I also really miss the delicious breakfast in your hand." Ha ha ha. Zhao Nuanyuan did not hide her desire for the delicious breakfast. Because she was already starving, she couldn't wait to reach out her hand while speaking, wanting to take the breakfast from Yi Jiqiu. Yi Jiqiu smiled helplessly, handed her the breakfast, and then slowly sat down at his workstation. She lightly pressed the power button on the computer, and while waiting for the screen to light up, she methodically arranged the items on the desk to fully prepare for the work that was about to begin. At this time, Zhao Nuanyuan on the side had happily opened the breakfast bag, took out the fragrant soup dumplings inside, took a big bite, and sighed with satisfaction, well so satisfied. This soup dumplings is so delicious she did not forget to continue praising it with her mouth full of food. Seeing his best friend Zhao Nuanyuan wolfing down her food in such a cute and satisfied manner, Yi Zhishu couldn't help but smile dotingly, and said softly, "Look at you, such a greedy little cat, you are really a real foodie." He. What a pity, Zhishu, it would be great if you were a boy. If so, I would definitely marry you without hesitation. Zhao Nuanyuan was chewing a delicious steamed dumpling in her mouth while holding a cup of steaming soy milk in her hand. She joked with Yi Zhishu, who was sitting opposite her with a smile on her face. Hearing this, Yi Zhishu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Come on. Even if I really become a boy, I will never marry a lazy woman like you. There was a teasing gleam in her eyes. Just as the two were chatting and laughing, suddenly, Yi Zhishu's sharp ears caught a burst of noisy discussions coming from the side. She raised her head curiously and looked in the direction where the sound came from. As far as the eye could see, another work area in the office was already surrounded by people. And the position surrounded by the crowd belonged to Tong Xin. At this moment, everyone's attention seemed to be focused on the bag in Tong Xin's hand. What's going on over there? Why are there so many people gathered together? Yi Zhishu turned his head with confusion in his heart and asked Zhao Nuanyuan beside him. Zhao Nuanyuan swallowed the food in her mouth slowly and answered, "Do you even need to ask? Tong Xin just bought the latest model of LV bag and started showing it off everywhere when she arrived at the company early in the morning. Look, it has attracted a lot of people to watch, and they are all envious of her new bag." After saying that, she continued to lower her head and enjoy her breakfast. Oh, so that's how it is. Yi Zhishu nodded thoughtfully, indicating that he understood the situation. At this moment, Zhao Nuanyuan suddenly leaned over mysteriously, lowered her voice and whispered in Yi Zhishu's ear, "Hey, Zhishu, guess where did Tong Xin get this bag from?" "How would I know? Maybe her husband bought it for her." Yi Zhishu replied casually. Although I'm not sure, it's true. When I was driving out of the company after get-off work yesterday, I happened to see Tong Xin getting into Zhang Ming's car. Zhao Nuanyuan approached Yi Zhishu with a gossipy look on her face and spoke in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhishu turned to look at Zhao Nuanyuan in surprise. After a slight hesitation, he responded in a seemingly relaxed tone, "Don't spread this around. What if it's just a misunderstanding? Don't worry. I still have some sense of propriety. I'm just telling you about it." Zhao Nuanyuan answered with a smile while drinking the steaming soy milk in her hand. After that, the two stopped paying too much attention to this topic and shifted their attention to other places. After all, whether it was Yi Zhishu or Zhao Nuanyuan, their families were both well off and they were not interested in so-called brand name bags and clothes. At this moment, Tong Xin came over here lightly, carrying an exquisite bag. When she passed by Yi Zhishu and Zhao Nuanyuan, she stopped and greeted them with a smile. "Zhishu, Nuanyuan, good morning. Nuanyuan, are you still having breakfast?" Tong Xin's voice was filled with a hint of pride that could not be concealed. As she spoke, she shook her bag and touched it from time to time. Yi Zhishu smiled, looked up at Tong Xin and said, "Designer Tong. Good morning." Yi Zhishu greeted him softly with a smile, without saying much. After greeting him, he continued to look down at the drawings on the computer. Zhao Nuanyuan was drinking soy milk, and then said, "Good morning, Designer Tong. Are you going out?" Tong Xin looked at the two people so calmly, with a hint of reluctance in her heart, but a smile on her face. "While I have a project on hand, I need to go to the construction site to take a look." Seeing that the two of them did not look as envious as she had imagined, she did not intend to say much. "Zhishu, Nuanyuan, you guys are busy, I'll go out first." After saying that, she turned around and walked out of the company. When Tong Xin walked away, Zhao Nuanyuan leaned over and whispered in Yi Zhishu's ear, "Did you see that? Are you showing off in front of us?" Yi Zhishu smiled slightly, "Let her do whatever she wants, if she wants to show off, let her show off." I just took a glance at it, and that bag is just a basic style. We usually don't see this kind of thing when we go to the store. Zhao Nuanyuan said in a low voice. "Okay, let's get to work. We just need to do our own jobs well, why should we care about what she does?" Yi Zhishu said softly to Zhao Nuanyuan. Zhao Nuanyuan curled her lips and murmured, "I just can't stand her look. She bought a bag and acted as proud as a fighting cock that won a fight." Chapter 41, Jichio, I am moved when I see it. On a hot summer day, the early morning sun shines on the city streets. Wearing his signature yellow work clothes, Xia Tian rode his slightly worn-out electric scooter and started a busy day of work delivering takeout orders. Throughout the morning, despite the gradually rising temperature, the number of orders was not large. After several hours of running around, Xia Tian had only delivered less than 10 orders. In a blink of an eye, it was already 11:30 in the morning. The sun was high in the sky, scorching the earth mercilessly. According to the prior agreement with Yi Jichio, Xia Tian came to the building of her company. After parking the electric scooter, he quickly took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Yi Jichio, "Senior, I'm downstairs at your company." It turned out that just this morning, the two of them had agreed to have lunch together. So near noon, Xia Tian deliberately picked a takeout order that was close to Yi Jichio's company so that he could get here as soon as possible. After a while, Yi Jichio received a WeChat message from Xia Tian. She looked at the brief and cordial words on the screen and couldn't help but smile slightly, then quickly replied, "Okay, I'll be down right away, you wait for me in the lobby, it's cool there." When Xia Tian saw Yi Jichio's reply, he felt a little warm in his heart. He gently took off his sweat-soaked yellow jacket, folded it carefully and put it into the trunk of his electric scooter. Then he walked slowly towards the company lobby. At the same time, after Yi Jichio replied to Xia Tian's WeChat, he turned off the computer, began to organize the items on the desk, and prepared to go downstairs to find Xia Tian. However, just as she stood up and left her workstation, she suddenly heard a familiar voice behind her, "Jichio, let's go have lunch." Yi Jichio turned around slowly and looked at her best friend hesitantly. She opened her lips slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but swallowed the words back. Zhao Nuanyuan had been staring at Yi Jichio, and seeing her like this, a hint of curiosity surged in her heart. So, she couldn't help but ask first, You're not going out to eat with your little boyfriend, are you?" Hearing this, Yi Jichio's cheeks instantly flushed. She nodded gently, her voice as thin as a mosquito. "Well, yes, so?" "Nuanyuan, I'm afraid I can't have lunch with you at noon today." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Jichio turned around and prepared to leave, as if he was afraid of being caught. However, Zhao Nuanyuan reacted quickly. She rushed forward, hugged Yi Jichio's arm tightly, and said coquettishly with a smile, "Hee. Then let's go together. Can you take me with you?" As she spoke, a malicious smile appeared on her face. Facing Zhao Nuanyuan's request, Yi Jichio seemed a little hesitant. She bit her lip and said softly, "This isn't very good." "Oh, all right. I promise I won't say anything nonsense. Let's go now, don't keep your boyfriend waiting too long." Zhao Nuanyuan coaxed and pulled Yi Jichio's arm and strode towards the elevator. Not long after, the two took the elevator and successfully arrived at the first-floor lobby. As soon as Yi Jichio walked out of the elevator door, he looked up impatiently and began to look around for Xia Tian. Soon, her eyes were fixed on a corner where a handsome boy stood. He was tall and had an outstanding temperament, which made him particularly eye-catching in the crowd. On a sunny day, Yi Jichio, with a smile on his face, walked briskly towards the nearby summer, holding Zhao Nuanyuan's hand. At this time, Xia Tian was standing there leisurely, and his eyes inadvertently swept over the two figures approaching. Especially when he saw Zhao Nuanyuan beside Yi Jichio, his eyes couldn't help but linger for a few seconds. Soon, Yi Jichio came in front of Xia Tian. With a bright smile on her face, she greeted Xia Tian cheerfully, "Hi, Xia Tian." Seeing this, Xia Tian immediately revealed a warm smile and responded, "Hello, senior sister." Then, Yi Jichio turned sideways and began to introduce the people around her with a smile. "Xia Tian, let me introduce you. This is my best friend, Zhao Nuanyuan." After saying that, she gently touched Zhao Nuanyuan with her elbow. Xia Tian nodded slightly, with a polite smile on her face, and said softly, "Hello, senior sister Nuan. Nice to meet you." Hearing this, Zhao Nuanyuan also responded with a sweet smile and said playfully, "Hey, hello, junior brother too." As she spoke, she generously stretched out a fair and tender little hand. Xia Tian looked at the little hand stretched out in front of him and hesitated for a moment, but then quickly stretched out his right hand, gently touched Zhao Nuanyuan's hand, and then quickly separated. At this time, Yi Jichio clapped her hands and suggested enthusiastically, Okay, let's not just stand here, let's go eat." Before she finished speaking, she took the lead and walked out the door. Upon seeing this, Zhao Nuanyuan quickly quickened her pace to catch up with him, and intimately took Yi Jichio's arm. The two of them leaned head to head, shoulder to shoulder, and talked in low voices, occasionally letting out a clear and pleasant laugh like a silver bell. Summer, who was lagging behind, walked slowly, quietly gazing at the two beautiful figures in front of him, thinking about something in his heart. Jichio, your boyfriend is really nice. Not only is he humble and polite, but when he shook hands with him just now, he just touched it lightly before letting go. Zhao Nuanyuan lowered her voice and whispered softly in Yi Jichio's ear. Hoof. Of course. How can my vision in choosing men be bad? The man I choose must be outstanding. Yi Jichio raised his chin and responded to his friend proudly. Oh my, look at him, he looks strong and sturdy, his height is just right, and his face is so handsome. Even though his clothes are ordinary, the magical thing is that those ordinary clothes look particularly elegant on him. Jichio, even I feel a little moved when I see him. Zhao Nuanyuan kept muttering mischievously in Yi Jichio's ear while stealing glances at Xia Tian, who was standing behind him from time to time. You actually dare to have such thoughts. Don't be moved, and don't look at it again. Be careful not to scare people away. Yi Jichio widened his eyes and pretended to be angry and scolded Zhao Nuanyuan. In fact, despite Zhao Nuanyuan's teasing, Yi Jichio still trusts this good friend very much in her heart. After all, given her best friend's superior conditions in all aspects, there would be no shortage of handsome men pursuing her. So Yi Jichio just regarded Zhao Nuanyuan's joke as a joke between friends. Chapter 42 Lightbulb Zhao Nuanyuan. Not long after, the three of them quickly walked to the door of a restaurant that looked quite busy. It was noon at this time, and the restaurant was crowded with customers coming to dine in an endless stream, making it very lively. They finally made their way through the crowded crowd and arrived at the front desk to order. Xia Tian, come and see if there is anything you want to eat. Yi Jichio said to Xia Tian with a smile on her face and in her gentle and sweet voice. Xia Tian looked up at the menu hanging on the wall in front of him and examined it carefully. After a while, he seemed to have made a decision and said, well, I want a pork chop curry rice. Hearing Xia Tian's choice, Yi Jichio smiled and nodded, then turned his gaze to Zhao Nuanyuan beside him and teased, hey, you big lightbulb, have you decided what to eat? After hearing this, Zhao Nuanyuan rolled her eyes at her bestie and replied unhappily, humph, I want to eat twice cooked pork with rice. Yi Jichio smiled again, then turned around and said to the waiter at the front desk in an orderly manner, please give us 1 serving of Taiwanese braised pork with rice, 1 serving of pork chop with curry with rice, and 1 serving of twice cooked pork with rice. The waitress at the front desk nodded skillfully, her hands quickly operating on the computer keyboard, and soon completed the order. She quickly calculated the meal fee and said, okay, 3 guests, the total is 50 yuan. After that, she picked up the barcode scanner next to her and prepared to collect the payment. Yi Jichio calmly took out his mobile phone from his pocket and was about to call up the payment code when suddenly a broad and powerful hand reached out to him. The hand held a mobile phone steadily and pointed it accurately in the direction of the barcode scanner. Immediately afterwards, a crisp beep sound was heard, and the prompt sound of successful payment sounded instantly. Oh. Xia Tian, how can this be so embarrassing? How can I let you pay for it? Yi Jichio looked at Xia Tian with a little embarrassment on her face. After all, she still had Zhao Nuanyuan, the lightbulb, with her today. Xia Tian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a warm smile, and replied softly, it's okay, Sister Chiu, it doesn't matter whether I pay or you pay. Besides, my money is your money. After saying that, he naturally reached out and took the number card with the number handed to him by the waiter. Okay, let's go. Let's find a quiet and comfortable place to sit. Xia Tian smiled, glanced at Yi Jichio and Zhao Nuanyuan in turn, and suggested in a relaxed tone. So, the three of them walked briskly together and began to look for a suitable seat. Soon, they found an empty seat. Yi Jichio and Zhao Nuanyuan tacitly chose to sit on the same side, while Xia Tian sat alone on the opposite side. As soon as she sat down, Zhao Nuanyuan couldn't wait to thank Xia Tian, thank you, junior brother, for treating me to lunch. However, before Xia Tian could respond, Yi Jichio beside him quickly interrupted and said, the person you should thank the most is me. If it weren't for me bringing you along, you wouldn't have gotten this honor. Hearing this, Zhao Nuanyuan couldn't help but giggle. She looked at Yi Jichio with a smile on her face and said coquettishly, ha, okay. Then I have to thank you very much, my dear Jichio. Hey. By the way, Junior Xia Tian, I heard from Jichio that you are delivering food now. Shouldn't this be your busiest time? Zhao Nuanyuan blinked her big eyes and asked Xia Tian with a puzzled look on her face. Yi Jichio, who was sitting next to him, was so angry that he wanted to throw Zhao Nuanyuan out the door immediately. I thought to myself, my best friend, how could you ask such a stupid question? In fact, the answer is obvious. Xia Tian clearly gave up the busiest time period at noon when there are the most takeout orders, and came all the way to accompany me for dinner. Xia Tian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a warm smile, and replied softly, "Well, it's like this, my Jisho cares about me and asked me to eat on time at noon. So I put aside my work temporarily and come to have lunch with Jisho first." As soon as Xia Tian finished speaking, Yi Jisho immediately said, "Wan, what's wrong with your brain today? How come you can't even think of this? Isn't it obvious enough?" Xia Tian was willing to give up the numerous and lucrative takeout orders at noon just for me and come to eat with me. Hearing this, Zhao Nuanyuan couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed, and her cheeks instantly flushed. She secretly regretted why she didn't think it through just now. She only thought about how busy she would be at noon delivering food, but completely ignored Xia Tian's real purpose of coming here. He. I'm sorry, I really didn't think that much just now. Zhao Nuanyuan scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Just then, the waiter came over with the rice topped with gravy that the three of them ordered. The fragrant food instantly attracted everyone's attention, and the originally slightly awkward atmosphere suddenly became relaxed and pleasant. "Wow, it looks delicious!" Zhao Nuanyuan shouted excitedly. So, the three of them picked up their chopsticks and started to enjoy the delicious lunch with relish. "Jiqiu, this pork chop looks delicious, come and try it." Xia Tian, with a smile on his face, gently picked up the temptingly colored and fragrant pork chop and carefully placed it in the bowl in front of Yi Jiqiu. Yi Jiqiu raised her head, looked at the pork chops in the bowl, frowned slightly, and quickly waved her hand and said, "Oh, you should eat it. Don't you still have to deliver those orders in the afternoon? That's very physically demanding work, and you need to supplement your nutrition. Besides, I'm trying to lose weight recently, and this kind of high-calorie food is not suitable for me." After that, she quickly picked up the pork chops and put them back into Xia Tian's bowl with chopsticks. After hearing what Yi Jiqiu said, Xia Tian showed a trace of helplessness on his face, but he no longer insisted. He just responded softly, "Okay, then you have to eat more other dishes." Then he lowered his head and began to enjoy the lunch silently. At this moment, Zhao Nuanyuan on the side couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but joked, "I say, you two, just stop showing off your affection here. I'm still sitting here. It's just a pork chop, but you're pushing it back and forth. It's really unbearable." Upon hearing this, Yi Jiqiu turned around and glared at her bestie, then retorted with a hint of anger, "Humph, eat your meal, and stop talking nonsense here. If you don't say anything, no one will treat you as heir." Seeing this, Zhao Nuanyuan shrugged mischievously, made a face, and then continued to eat the food in her bowl as if nothing had happened. Due to the presence of Zhao Nuanyuan, a huge light bulb, Yi Jiqiu and Xia Tian seemed a little reserved throughout the meal. No one was too embarrassed to say anything more and they could only eat the food on their plates quietly. Chapter 43 Erbo has a fever. The summer sun was scorching hot, and the three of them had finished their lunch just as the clock struck 12. Xia Tian stood in front of the company building, smiled and saw the two ladies off, watching them disappear in the stairwell with gentle eyes. After the two girls completely disappeared from his sight, Xia Tian turned around and walked briskly towards the cute small electric scooter parked nearby. He unlocked the vehicle skillfully and then quickly opened the delivery app on his mobile phone. Looking at the order information that kept popping up on the screen, Xia Tian was secretly happy. "Fortunately, I caught up with the time when there are a lot of orders at noon. I have to make a few more trips quickly." At the same time, Yi Jiqiu and Zhao Nuanyuan had also returned to the company and sat at their own workstations. The colleagues around them were busy typing on their keyboards or whispering about work matters, but this did not affect the private conversation that was about to take place between the two. Zhao Nuanyuan turned slightly and put her head close to Yi Jiqiu. She lowered her voice and asked carefully, "Jiqiu, when are you going to tell your boyfriend that you have a child?" Although the volume was deliberately controlled, the concern in the words was still clearly audible. Hearing this question, Yi Jiqiu was slightly startled, and a hint of hesitation and entanglement appeared on his face. She bit her lip lightly, thought for a moment, finally sighed, and replied helplessly, "Alas. I really dare not say it." As he spent more and more time with Xia Tian, their feelings grew deeper and deeper. However, precisely because of this, Yi Jiqiu's fear of telling the truth grew stronger and stronger. She was afraid that once she told Xia Tian that she already had a child, he would not be able to accept it and would leave her. She was afraid that she would lose this hard-earned love that was full of sweetness and happiness. This worry was like a heavy mountain pressing on Yi Jiqiu's heart, making it difficult for him to muster the courage to take that crucial step. Faced with her friend's hesitation, Zhao Nuanyuan gently shook her head and advised earnestly, It's not a good idea to keep dragging it on like this. it will only be more difficult to speak up in the future. And to be honest, Xiatian is a very nice person, but you can't hide this matter after all. Instead of waiting until he suddenly discovers it himself one day, it's better to tell him now. At least this way we can appear more honest, right? Zhao Nuanyuan thought to herself, Xiatian is indeed a nice person, but the fact that Yi Zhiqiu has a child cannot be delayed any longer. She must confess to him as soon as possible. After all, in real life, almost no man can calmly accept that his girlfriend has already given birth to another man's child. However, the actual situation was not as simple as Zhao Nuanyuan thought. She had no idea that Yi Zhiqiu's two lovely children were Xiatian's own flesh and blood. At this time, Yi Zhiqiu was listening to her best friend's advice and felt that what she said made sense. This matter cannot be kept secret forever, so I must find a suitable time to tell Xiatian the truth. If I really explained it to Xiatian, maybe he wouldn't object? After all, they were his own children. But if Xiatian cannot accept this fact, then it is better to end this relationship as soon as possible so that she can plan her future path in advance. Thinking of this, Yi Zhiqiu silently made up his mind. Within these next 2 days, he must tell Xiatian about the children's affairs. Just at this critical moment, Yi Zhiqiu's cell phone suddenly rang, and the screen showed that the caller was Aunt Wang. She quickly answered the phone, only to hear Aunt Wang's anxious voice from the other end, Zhiqiu, it's not good. Erbo has a fever, you should go home quickly and take Erbo to the hospital. Okay. Aunt Wang, don't worry. I'll be back right away. After Yi Zhiqiu hung up the phone in a hurry, he turned to Zhao Nuanyuan beside him and said anxiously, Nuanyuan, it's bad. Erbo suddenly has a fever. The situation seems a little bad. I have to go home immediately. Please help me think of a suitable reason to ask for leave from the boss. I'm so sorry to bother you again. Zhao Nuanyuan looked at Yi Zhiqiu's worried face and quickly comforted him. Don't worry, Zhiqiu, you should go back to see Erbo as soon as possible. I'll take care of the leave. Please call me anytime if there is anything. After getting Zhao Nuanyuan's consent, Yi Zhiqiu quickly picked up his bag and hurried out of the company door. She trotted all the way to the underground garage, found her car, got in swiftly, started the engine, and then drove the car towards her home at lightning speed. Not long after, Yi Zhiqiu arrived home safely. As soon as the car stopped, she rushed into the house in a hurry without even bothering to close the door, and ran straight to the room where the two little ones were. As soon as he entered the room, Yi Zhiqiu rushed to Erbo without taking a breath, stretched out his hand and gently stroked Erbo's hot forehead, and asked with concern, Auntie Wang, have you taken Erbo's temperature? Aunt Wang, who was standing nearby, looked anxious and quickly replied, I've taken it, and the temperature is as high as 38.9 degrees. After hearing what Aunt Wang said, Yi Zhiqiu frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, he said, Is that so, Aunt Wang? You stay at home to take care of Debeo. I'll take Erbo to the hospital. I hope there's nothing serious wrong with him. As soon as she finished speaking, she gently held the second baby in her arms, as if she was holding the most precious and fragile treasure in the world. Then, she took a deep breath, adjusted her posture and pace, turned slowly, and walked towards the door. Every step she took was extremely cautious, for fear that she would accidentally disturb the sleeping baby in her arms. Yi Zhiqiu walked downstairs with Erbo in her arms, briskly and steadily. When she reached the gate of the community, she raised her hand to stop a passing taxi. After the car door opened, she got in neatly and carefully placed the baby beside her. Then, she said to the driver in an anxious but polite tone, Master, let's go to Zhejiang Children's Hospital. As the car started, Yi Zhiqiu's heart began to hang in the air. She kept stroking Erbo's back and whispering words of comfort. Not long after, the car stopped steadily in front of Zhejiang Children's Hospital. Yi Zhiqiu quickly took out the fare from his wallet and handed it to the driver, then he couldn't wait to open the car door, got out of the car in his arms, and ran towards the hospital gate. It was the height of summer, the sun was scorching and the heat was rolling, but Yi Zhiqiu was completely unaware of it. He had only one thought in his mind to take Erbo to the hospital as soon as possible. At this moment, Xiatian, who had also been busy all morning, had just completed a takeaway delivery task and was riding his electric scooter, humming a little tune and driving leisurely on the road. When passing by Zhejiang Provincial Children's Hospital, I inadvertently caught a glimpse of a familiar figure, Yi Zhiqiu, who was hurriedly running to the hospital with a child in his arms. Looking at Yi Zhiqiu's hurried back, Xiatian couldn't help but wonder, isn't that my senior sister? Could it be that the child of Yi Zhiqiu's relative is sick? Otherwise, why would she be so panicked? Thinking of this, Xiatian hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to follow to see what was going on. Xiatian drove his electric scooter to the parking space in front of the hospital, parked it skillfully, and then ran into the hospital in 2 steps at a time. Chapter 44. How come you look exactly like me when I was a kid? Xia Tian walked hurriedly into the spacious and bright lobby on the first floor of the hospital. His eyes eagerly scanned the people coming and going around him, trying to catch a glimpse of Yi Zhiqiu's familiar figure among them. However, despite the crowded and noisy hospital lobby, Xia Tian was never able to find Yi Zhiqiu as he wished. He couldn't help but feel a little lost and anxious, thinking to himself, "Hey, where are the people? Where did they go?" Just as Xia Tian was thinking hard, an idea suddenly came to his mind. He remembered that he had to go to the hospital to register first. So, he turned around without hesitation and walked quickly towards the registration window. Along the way, people were either in a hurry or anxious, and had no time to care about others. Not long after walking, Xia Tian saw a familiar figure standing at the registration machine not far ahead. It was Yi Zhiqiu. She was seen holding a young child tightly in her arms, and was anxiously communicating with a staff member in a white nurse uniform. Xia Tian quickened his pace and approached them quickly. As the distance between them got closer and closer, he finally heard the conversation between the two people. Yi Zhiqiu said to the nurse with a trembling voice, "Nurse, my son has a fever for some reason, but this machine can't register." The nurse quickly comforted her, "Don't worry, ma'am. You can go to the manual window next to you to make an appointment, and then I will take you to see a doctor to treat your child." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu looked embarrassed and begged the nurse, "Miss Nurse, could you please take me to see a doctor first? The child has a high fever and looks very uncomfortable. I am really worried." Hearing this, Xia Tian, who had just arrived, stood still for a moment, as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. He opened his eyes wide, looking at the scene in disbelief. He never imagined that the child in Yi Zhiqiu's arms was actually her own flesh and blood. At this moment, Xia Tian felt as if his world had collapsed all of a sudden. Xia Tian stood there quietly, hesitant and thinking. After a moment, Xia Tian finally made up his mind. He took a deep breath, then walked forward quickly with firm steps. When he came to the nurse, he said in a gentle tone, "Hello. Could you please take the child to the doctor first? I will register here and come to see you after I have registered." Yi Zhiqiu, who was concentrating on her work, was suddenly startled by this strange yet extremely familiar voice. She trembled all over and raised her head subconsciously. When the familiar face came into her sight, her eyes widened instantly and her face was full of surprise. After hearing Xia Tian's request, the nurse hesitated for a moment. She turned to look at the pitiful child in Yi Zhiqiu's arms, whose face was flushed due to fever, and felt a little sorry for him. Finally, the nurse nodded and replied, "Okay, then you should get a number as soon as possible and come to see us on the 3rd floor of Building 2. Xia Tian nodded gratefully, then reached out and gently took the medical card from Yi Zhiqiu. At this time, Yi Zhiqiu couldn't help but shout, "Xia Tian." Xia Tian turned around after hearing the voice, gave Yi Zhiqiu a warm smile, and said softly, "Don't worry, it's important to get the child to see a doctor as soon as possible, and we can talk about other things later." After saying this, he did not stop, turned around and strode towards the registration window. Soon, he joined the long queue and began to wait patiently for registration. Yi Zhiqiu looked at Xia Tian's departing back with mixed feelings in her heart, but she didn't have time to think too much at the moment. She hugged the child tightly in her arms and hurriedly followed the nurse to the doctor's office, hoping that her 6-second baby could receive proper treatment as soon as possible. The hospital was crowded with people, all with anxious or tired looks on their faces, walking slowly in long queues. Xia Tian was one of them. He held the medical card tightly in his hand and waited in line for registration with a nervous mood. At this moment, Xia Tian's mind was like a tangled mess, with all kinds of thoughts intertwined together. He kept thinking about how to deal with the situation, but he couldn't figure it out. Helplessly, he sighed softly, "Alas. Let's deal with the child first." Finally, it was Xia Tian's turn to register. After quickly completing the procedures, he ran to the 3rd floor of Building 2 without stopping. After arriving at the destination, Xia Tian found that there were many clinics here. For a moment, he didn't know where to start. He had no choice but to search one by one slowly. When he reached the door of the 3rd clinic, Xia Tian suddenly saw Yi Zhiqiu's familiar figure. She stood by anxiously, staring at the child being examined by the doctor. Xia Tian slowed down her pace, walked into the clinic lightly, and stood quietly behind Yi Zhiqiu. Xia Tian's gaze first fell on Yi Zhiqiu's worried face, and a trace of pity welled up in his heart. Then, his gaze naturally turned to the child who was lying on the examination bed and being examined. However, just this one glance made Xia Tian stand still as if struck by lightning. This child, how come he looks exactly like me when I was a child? Xia Tian muttered to himself in disbelief. He subconsciously took out his phone, swiped his fingers across the screen quickly, opened the album, and found a photo of himself when he was a few months old. Xia Tian carefully compared the child with herself in the photo, and her heart sank a little more with every glance. Because the similarity is so high, it's simply jaw-dropping. Looking at the cute child in front of him, and then turning his head to look at Yi Jiqiu standing beside him, he wondered in his heart, how could it be such a coincidence? But now was obviously not a good time to ask Yi Jiqiu about this matter. It didn't take long for the doctor to complete a comprehensive examination of the child's physical condition. The doctor first glanced at Yi Jiqiu and Xia Tian, then said calmly, "Don't worry too much. The child is fine. It's just a common fever. However, since the child is still young, it is not appropriate to use medication directly. I suggest you take your child home, find a clean towel to wrap the ice pack, and gently place it on the child's forehead to help cool down. At the same time, remember to let the child drink plenty of water to replenish water." After saying this, the doctor looked at Yi Jiqiu and Xia Tian gently, as if he wanted to confirm whether they understood and remembered the precautions he had mentioned. After hearing what the doctor said, Yi Jiqiu, who had been on edge, finally breathed a sigh of relief. His originally furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. "Thank you so much, doctor." Yi Jiqiu hurriedly expressed his sincere gratitude to the doctor and bowed deeply. Then, Yi Jiqiu carefully picked up the child, and Xia Tian followed quietly beside him, and the two of them walked slowly towards the hospital gate. Along the way, Yi Jiqiu wanted to say something several times but stopped himself, but finally he mustered up the courage to break the silence. Xia Tian, thank you so much for coming with me today. I don't know what I would do without your help." Yi Jiqiu scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said to Xia Tian with a little embarrassment. Xia Tian stopped when he heard this. His eyes first fell on Yi Jiqiu, and then moved to the child who was sleeping quietly in his arms. After a short pause, he slowly responded, "Don't you have anything else to say to me besides thank you?" Chapter 45, Bastard Father. Yi Jiqiu opened his lips slightly and stammered, but found that his throat seemed to be blocked by something, and for a moment he didn't know where to start. Her eyes flickered and she didn't dare to look at Xia Tian in front of her. The scene suddenly became extremely quiet and time seemed to freeze. Xia Tian stared at Yi Jiqiu quietly, his eyes showing both concern and confusion. Yi Jiqiu held his second child tightly in his arms, lowered his head, and remained silent like a child who had done something wrong. In this suffocating silence, Erbao's uncomfortable murmurs were suddenly heard. Although the sound was faint, it was like thunder, breaking the silence and startling the two people present. Yi Jiqiu's heart tightened, and he quickly coaxed Erbao softly, "Be good, baby, don't cry, don't cry." Seeing this, Xia Tian immediately said to Yi Jiqiu, "Let's take the child back first. We need to cool him down quickly." His tone was firm and urgent, revealing his concern for the child. Yi Jiqiu raised his head, glanced at Xia Tian, then nodded gently and replied, "Well. Okay." While she was speaking, she did not stop coaxing the child. Xia Tian quickly ran to the side of the road and hailed a passing taxi. After the car stopped, he opened the door and carefully helped Yi Jiqiu and the child into the car. After sitting down, Xia Tian simply told the taxi driver the destination. Without saying a word, the driver stepped on the accelerator and the car sped towards the community where Yi Jiqiu lived. Along the way, the atmosphere in the car was somewhat solemn. Xia Tian turned his head from time to look at Yi Jiqiu and Erbao, secretly thinking about what to do next. After a while, he finally mustered up the courage to say to Yi Jiqiu, "Senior sister, let me hold you for a while." Hearing this, Yi Jiqiu was obviously stunned. She hesitated for a moment before slowly raising her head and looking at Xia Tian. The moment their eyes met, a complex emotion flashed across Yi Jiqiu's eyes. But in the end, she still gently handed the second baby to Xia Tian. Xia Tian took the second baby carefully, fearing that she would hurt the little guy. The moment Erbao's soft body really fell into his arms, a wonderful feeling surged in his heart. It was an indescribable sense of closeness that came from the depths of blood. Xia Tian held the child in his arms and trembled as he said to Yi Jiqiu, "Jiqiu, child, what's the child's name?" "Nickname, Erbao." Yi Jiqiu said softly. "Well, what's your name?" Xia Tian asked. Name, I haven't chosen a name yet." Yi Jiqiu muttered with his head down. Xia Tian was stunned. Why don't you give the child a big name?" "I haven't decided yet whether the child should have his father's surname or mine." Yi Zhiqiu said softly. After a pause, Yi Zhiqiu continued, I don't know if his father wants to recognize him. Xia Tian was stunned and thought for a while. Zhiqiu, the girl who left the hotel without saying goodbye more than a year ago was you, right? Yi Zhiqiu was stunned when he heard this. Thinking of the situation at that time, his face turned red, but he still responded softly, Why? Xia Tian asked softly. Why? Yi Zhiqiu asked in confusion. Why did you leave without saying goodbye? Why didn't you tell me that you were pregnant? Xia Tian asked. Hearing Xia Tian's question, Yi Zhiqiu looked up at Xia Tian, his eyes slightly red, a layer of mist formed in his eyes, and small tears slowly emerged. I was scared. When I woke up that day, you had already given me. Yi Zhiqiu said with a sob and grievance. Xia Tian saw this and held the child in one hand while hugging Yi Zhiqiu with the other to coax him. Okay, be good and don't cry. Yi Zhiqiu continued in Xia Tian's arms, we were not familiar with each other at that time, and you took my body away from me. I was very panicked at that time. I found out I was pregnant and was terrified. I didn't know what to do, but I could feel the new life in my belly. They are innocent. I couldn't bear to let them leave this world before they were born, so I gritted my teeth and brought them into this world alone. I didn't know what you were thinking at the time. I was afraid that you didn't want them, so I didn't dare to tell you. Yi Zhiqiu said slowly with tears in his eyes and choking. Xia Tian hugged Yi Zhiqiu, patted his back, and listened to Yi Zhiqiu telling her about her helplessness and sadness at that time. Suddenly, he seemed to grasp the key point in the words, they. Zhiqiu, are you talking about them? Xia Tian asked uncertainly. Well, I am pregnant with twins, a boy and a girl. Erbo has a sister. Yi Zhiqiu said slowly. Xia Tian was even more shocked, twins, a boy and a girl, and an older sister. He was a little confused before, why the nickname is Erbo, so that's it. Then the nickname of the elder sister should be Debao. Soon, the taxi arrived at Yi Zhiqiu's residential area. Xia Tian got out of the car holding the child. Yi Zhiqiu paid the fare and quickly followed. Xia Tian held Erbo in his arms and followed Yi Zhiqiu to the door of their home. This was Xia Tian's first time here. Before, he would always send Yi Zhiqiu downstairs and then go back, never going upstairs. Yi Zhiqiu took out the key, opened the door, got a pair of slippers for Xia Tian, and took Xia Tian to the room of the two little ones. Aunt Wang, who was taking care of Debao, looked at Xia Tian who followed Yi Zhiqiu in and held Erbo in her arms. Zhiqiu, how is Erbo? Aunt Wang asked a little anxiously. Auntie Wang, it's nothing, it's just a common fever. The baby is too young, so the doctor asked us to bring him back and cool him down physically. Yi Zhiqiu said slowly. Xia Tian, this is Aunt Wang, the live-in aunt I invited back to take care of the two little ones. Thanks to Aunt Wang, I was able to get through the most difficult time after giving birth. Yi Zhiqiu said to Xia Tian. Xia Tian greeted Aunt Wang with a smile. Aunt Wang, thank you for your hard work all along. As he said that, he put the little guy on the bed. Then he said to Yi Zhiqiu, Zhiqiu, go get a new pour and an ice pack. Yi Zhiqiu nodded and hurried out of the room to find a towel and an ice pack. Aunt Wang looked at Xia Tian who was taking good care of Erbo and said to him with a smile, Mr. Xia, you must be the father of Debao and Erbo. Xia Tian was stunned when he heard Aunt Wang's words. Although he hasn't done a paternity test with the two little ones yet, the second baby's appearance and the feeling of blood connection when he holds her in his arms. Xia Tian was very sure that these two little guys are my own children. Xia Tian smiled at Aunt Wang and said, yes, Aunt Wang, I am the bastard father of Debao and Erbo. Aunt Wang smiled slightly, and then said, Mr. Xia, although I don't know what happened between you and Missy that caused you not to be around. But now that you're back and you've shown that you care about your child, you must be a good father. Chapter 46, Fool, Xia Tian is the father of the children. Yi Zhiqiu quickly found a brand new, soft, clean towel and an ice bag filled with ice cubes. These items were quickly delivered to Xia Tian as if they reflected his eagerness. Xia Tian quickly reached out and took the towel and ice pack from Yi Zhiqiu. She skillfully unfolded the towel, carefully wrapped the ice pack in it, and then gently placed it on Erbo's forehead, and began to patiently and carefully cool down Erbo physically. Zhiqiu, you should go back to work. Erbo is fine now, Aunt Wang and I will take care of him here. While Xia Tian was concentrating on cooling down Erbo, he did not forget to turn around and speak softly to Yi Zhiqiu gently. After listening to Xia Tian's words, Yi Zhiqiu frowned slightly, with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. She was silent for a moment, then asked, Xia Tian, don't you need to deliver the takeout order this afternoon? Well, there are fewer orders in the afternoon, so I don't plan to go out to deliver orders this afternoon. The sound of summer was as gentle as the wind, slowly entering Yi Jiqiu's ears. Hearing Xia Tian's answer, Yi Jiqiu nodded gently, well, okay. Thank you for your hard work. I'll trouble you to take care of Erbao. Xia Tian smiled and shook his head gently, looking at the second baby in his arms with a firm and loving gaze, and slowly said, how can this be said to be troublesome and hard? I am the biological father of the two little guys. Taking care of them is my unshirkable and natural responsibility. When Yi Jiqiu heard Xia Tian's words, he felt a warm current surge in his heart and his joy was beyond words. Because what Xia Tian said was not just a simple statement of facts, it also meant that he had completely accepted and acknowledged the existence of the two cute little guys. Then, Yi Jiqiu closed the door gently and walked down the stairs briskly. She went to the garage, opened the car door skillfully, sat in the driver's seat, started the engine, then drove slowly out of the house and headed towards the company. At this time, Xia Tian, who stayed at home, was busy taking care of her 6-second baby. He took a wet towel and carefully wiped Erbao's body to help him cool down physically. At the same time, his heart was always concerned with Dabeo on the other side. He would turn around to look at Dabeo, his eldest daughter, every once in a while. At this moment in summer, my mood is mixed and extremely complicated. He never imagined that he would become the father of 2 children in this way. Originally, he was just an ordinary worker in this bustling city, struggling every day to gain a foothold here. But now, suddenly he not only has a beautiful, gentle, and considerate girlfriend Yi Jiqiu, but also a pair of lively and lovely children. This huge change made Xia Tian feel a little dazed, as if everything was just a dream. However, when Xia Tian came to his senses, he felt an indescribable excitement in his heart. Isn't the goal that people strive for in their life to marry a virtuous and beautiful wife and have a pair of smart and clever children? And now, he has achieved most of his life goals in such a short time. Although all this came too suddenly, Xia Tian knew that this was undoubtedly the most precious gift God had given him. But besides being excited, Xia Tian also began to think about another problem. How should I tell my parents who are far away in my hometown about this? After all, such a thing is too unbelievable. Before this, every time he talked to his parents on the phone, what he talked about most was how difficult his life was in this city and how unsatisfactory his work was. But now, he has not yet achieved significant success in his career, but he has already solved the major issue of having a family and children. I really don't know how his parents will react to this news. Xia Tian frowned and thought for a moment, but soon gave up and decided not to continue to worry about it. He thought to himself, since I can't think of a solution for the time being, I'll just take it one step at a time. There will always be a way out when you reach the mountain. At the same time, Yi Jiqiu hurried back to the company. As soon as she entered the office, she walked straight to her workstation and slowly sat down. Then, she skillfully pressed the computer power button, and after the screen lit up, she began to concentrate on completing the work task that she had previously done halfway. Not long after, Zhao Nuanyuan also hurriedly finished the matters at hand and returned to the company. When she stepped into the office area, her eyes were immediately attracted by Yi Jiqiu, who was working attentively. Yi Jiqiu was seen staring at the computer screen intently, his hands constantly tapping on the keyboard, looking busy and serious. This made Zhao Nuanyuan feel very surprised, so she quickened her pace to her seat and sat down quickly. Then, she leaned forward and asked Yi Jiqiu in a low voice, Jiqiu, how is Erbao now? Why did you come back to work so soon? Hearing Zhao Nuanyuan's question, Yi Jiqiu raised his head slightly, looked at her gently, and replied softly, Erbao is fine, he just has a little fever. He is currently resting at home. His father is taking care of him and taking physical measures to cool him down. Oh, that's okay. I'm glad I'm okay. Zhao Nuanyuan breathed a sigh of relief and murmured softly. However, at this moment, she seemed to suddenly realize something, her eyes widened, and she said in surprise, you just said that Erbao's father is taking care of Erbao? Could it be that the hateful bastard man is back? When Yi Jiqiu heard her best friend calling Xia Tian a bastard, she couldn't help but chuckle. She wondered what Zhao Nuanyuan would feel like if she knew that Xia Tian was the bastard she was talking about. Well, he's back. Yi Jiqiu nodded slightly to confirm. Hearing this, Zhao Nuanyuan was stunned for a moment, then her face was full of surprise. She calmed down, then moved closer to Yi Jiqiu and asked in a low voice, Jiqiu, now that the child's father has returned, then, what are you going to do with that junior brother Xia Tian? Yi Jiqiu was a little confused at first, but after a little thought, she understood the deep meaning of her bestie's words. She raised her lips slightly, revealing a sly smile, and deliberately kept it a secret. Well, summer. How should I deal with it? Zhao Nuanyuan stared at Yi Zhiqiu with eyes wide open in disbelief, and asked anxiously, "Hey, stop keeping me in suspense. What should we do?" Seeing her best friend so anxious, Yi Zhiqiu secretly felt amused and decided to tease her again. So, she pretended to be nonchalant and replied lightly, "What else can I do? Everything will remain the same." "Ah, you actually want to have the best of both worlds?" Zhao Nuanyuan was so shocked that she covered her mouth with her hands, almost unable to believe what she heard. "Aha, isn't it possible?" Yi Zhiqiu had a sly smile on his face and looked at Zhao Nuanyuan provocatively. Zhao Nuanyuan was so angry that she couldn't speak. She pointed at Yi Zhiqiu and stammered, Yi Zhiqiu, I finally see you clearly today. I didn't expect you to be such a fickle woman." Facing her bestie's accusation, Yi Zhiqiu was not angry, but laughed so hard that her body shook. After a while, she stopped laughing, slowly leaned close to Zhao Nuanyuan's ear, and whispered, "Silly, Xiatian is actually the biological father of the child." Chapter 47, Changing Debeo's Diaper. Zhao Nuanyuan's mouth opened wide, her face full of astonishment. She stood there in a daze, as if she had been struck by lightning. She blinked her originally lively big eyes and looked at Yi Zhiqiu in disbelief, as if she wanted to find a hint of a joke in the other's expression. After a long while, Zhao Nuanyuan came back to her senses and asked stutteringly, What did you say? Xiatian? That junior? He is actually the biological father of your two children? How is this possible?" As she spoke, she shook her head vigorously, as if trying to get rid of this ridiculous idea from her mind. Yi Zhiqiu nodded slightly, his eyes somewhat evasive, not daring to meet Zhao Nuanyuan's gaze. He just responded softly, yes. His voice was as soft as the flapping of mosquito wings. If you didn't listen carefully, you could hardly hear it. Hearing Yi Zhiqiu's affirmative answer, Zhao Nuanyuan was completely confused. She pointed at Yi Zhiqiu with trembling fingers. You too, what the hell are you doing? How could such a thing happen to you?" She felt her head was a mess and she couldn't make sense of anything. Yi Zhiqiu sighed and explained helplessly, "Alas. This matter is a long story, involving too many complicated factors, and it cannot be explained clearly in just a sentence or two. Besides, there are so many people here, it is really not a suitable place to talk about these things." After saying that, she looked around cautiously, fearing that someone would notice what they were doing. Zhao Nuanyuan took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She nodded to show her understanding. "Okay, then I'll go back with you after get off work. Tonight you have to tell me everything, what happened, and what exactly happened between you and Xiatian." Yi Zhiqiu nodded obediently and responded in a low voice, "Well. Okay." On a hot summer day, the sun shines through the window into Yi Zhiqiu's cozy living room. Xiatian was busy taking care of the second baby. He followed the doctor's instructions and carefully treated the second baby's fever. Every half an hour, he would gently pick up the thermometer, carefully place it under Rebao's armpit, and carefully record the changes in body temperature. Time passed minute by minute, and more than an hour later, Xiatian finally saw Rebao's body temperature gradually drop to the normal range. He let out a long sigh, then gently covered Rebao with a soft quilt. At this moment, Xiatian quietly gazed at this little guy who was related to him by blood, and a deep fatherly love involuntarily revealed in his eyes. That loving gaze seemed to be able to melt everything and make people feel endless warmth. Just then, a crisp babbling sound came from the small bed next to Xiatian. He quickly turned around and saw Debeo looking at him curiously with his big round eyes. Xiatian smiled slightly, stretched out her hands and carefully held Debeo in her arms, and said softly, "Debeo, my little one." Debeo blinked her big watery eyes and stared straight at the person in front of her who seemed a little strange but made her feel extremely close. Suddenly, she stretched out her chubby little hands and grabbed Xiatian's face. Seeing this, Xiatian lowered his head quickly to let the little one grab his face smoothly. Debeo's little hands tightly grasped Xiatian's cheeks, as if he wanted to feel this person's presence more clearly. After a while, her pink little mouth slightly raised, revealing an innocent smile, which looked so adorable. Aunt Wang stood at the door watching the harmonious relationship between Debeo and Xiatian, father and daughter, without saying a word to disturb them. She turned around with a smile and went to clean the house and prepare dinner. Xiatian was happily teasing the lovely Debeo. The father and daughter were laughing and having a lot of fun. However, at this moment, Debeo, who was originally grinning from ear to ear, suddenly pouted, like a poor little thing who had been wronged, and his little body began to twist constantly. When Xia Tian saw this, he couldn't help but panic. He widened his eyes and stared at Debeo nervously, and for a moment he was at a loss as to what to do. Seeing that Debeo seemed to be about to cry out loud, Xia Tian hurriedly reached out and held Debeo in his arms, gently patting her back and coaxing her softly, "Good baby, don't cry, don't cry." However, no matter how Xia Tian tried to comfort him, Debeo's tendency to cry did not abate at all, but instead became more and more intense. This time, Xia Tian was completely panicked. She hurriedly hugged Debeo and walked quickly in the direction of Aunt Wang. "Auntie Wang, Auntie Wang." Xia Tian walked while calling out Auntie Wang's name loudly, her voice filled with anxiety and worry. Aunt Wang, who was busy in the kitchen, heard Xia Tian's call, quickly took off her apron and ran out in a hurry. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Aunt Wang asked anxiously. Xia Tian didn't even have time to catch his breath, and handed Debeo in his arms to Aunt Wang, and said anxiously, "Aunt Wang, please take a look at Debeo, what happened? He was playing well just now, but suddenly he became like this." Aunt Wang took the crying Debeo and looked at him carefully first, then gently turned Debeo's body, lowered her head and smelled Debeo's butt. In just a moment, Aunt Wang understood the reason. She smiled and said to Xia Tian, "Oh, it's our little guy who has pooped. No wonder he's making such a fuss. We have to wash his butt quickly and change him into a clean diaper." As she spoke, Aunt Wang turned around and picked up Debeo and walked towards the bathroom. Xia Tian quickly followed Aunt Wang into the bathroom. After entering the bathroom, Aunt Wang took off Debeo's diaper and directed Xia Tian, "Mr. Xia, use the blue basin under the sink and fill it with some warm water." Oh, okay." Xia Tian heard what Aunt Wang told him and quickly responded, "Going to get a basin to get warm water. After connecting the hot water, I tested the temperature with my hand in summer and it felt a little hot, so I added some cold water and tested the water temperature with my hand again. It felt about the right temperature." He took the wash basin and walked towards Aunt Wang and placed it in front of Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang washed Debeo's butt with warm water and then wiped the little guy's butt dry with a cotton towel. Then I took out a clean diaper to change Debeo and put it on him, and then tidied up his clothes. Xia Tian watched carefully the whole process of Aunt Wang changing Debeo's diaper, learning from her experience so that when Aunt Wang was not around in the future, she could change diapers for the two little ones by herself. Aunt Wang changed Debeo's diaper and Debeo stopped crying. Aunt Wang finished everything and handed Debeo to Xia Tian. Debeo fell into Xia Tian's arms, opened his big eyes and frowned slightly. As if to say, "Humph, you're so stupid. You can't even change a diaper." Chapter 48. Xia Tian, I never expected this. Yi Jiqiu organized the items on his desk in an orderly manner, putting various documents neatly into folders, and then putting pens, notebooks and other office supplies back in place one by one. While she was busy, she looked up from time to time at Zhao Nuanyuan beside her. She saw that Zhao Nuanyuan had already packed everything quickly and was standing there with a small and exquisite bag on her back, waiting for her patiently. "Hey, Jiqiu, can you be faster?" Zhao Nuanyuan's voice was filled with anxiety as she kept urging. Yi Jiqiu raised his head and looked at Zhao Nuanyuan, who looked anxious. He couldn't help but laughed and joked, "What are you anxious for? Look at you, you look so impatient, as if there is something big waiting for us to do." Hearing this, Zhao Nuanyuan snorted lightly, crossed her hands over her chest, and said with a pout, "Humph. You are not in a hurry, but don't you think about who it was a few days ago? As soon as it was time to get off work, he was like his but was on fire, and he was in a hurry to pack up and ran faster than a rabbit." After saying that, she deliberately winked at Yi Jiqiu with a naughty expression. Yi Jiqiu rolled his eyes at Zhao Nuanyuan in annoyance, shook his head helplessly, quickened his movements, and muttered, Okay, I get it will be ready soon, let's go." Finally, Yi Jiqiu completed all the finishing work and walked out of the company hand in hand with Zhao Nuanyuan. Along the way, the two best friends talked and laughed, sharing the interesting things that happened in the company today. After a while, they arrived at the elevator entrance, pressed the button, and waited quietly for the elevator to arrive. The elevator door slowly opened, and the two walked into the elevator and pressed the floor button for the underground garage. As the elevator descended smoothly, it soon reached its destination. As he stepped out of the elevator, a chill hit him in the face, causing Yi Jiqiu to shiver. "Hey! Jiqiu, look over there!" Suddenly, Zhao Nuanyuan grabbed Yi Jiqiu's arm tightly as if she had discovered a new world, and quickly hid behind a car. She lowered her voice and spoke to Yi Jiqiu mysteriously. Yi Jiqiu was startled by Zhao Nuanyuan's sudden action, but still looked in the direction of her finger. It would have been fine if she hadn't looked at it, but once she did, Yi Jisho couldn't help but widen her eyes. She saw Tong Xan, another designer in their company, hugging Zhang Ming, who had pursued Yi Jisho before, intimately, and walking towards Zhang Ming's car parked not far away as if no one was around. Oh my god, this is too exciting. I didn't expect that Tong Xian is already married and has children. And this Zhang Ming, I was wondering. Zhang Ming hasn't come to harass you in the past few days. Zhao Nuanyuan murmured softly in surprise, while casting her gaze towards Yi Jisho beside her. After hearing this, Yi Jisho shook his head helplessly and responded, "Hey, why do you care so much about other people's business?" Really? However, before she finished her words, she noticed that Zhao Nuanyuan was quickly taking out her cell phone from her bag and aiming it at the vehicle that had just left, ready to take a picture. Hey! Why are you still taking pictures? Stop it! Yi Jisho hurriedly reached out to stop Zhao Nuanyuan, but it was too late. Zhao Nuanyuan had already pressed the shutter. Facing Yi Jisho's obstruction, Zhao Nuanyuan not only did not stop, but continued to film while explaining confidently, "Such a big piece of gossip, of course we have to take pictures to commemorate it. And maybe one day that bastard Zhang Ming will come to bother you again, then we can take out these photos to scare him and make him back off." While the two were talking, Zhang Ming had already driven away slowly from the scene, with Tong Xian sitting in the car. Only until their figures disappeared from sight did Yi Jisho and Zhao Nuanyuan cautiously walk out from their hiding place and walk together towards the car park not far away. The two of them quickly came to the front of the car, opened the door and got in. Yi Jisho started the car skillfully, stepped on the accelerator lightly, and drove the car forward steadily. Along the way, they chatted idly, and before they knew it, about 20 minutes later, the car arrived downstairs of the community where Yi Jisho lived. The two got out of the car one after another and walked side by side to the entrance of the corridor. With the crisp sound of their high heels hitting the ground, they climbed the stairs step by step and finally arrived at Yi Jisho's door. Yi Jisho slowly took out the slightly worn key from his pocket, skillfully inserted it into the door lock, turned it gently, and with a click, the door slowly opened. She stepped aside, and Zhao Nuanyuan beside her stepped lightly over the threshold, and the two of them walked into the house together. As soon as they entered the door, they took off their shoes tacitly and put on the soft slippers that had been prepared in advance. At this moment, from the kitchen came the crisp sound of spatulas hitting iron pots, as well as the rich aroma of food. It turned out that Aunt Wang was wearing an apron and busy cooking delicious food in front of the stove. Yi Jisho smiled and shouted towards the kitchen, "Auntie Wang, I'm back." Hearing the voice, Aunt Wang turned around, with a kind smile on her face, and responded, "Jisho, you're back. Nuanyuan is here too." The spatula in her hand kept stirring the dishes in the pot, and at the same time she did not forget to greet the two of them. Zhao Nuanyuan also responded sweetly, "Hello, Aunt Wang." After saying hello, Yi Jisho and Zhao Nuanyuan smiled at each other, then walked towards the room of the two little guys. They tiptoed to the door. Yi Jisho gently grasped the door handle and turned it slowly, fearing to disturb the people in the house. As soon as the door opened a crack, the laughter and joyful voices from inside couldn't wait to come out. I saw two cute little guys lying obediently on the bed, their little faces rosy and as adorable as ripe apples. Xia Tian was standing by the bed, holding colorful toys in her hands, playing with the two little ones in various ways. Sometimes he made a face, sometimes he told a funny story, making the two little ones giggle, and their silvery laughter echoed throughout the room. Yi Jisho and Zhao Nuanyuan stood quietly at the door of the room, gazing at the extremely heartwarming scene in front of them with gentle eyes, the corners of their mouths rising unconsciously. Xia Tian was having fun with the two little ones when he suddenly felt someone's eyes on him. She stopped and turned around in confusion, and saw Yi Jisho and Zhao Nuanyuan standing at the door with smiles on their faces. Xia Tian's face immediately broke into a bright smile, and she said enthusiastically, "Senior, you are back from get off work." Yi Jisho looked at Xia Tian with a bright smile, "Well, I'm back, how's Erbao?" "It's okay, the temperature has dropped and is not rising anymore," Xia Tian said slowly. "Yo! Xia Tian, I never thought that the father of my godson and goddaughter would actually be you," Zhao Nuanyuan said to Xia Tian with an unfathomable smile. Chapter 49 The Magic of Blood Ties. Xia Tian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, but then he sighed softly and said with emotion, "Ah. Senior sister Nuan Nuan, you may not believe it, but I just learned the news today. Before this, I didn't even know that I already had such a lovely pair of children." Hearing this, Zhao Nuanyuan's face suddenly showed a mixture of surprise and confusion. She widened her eyes, looked at Yi Jisho in disbelief, and asked, "Ah. Even you just found out about this today?" Yi Jiqiu nodded silently, and then explained in a slow and steady tone, "Well, it is just as Xia Tian said, he has been kept in the dark about this matter. Today, because Erbo had a fever, I took Erbo to the hospital, and Xia Tian happened to meet me. That's how Xia Tian learned about the existence of the two little guys." Zhao Nuanyuan shook her head helplessly after hearing this. Her eyes glanced back and forth between the two of them, finally landing on the two innocent little guys. "I saw them blinking their big round, watery eyes, laughing crisply and pleasantly, and sucking their chubby little hands with relish. They seemed unaware of the conversations and complex emotions between the adults, and were completely immersed in their own little world." Seeing this, Zhao Nuanyuan couldn't help but feel pity and sighed, "Alas, my little darlings, you are so miserable, having such a pair of confused and unreliable parents." However, the two little guys were still playing by themselves, not disturbed by the outside world at all, as if the adults' troubles had nothing to do with them. "Alas! Xia Tian, you haven't even done a paternity test. How can you be so sure that these two little guys must be your biological children?" Zhao Nuanyuan was full of suspicion and asked with a frown in confusion. When Xia Tian heard this, the corners of his mouth just slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. He took out his cell phone from his pocket calmly, swiped the screen lightly, and started searching through the photo album. Soon, he found the childhood photo that he had treasured for a long time and handed it to Zhao Nuanyuan. Zhao Nuanyuan took the phone hesitantly, her eyes first falling on the photo on the screen, then quickly moving to the little guy next to her. She compared the two carefully, and the expression on her face gradually changed from confusion to shock. Her mouth opened wide and couldn't close for a long time. Seeing this, Yi Jiqiu, who was standing by, became more and more curious. He couldn't help but come over and look at the phone screen. When she saw that the little boy in the photo was exactly the same as the little guy in front of her, she was also stunned. They look so similar. But, are you sure they are your children just based on a photo of them when they were little? That's a bit too hasty. Even though she saw it with her own eyes, Zhao Nuanyuan still found it hard to believe and continued to ask. Xia Tian was not angry at Zhao Nuanyuan's doubt. His eyes were always gentle as water. He slowly explained, "Of course it's not just because they look alike. More importantly, every time I see these two little guys, an indescribable feeling surges up in my heart, as if there is an invisible bond between us that is tightly connected. That is the wonderful induction brought by the blood connection." After hearing what Xia Tian said, Zhao Nuanyuan and Yi Jiqiu looked at each other, with an expression of disbelief in each other's eyes. This feeling of blood connection is too mysterious for them and beyond their imagination. However, looking at Xia Tian's loving and touching eyes when she looked at the two little ones, they had to believe that perhaps there really was such a mysterious and powerful power existing in the blood of family. "It's time to eat." As this shout came from outside the room, it was like a magic spell, instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the room. The door slowly opened, and 3 adults and 2 cute little ones came out one after another. At this time, the dining table in the restaurant was already filled with sumptuous dishes. Looking closely, there were actually 4 exquisite stir-fried dishes and a bowl of steaming hot soup. These dishes are not only bright in color and fragrant, but also make people salivate at first sight. Wow! Aunt Wang, your cooking skills are as superb as always. The smell is so delicious. Zhao Nuanyuan widened her eyes, her gaze fixed on those delicious dishes, not hiding her desire for the food. She couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, and kept swallowing her saliva. She looked like a very hungry little cat. "Okay, everyone come and sit down, let's start eating." Yi Jiqiu, the hostess, smiled and waved to everyone, warmly inviting everyone to sit down and eat. After a while, everyone sat around the dining table, and the 2 little ones were placed in the stroller beside them. Xia Tian and Yi Jiqiu deliberately chose to sit next to the crib so that they could take care of the child conveniently while enjoying the food. Zhao Nuanyuan couldn't wait to pick up the bowl and chopsticks, and without saying a word, she set her sights directly on the bowl of fragrant braised spare ribs. I saw her skillfully extending her chopsticks, accurately picking up a piece of tender and juicy pork ribs and putting them into her mouth, chewing them carefully and savoring the wonderful flavor. At the same time, the considerate Xia Tian was not idle either. He first carefully served Yi Jiqiu a bowl of delicious carp soup and gently placed it in front of her. After doing all this, he picked up his bowl of rice with satisfaction and prepared to feast on it. As everyone was eating, Yi Jiqiu would occasionally pick up some meat for Xia Tian, and Xia Tian would also occasionally pick up some vegetables for Yi Jiqiu. Hey! Can you two stop doing this? I just wanted to have a good meal, but the whole time I had to watch you guys show off your affection. Zhao Nuanyuan was chewing food and mumbling vaguely. She glanced at the two people opposite with dissatisfaction in her big round eyes, and there was a hint of anger on her face. Yi Jiqiu, who was sitting next to Zhao Nuanyuan, rolled his eyes when he heard this and said, "Eat your meal. I can't shut up your mouth when I'm eating." After saying that, she stretched out her chopsticks, picked up a piece of fragrant pork ribs, and quickly stuffed it into Zhao Nuanyuan's mouth. At this time, there was another person at the dining table who was looking at them with a smile. This person was Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang was actually an auntie specially hired by Yi Jiqiu to help with housework and take care of the baby, but after spending a few months together, she and Yi Jiqiu established a deep relationship. Aunt Wang had long regarded Yi Jiqiu as her junior. Now seeing Yi Jiqiu and Xia Tian being so affectionate, she couldn't help but feel sincerely happy for Yi Jiqiu. Look again at the small bed not far away, there are two cute little guys lying there. Their chubby little hands kept putting the food into their mouths, eating with relish, and occasionally letting out a giggle, which seemed to express joy for their parents like a silvery bell. Chapter 50. Ye's mother is coming. After finishing her meal, Aunt Wang quickly got up and walked to the kitchen, where she began to wash the dishes and tidy up the table. At the same time, another warm scene appeared in the living room. Yi Jiqiu and Zhao Nuanyuan each held a cute little one in their arms. I saw Xia Tian concentrating on preparing milk for the two little ones. He did it skillfully. It was obvious that his skills had improved after learning how to make milk from Aunt Wang in the afternoon. Xia Tian, can you speed up a little? My godson and goddaughter are starving. Zhao Nuanyuan shouted to Xia Tian anxiously while gently teasing the second baby in her arms. Her eyes were always on the child, full of love. It will be ready soon, it will really be ready soon. Xia Tian responded. He methodically completed the last few steps, pouring an appropriate amount of hot water into the bottle, adding a precise proportion of milk powder, and then gently shaking the bottle to allow the hot water and milk powder to fully blend. Then, he carefully dropped a drop of milk on the back of his hand, carefully feeling whether the temperature was appropriate. After confirming that everything was correct, he nodded with satisfaction, then walked briskly towards the sofa with 2 bottles of milk in his hands. When Xia Tian came to the sofa, he first looked at Yi Jiqiu and Zhao Nuanyuan with a smile, and then handed the bottle in his hand to them respectively. Yi Jiqiu and Zhao Nuanyuan could hardly wait to take the bottle and quickly put the nipple to the mouths of the two little ones. In an instant, as if they smelled the temptation of the milk, the two little guys immediately opened their mouths, bit the pacifier tightly, and then began to suck it with big gulps. They ate with gusto, making gulp sounds, and they looked so adorable. Seeing the kids wolfing down the food, everyone couldn't help laughing. It seemed like the two little darlings were really starving. Not bad. Xia Tian, it's only been a short day and you can even make milk. I have to say, you are a really good new dad. Zhao Nuanyuan said this with a smile, holding the bottle steadily in one hand and pointing at Xia Tian with the other, her eyes full of teasing. Yi Jiqiu on the side also smiled slightly, his eyes fell gently on Xia Tian, and the satisfaction in his eyes was obvious. Xia Tian felt a little embarrassed by the compliment. He smiled shyly, scratched his head and said, well. Actually, I went to ask Aunt Wang for advice this afternoon, and I just learned it, After saying this, he subconsciously touched his head again. At this moment, a crisp telephone ring suddenly rang ding-ling-dling. Ling-ling. The sound continued to come from Yi Jiqiu's pocket. Yi Jiqiu hurriedly and carefully handed Debao in his arms to Xia Tian, then quickly reached out to take out his cell phone and walked quickly to the balcony. She looked down at the caller ID on her phone screen, her brows slightly furrowed, an expression of helplessness and headache appearing on her face. The person who called was none other than Yi Jiqiu's mother. The phone had been ringing for quite a while. Yi Jiqiu hesitated again and again, but finally gritted his teeth, pressed the answer button, and said softly, "Hello, Mom." A kind and gentle voice soon came from the other end of the phone. "Jiqiu. My dear daughter, what are you busy with now? Why did you take so long to answer your mother's call?" Mom, I was busy with something just now," Yi Jiqiu said with a smile. Why are you so busy with your work? I haven't been home for more than a year. How are you doing in Hangzhou? Mother Yi sat on the sofa, knitting a sweater while softly asking Yi Jiqiu on the other end of the phone. Her eyes revealed her deep concern and longing for her daughter. Yeah, Mom, I've only been working for a year. Of course I have to perform well and strive to achieve some results, so I'm a bit busy recently. But don't worry, I'll definitely find time to come back and visit you and Dad after a while. Yi Jiqiu leaned on the balcony railing, tilted her head slightly, and acted coquettishly in front of the phone screen. Although she was a little tired from work, all her tiredness disappeared instantly when she heard her mother's familiar and warm voice. "No need to wait for you to come back to see us, baby. Mom has to go to Hangzhou to do some work tomorrow. I will probably stay there for several days. Then I will go and stay at your place." Mother Yi stopped her needlework, smiled, and slowly told Yi Zhiqiu about the decision. "Ah, Mom, you have to come live with me." Yi Zhiqiu couldn't help but tremble in his heart, and a barely perceptible panic flashed across his face. But she quickly adjusted her mood, steadied her slightly trembling voice, and responded calmly, Sure, Mom, how can it be inconvenient? You're welcome to come over any time." However, Ye's mother on the other end of the phone was so perceptive, how could she not hear the hint of panic in her daughter's words? But she didn't expose it on the spot, but pretended that she didn't notice anything, and said gently, "Well, that's good. If it's really inconvenient, don't force it." "Oh, no, Mom. I'm so happy to have you here to accompany me." Yi Zhiqiu quickly answered with a smile, but he began to secretly wonder how to deal with his mother's upcoming sudden visit. Yi Zhiqiu chatted with Ye's mother for a while, then walked back to the living room with a worried look on his face. At this moment, in the living room, Xia Tian and Zhao Nuanyuan had already fed the two little guys and were playing with them. Xia Tian saw Yi Zhiqiu coming back with a slightly sad look on his face, and couldn't help but wonder what had happened. Xia Tian stood up and walked to Yi Zhiqiu's side, and asked softly, "Zhiqiu, what's wrong? I saw you answered a phone call and came back with a sad face." Yi Zhiqiu looked at Xia Tian, not knowing how to start. He sighed, and lowered his head without saying anything. At this time, Zhao Nuanyuan also saw Yi Zhiqiu's worried look, so she came over and asked Xia Tian in a low voice, "What's wrong with her?" Xia Tian shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. Yi Zhiqiu lowered his head and thought for a while, then he slowly said, "My mother is coming to Hangzhou tomorrow and will stay with me for a few days." After these words were spoken, Xia Tian and Zhao Nuanyuan were both stunned. Zhao Nuanyuan understood Yi Zhiqiu's situation and was worried about her best friend. Xia Tian was a little nervous because Ye's mother, her future mother-in-law, was coming. After all, it was a bit sudden and she hadn't expected that Yi Zhiqiu had a child out of wedlock and her family didn't know about it. Chapter 51 Remember. This is the truth. "Oh no, it's over, what should I do?" Zhao Nuanyuan said in panic. Yi Zhiqiu also lowered his head and remained silent at this moment. He seemed to be frozen in place, and he had no idea how to deal with what his mother was going to do. It was as if countless ants were crawling in her heart, and she kept thinking about what to do next. Xia Tian looked at the strange reactions of the two people in front of him and couldn't help feeling confused and puzzled. He asked, "What's going on? Isn't it just that the senior sister's mother is coming? There's no need to be so nervous." Zhao Nuanyuan glared at Xia Tian fiercely and snorted, "Humph. You may not think it's necessary, but Zhiqiu is miserable. Her family doesn't even know that she has given birth to a child." Then, Zhao Nuanyuan continued to say to Xia Tian in an unpleasant tone, "When her mother comes tomorrow and sees her daughter who has been away from home for more than a year and hasn't even gotten married yet, and has two babies for no apparent reason, guess what Zhiqiu's mother will do? Will she beat her to death? Humph." Hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu sighed helplessly, and then slowly said, Nuanyuan, forget it, don't talk about Xia Tian anymore. In fact, he can't be blamed for what happened back then, and it was my idea to finally decide to give birth to the child." However, when Zhao Nuanyuan heard that her best friend was actually so protective of Xia Tian, she couldn't help but roll her eyes again and said to Yi Zhiqiu with a hint of anger, I really don't understand what charm that guy has that can make you so obsessed with him and speak for him everywhere." After hearing what Zhao Nuanyuan said, Xia Tian couldn't help but feel moved. He began to put himself in the shoes of these girls and think about why they were so nervous. If you are a girl and get pregnant and give birth to a child unexpectedly before getting married, your parents will probably be furious. Just imagining that scene, Xia Tian felt a sense of fear and guilt. "Zhiqiu, things have come to this point, let's face it together. When Auntie comes over tomorrow, I will be with you and help her deal with it." Xia Tian's eyes were as sharp as torches, staring at Yi Zhiqiu closely, his words sincere and firm. "Whether Auntie scolds me or beats me tomorrow, I will bear all the consequences. I will also explain this matter clearly to Auntie. All the faults are mine." Xia Tian patted his chest and promised without hesitation, his face full of determination. Then, Xia Tian reached out and gently held Yi Zhiqiu's hands, staring at her with deep affection and determination, and solemnly promised, "Zhiqiu, please believe me. No matter what difficulties you encounter in the future, I will take care of you and our children wholeheartedly and will never let you have the slightest disappointment or regret. Yi Jiqiu quietly looked at the determined man in front of him, feeling mixed emotions. She sighed secretly, thinking that she couldn't hide this matter from her family after all, and it would reach their ears sooner or later. Fortunately, Xia Tian now knows about the child's existence and is willing to take responsibility. And it is only the mother who will come tomorrow, the father will not come. Her mother's love for her will make her feel a little better. Think about it, my current situation is something I had anticipated when I decided to have the child. Moreover, the current situation is better than when Xia Tian was unaware of the child's existence and raised the child alone. It will be easier for the mother to accept. Thinking of this, Yi Jiqiu no longer thought about how to hide and continue to conceal the idea. What she was thinking about now was how to package Xia Tian better so that her mother could accept her better. Yi Jiqiu thought about it and decided that if he told his mother that Xia Tian didn't have a formal job yet and it would definitely not work for him to deliver food. By the way, Xia Tian, didn't you say you were writing a novel? How is your novel going? Yi Jiqiu asked Xia Tian. When Xia Tian heard Yi Jiqiu asking about the novel he wrote, Xia Tian took out his phone and checked the backstage. He showed it to Yi Jiqiu and said, "The novel I wrote is pretty good at the moment." Yi Jiqiu took the phone and saw the data of Xia Tian's novel in the author's backstage: 96,850 reads, 36,850 on the bookshelf, 44,321 following updates, and 5,280 urging for updates. When Yi Jiqiu saw this long string of numbers, she covered her mouth in surprise. Although she couldn't see the data, she saw that there were tens of thousands of numbers, so it should not be wrong. When Zhao Nuanyuan saw Yi Jiqiu's surprised expression, she couldn't help but lean over to take a look. She was also surprised when she saw the data. "Xia Tian, how much money can your novel make every month now?" Yi Jiqiu asked while looking at the data. "Well, the income from a novel varies from day to day. Currently, this novel makes about 1,000 yuan a day. Currently, the revenue from this novel has reached over 3,000 this month. Today is July 13th, if the data does not drop drastically. July's novel should have about 17,000 or 18,000. Xia Tian said conservatively. When Yi Jiqiu heard Xia Tian's novel could earn 17,000 to 18,000 yuan this month, his eyes lit up. "Xia Tian, when my mother comes tomorrow and asks you what you do for a living, just say that you are a full-time novel writer," Yi Jiqiu said to Xia Tian. Oh, okay. Xia Tian responded. Xia Tian also knew that if he said that he was a delivery man, his mother-in-law would probably not look down on him but would still have concerns. But if you tell your mother-in-law that you are a novel author and show her the background data, at least she will feel more at ease than if you say you deliver food. Then Yi Jiqiu thought for a moment and said, "I'll take you back later." "You pack up and move in here." "Ah. Why?" Xia Tian said puzzledly. "Oh, you're so stupid. Of course you can't let Jiqiu's mother know that you didn't know the child existed. Jiqiu is giving birth to a child on her own," Zhao Nuanyuan said to Xia Tian unhappily. "Well, Xia Tian, you have to pretend that you are always with me. You can't let my mother know that you just found out about the child's existence. That will affect my mother's attitude towards you," Yi Jiqiu explained. "My mother asked me why I didn't tell my family about my pregnancy. Please keep quiet and let me talk. If my mother insists that you tell her, then just tell her. I found out that you are already 4 or 5 months pregnant. I have decided not to let you tell her, and you can't beat me," Yi Jiqiu continued to explain to Xia Tian. "This isn't a good idea. What if someone finds out later that it's really true?" Xia Tian said hesitantly. "This is the truth, you must remember, this is the truth," Yi Jiqiu said to Xia Tian while holding Xia Tian's head. Xia Tian thought about it, nodded, and decided to listen to Yi Jiqiu. After Yi Jiqiu finished explaining things to Xia Tian, he discussed with Zhao Nuanyuan what omissions there were and made up for everything. Chapter 52 Summer Landlord. After discussing everything, Zhao Nuanyuan smiled and waved to everyone, then turned around, went downstairs, drove her car home. At the same time, Yi Jiqiu and Xia Tian walked towards the hospital together. They were going to retrieve the electric donkey that they had parked there in the afternoon. "Xia Tian, I'll go over first. I'll wait for you downstairs of your house." Yi Jiqiu poked his head out of the car and said to Xia Tian gently. "Jiqiu, wait, take this bunch of keys. When you get there you don't have to wait outside. You can go directly to my room and wait for me." Xiao Tian said as he took out a bunch of keys from his pocket and handed it to Yi Jiqiu. Yi Jiqiu took the key and nodded gently. Well, okay then. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Jiqiu lightly got into his car, started the engine skillfully, and slowly drove out of the parking lot. Xiao Tian also got on his beloved electric scooter and followed the direction Yi Jiqiu left, slowly heading towards his rental house. Time passed by minute, and after about 15 minutes, the car driven by Yi Jiqiu arrived first downstairs of the house that Xiao Tian rented. She parked the car steadily and got out gracefully. Looking up at the familiar yet unfamiliar building in front of him, Yi Jiqiu took a deep breath and walked towards the stairs. She had been here once before, so she knew the exact location of the room Xiao Tian had rented. After a while, she successfully found Xiao Tian's door. After standing still, Yi Jiqiu took out the key that Xiao Tian had just given her from her pocket, carefully inserted it into the keyhole, and turned it gently. With a click, the door lock opened. Yi Jiqiu gently pushed the door open and slowly walked into the house. Her eyes scanned every corner of the house and found that the display here was exactly the same as the last time she sent the drunk Xiao Tian back, with almost no changes. She raised her head slightly and her eyes fell on the suitcase placed on top of the wardrobe. That was Xiao's luggage. Yi Jiqiu stepped forward, reached out and carefully took it down, then gently placed it on the ground and opened the box. Yi Jiqiu thought to herself, since I arrived here before Xiao Tian, I might as well help her pack her luggage. So, she turned and walked to the closet, ready to pack the clothes she needed to bring into the suitcase. When she opened the closet door, a neat and orderly scene appeared before her eyes. The clothes were folded neatly and meticulously. Underwear and socks were also packed in bags and neatly placed aside. There are not many summer clothes, but each piece looks a little old. However, it can be seen that these clothes have been carefully washed and exude a faint scent of laundry detergent. Yi Jiqiu began to take out clothes one by one, folded them carefully and put them into the suitcase. It wasn't long before all the summer clothes were packed in it. Just as she was about to close the lid of the suitcase, she suddenly heard a slightly puzzled voice behind her. Hey, who are you? Yi Jiqiu turned around and saw a woman in her 40s standing at the door, looking at him curiously. Ah. I am Xiao Tian's girlfriend. Who are you? Yi Jiqiu replied. Oh, it turns out you are Xiaoxia's girlfriend. Ha, I am Xiaoxia's landlord. The woman said with a smile on her face. Hello, landlord's sister. When Yi Jiqiu heard the other party introduce herself, he hurriedly responded politely. Yeah, you're good too, little girl. But, what's wrong with you? Are you moving? The landlord looked at Yi Jiqiu curiously as she was packing her summer clothes into boxes one by one, and couldn't help but ask. Yi Jiqiu thought about it for a moment and thought to himself that after Xiao Tian moved in with him, it would be unlikely for him to come back here again. So she nodded slightly and replied, Yes, sister, we are indeed planning to move out. Oh, is this room too small? Don't worry, if you feel that there is not enough space, I have a bigger room for you to choose from. Even if two people live together, it will feel very spacious and comfortable. While introducing the house enthusiastically, the landlord thought to himself that maybe he wanted to move out because he got a girlfriend in the summer and felt his current residence was a bit crowded. However, Yi Jiqiu quickly waved her hands and denied it. That's not the case, sister. It's not because of the size of the room. The reason we are moving this time is to move into our own house. The landlord understood immediately after hearing this. Since the other party already had his own house, she naturally couldn't say anything more. After all, in this situation, saying more would be useless. Okay then. When do you plan to move out? I made it very clear to Xiao before. If you move out early, you will have to pay the full month's rent. The landlord said to Yi Jiqiu with a stern face. Yi Jiqiu frowned and thought for a moment, then raised his head and responded, We are going to move out tonight. However, we may not be able to move everything out today. As for when we can move out completely, I will tell you when Xiao Tian comes back, but don't worry, we will definitely move everything out before the end of this month. After hearing this, the landlord nodded in approval. Well, okay. Then, after you've all moved in, I'll come over to check the room. If there's no problem, the deposit will be returned to you. Also, don't forget to clean the house thoroughly, otherwise the cleaning fees will be deducted. After giving the instructions, the landlord turned around and left with big strides. As soon as the landlord left, Yi Jiqiu continued to work without stopping. He first walked into the bedroom and folded some clothes neatly into a box, then he moved to the living room and gathered together the scattered items. When he was halfway through cleaning up, Yi Jiqiu came to the bathroom and glanced at the towels hanging on the rack and the toiletries on the table. She thought to herself that since she still had brand new and used items at home, there was no need to take these old items away, so she simply left them where they were. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open and Xia Tian rushed in. As soon as she saw Yi Zhiqiu busy packing his luggage, she hurriedly stepped forward, grabbed Yi Zhiqiu's arm, and said anxiously, "Hey, Zhiqiu, stop working, sit down and take a rest, and leave the rest to me." Yi Zhiqiu smiled gently at Xia Tian. "It's okay, I've almost packed everything, see if you want to take anything else with you." Xia Tian looked around and found that all his clothes had been packed, so there was nothing else to take with him, so he just had to take his computer. "Well, it's nothing, just take the computer with you," Xia Tian said slowly. Chapter 53. Are you not going to recognize the three of us? By the way, Xia Tian, your landlord came over just now. Yi Zhiqiu raised his head and said to Xia Tian while sorting out his things. "Oh, really? Did the landlord say anything?" After hearing this, Xia Tian walked to Yi Zhiqiu and asked. Yi Zhiqiu frowned slightly, and after thinking carefully, he slowly answered, "Well, actually, it's nothing particularly important. It's just that if you want to cancel the lease early, this month's rent will still be calculated based on a full month, and the deposit will not be refunded until you have moved out." "Oh, cancel the lease? But I never thought about canceling the lease," Xia Tian said in surprise. When Yi Zhiqiu heard Xia Tian say that he had no plans to cancel the lease, he was stunned. It took him a while to come back to his senses. He asked in surprise, "Why? Are you still thinking of moving back here?" It was just to deal with your mother. I moved back after your mother left." Xia Tian scratched the back of his head and explained innocently. "What? When did I tell you to deal with my mother? And I never said that you would move back after my mother passed away." Yi Zhiqiu became more and more angry as he spoke. His voice unconsciously rose 8 octaves, and his face was full of dissatisfaction and anger. Then Yi Zhiqiu said in a crying voice, "Are you not going to acknowledge the relationship between us? Are you not going to acknowledge the three of us?" At the end, Yi Zhiqiu's voice was already a little tearful, and her eyes gradually turned red. Tears were swirling in her eyes, as if they were about to burst out in the next second. "Oh, really, no, it's absolutely impossible for me to have such an idea. I was just thinking about dealing with your mother first. Once things are over, I will definitely move back immediately," Xia Tian explained. Okay. Zhiqiu, don't cry. It's all my fault. I misunderstood. I never thought of disowning you 3 daughters. Be good, don't cry, okay?" After saying that, Xia Tian quickly hugged Yi Zhiqiu tightly in his arms, gently stroked her hair, and coaxed her in a soft voice. Yi Zhiqiu just snorted softly, and her pink little hands gently beat Xia Tian's chest like raindrops, as if venting her dissatisfaction and grievances. Seeing this, Xia Tian hurriedly hugged Yi Zhiqiu even tighter, as if he was afraid that this lovely person would slip away if he was not careful. He patted Yi Zhiqiu's back gently while saying sweet words non-stop. "Zhiqiu is the best, it's all my fault. I will definitely treat you twice as well in the future and won't make you angry and cry again." Not long after, under Xia Tian's gentle comfort, Yi Zhiqiu finally stopped crying. Her tearful face gradually blossomed into a smile, as beautiful as a flower in the clear sky after the rain. Seeing Yi Zhiqiu burst into laughter, Xia Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly picked up a white and soft tissue and carefully wiped the remaining tears from the corners of Yi Zhiqiu's eyes. She kept muttering, "Zhiqiu is such an obedient child. How could I bear to leave you? Back then, you were pregnant with the baby alone and went through so much hardship before giving birth to our child. In the days to come, I will definitely make it up to you for all the suffering you have endured. You will always be my sweetheart." After hearing Xia Tian's affectionate words, Yi Zhiqiu pouted and responded, "Humph, you said that yourself, so you must keep your word and compensate us 3 mothers and daughters." After this little episode, the two of them quickly packed up all the items, carefully moved them downstairs, and then neatly packed them into Yi Zhiqiu's car. "Zhiqiu, wait for me in the car when we get there, and I'll come over to get it," Xia Tian instructed Yi Zhiqiu seriously. He also had to ride his electric scooter over, so he let Yi Zhiqiu go first and drive the car with his luggage. "Well. Okay, no problem, but you have to take it easy on the road and don't rush." Yi Zhiqiu responded to Xia Tian gently and gave him a concerned look. "Okay. I get it. Don't worry." Xia Tian smiled and nodded, indicating that she didn't need to worry. Then, Yi Zhiqiu lightly stepped on the accelerator and drove the car away slowly. As for Xiaotian, he got on his cute little electric scooter and rode in the breeze towards the community where Yi Zhiqiu lived. Time passed quickly. After about 10 minutes, Xiaotian finally arrived at Yi Zhiqiu's community on his electric scooter. As soon as he entered the gate of the community, he saw from afar Yi Zhiqiu's car parked quietly in a parking space not far away. Xiaotian happily rode his electric scooter straight towards the direction where the car was parked. When he got close to the parking space, he parked the electric scooter steadily and then walked quickly to the front of the car. "Zhiqiu, here I come!" Xiaotian shouted loudly to Yi Zhiqiu, who was sitting in the car with a smile on his face. Hearing Xiaotian's familiar voice, Yi Zhiqiu quickly opened the car door, got out, and opened the trunk of the car. The two began to take Xiaotian's luggage out of the trunk. After taking out all the things, Xiaotian took the suitcase and other heavy items himself, and let Yi Zhiqiu take his computer. "Oh, it must be tiring for you to carry so many things. Give me some and I'll help you." Yi Zhiqiu looked at Xiaotian bringing all the things and said to him with heartache. Xiaotian smiled slightly and said, "It's okay, it's not heavy. Let's go. Let's go upstairs." Then he walked upstairs. Yi Zhiqiu followed quickly behind, and the two of them walked all the way to the door of their home. Yi Zhiqiu took out the key and opened the door, and Xiaotian walked into the house carrying something. "Zhiqiu, Xiaotian, you're back." Aunt Wang greeted them with a smile when she saw Xiaotian and Yi Zhiqiu coming back. "Auntie Wang, are Debao and Erbao asleep?" Xiaotian greeted Auntie Wang with a smile and asked if his two little babies were asleep. "Yeah, I fell asleep." Aunt Wang responded with a smile. "Yeah, okay, Aunt Wang, thank you for your hard work." Xiaotian said to Aunt Wang with a smile, then carried the luggage and followed Yi Zhiqiu to the room. This room is Yi Zhiqiu's bedroom. In order not to arouse his mother's suspicion, all summer clothes are placed in Yi Zhiqiu's bedroom. After entering the room, Xiaotian looked up at Yi Zhiqiu's room. This was his first time entering Yi Zhiqiu's room. The whole room was very simple. There was a faint fragrance, and everything was neatly arranged. There were a number of dolls and a cushion for sitting on the windowsill. "Xiaotian, put all your clothes in this compartment." Yi Zhiqiu opened the closet and pointed to an empty compartment that had been tidied up and said to Xiaotian. Chapter 54 The first time sleeping in a room with a bed. Xiaotian stood in front of the empty closet, looking at it curiously, and couldn't help asking, "Zhiqiu, this closet is so clean, when did you organize it?" When Xiaotian suddenly asked this question, Yi Zhiqiu's cheeks instantly flushed. In fact, this cubicle was not specially organized by her at a certain point in time, but had been empty and preserved from the beginning. Faced with Xiaotian's question at this moment, she was suddenly at a loss and had no idea how to respond. At this moment, Yi Zhiqiu had an idea and quickly changed the subject, saying, "Oh, Xiaotian, you've been busy all day today, you must be exhausted. Why don't you take a bath and relax? After you finish the bath, I will organize and hang up your clothes." After hearing what Yi Zhiqiu said, Xiaotian didn't think too much about it. He really felt that he had been busy all day and his body was not only covered in dust, but also sweated a lot, making him feel sticky and uncomfortable. So, he smiled and said to Yi Zhiqiu, "Okay, thank you so much, Zhiqiu." After that, Xiaotian picked up the pajamas beside him and turned to walk towards the bathroom. However, just after walking a few steps, Xiaotian seemed to suddenly remember something, turned around and shouted at Yi Zhiqiu, "Hey, Zhiqiu, which bathroom should I go to take a shower?" Yi Zhiqiu was slightly stunned, then reacted and replied with a smile, "You can use any bathroom in our house. From now on, this is also your home. Xiaotian, from now on, we are going to live together. This is your home and also our warm little home together." Yi Zhiqiu looked at Xiaotian lovingly, his tone as gentle as water. Hearing this, Xiaotian nodded slightly and replied softly, "Well, okay." Then he turned around and walked towards the bathroom in the room with light steps. Seeing Xiaotian walk into the bathroom to take a shower, Yi Zhiqiu was not idle either. She walked to the box where Xiaotian's luggage was placed, carefully opened the box, and took out the clothes one by one. Although the clothes were a bit old-fashioned, each piece was neatly stacked. Yi Zhiqiu picked them up gently and hung them carefully in the closet. While sorting, she noticed that many of her summer clothes looked old, and some were even slightly faded from multiple washings. Looking at these clothes, Yi Zhiqiu couldn't help but feel a surge of pity in his heart, and secretly wondered when he could take Xiaotian to buy some new and beautiful clothes. Not long after, Xiaotian quickly finished his bath. He was wearing loose and comfortable pajamas, wiping his still wet long hair with a towel, and slowly walked out of the bathroom. As he walked out of the bathroom, he asked, Jichio, where is the hairdryer? Yi Jichio, who was concentrating on hanging clothes, was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Then he thought for a moment and replied, the hairdryer. It should be in the cabinet to the left of the mirror cabinet. Okay. Xia Tian turned around and went back to the bathroom, found the hairdryer and started blow-drying her hair. Woo! 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 A low and continuous sound came from the bathroom. It was the resonant sound produced by the hairdryer when it was working at full capacity. Summer stood in front of the sink, holding the hairdryer tightly in her hand, moving the air outlet quickly, letting the warm wind blow on her wet hair. It didn't take long for Xia Tian to blow dry his hair until it was fluffy, and he carefully put the hairdryer back into the mirror cabinet and gently closed the door. Turning and walking out of the bathroom, when her eyes fell on the bed, she saw that Yi Jichio had changed into a loose and soft pajamas and was lying quietly on the bed with an open book in his hand. Xia Tian's heart started pounding instantly, because she knew that tonight she would sleep in the same bed with the goddess she had always been thinking about. This feeling of anticipation and nervousness intertwined made her involuntarily take a deep breath to calm herself down. Yi Jichio was also in a state of anxiety at the moment. She seemed to be concentrating on holding the book, but in fact her eyes were just mechanically scanning the pages, and the words on the pages did not enter her mind at all. Because whenever she thought about sleeping in the same bed and covering herself with the same quilt as Xia Tian at night, her heart would feel like a deer running around, and she couldn't calm down. Even though the two of them already have the fruit of their love, lovely children, and Yi Jichio has also silently observed Xia Tian on weekdays, deep in his heart he has already completely accepted and acknowledged that Xia Tian is the person who will accompany him for the rest of his life. However, facing the first time sleeping in the same bed in life, the nervousness still surged in my heart uncontrollably. At this moment, Xia Tian slowly walked to the end of the bed and sat down. She hesitated for a moment, then asked Yi Jichio softly, Jichio, won't our two little guys sleep in the same room with us tonight? Well, I'm really busy at work on weekdays. I often have to work overtime until very late, so I can't spend the night with the two little ones. So, they usually live in the same room with Aunt Wang. Yi Jichio murmured softly while flipping through the book in his hand. Hearing this, Xia Tian simply responded, Then, the two of them fell into an awkward silence as if the mute button was suddenly pressed. After a while, Yi Jichio raised his head slightly and glanced quietly in the direction of Xia Tian. Then he quickly lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong and said softly, Oh, my mother is coming over to stay for a while tomorrow. I have already told Aunt Wang in advance to let her go home and rest for a few days. After my mother leaves, I will ask her to come back to help take care of the children. After saying these words, Yi Jichio seemed to muster up some courage, and his voice became a little gentler. Also, tomorrow morning, please move the two little ones' beds to our master bedroom first. Xia Tian quickly nodded and agreed, yeah. Okay, no problem. I'll get this done tomorrow morning. At this time, Yi Jichio noticed that Xia Tian was still sitting at the end of the bed, not moving, so he couldn't help but ask with a smile, Why don't you get back into bed? Why are you sitting there like this? Are you planning to spend the night here at the end of the bed tonight? When Xia Tian was asked this question, he was stunned for a moment, then he came to his senses and quickly responded twice, oh. Then he stood up hurriedly, walked quickly to the other side of the bed, and lay down carefully next to the bed. Chapter 55, A little further, a little further. Seeing Xia Tian's cautious and careful appearance, Yi Jichio suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart. He thought to himself, this guy actually regards me as a scourge. Could it be that I will eat him alive? Yi Jichio stared at Xia Tian with interest, a sly light flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly said, You, sleep a little closer to the side. After hearing Yi Jichio's words, Xia Tian did not dare to be negligent at all and quickly moved a little towards the bed. However, Yi Jichio did not seem satisfied with this. She urged again, sleep a little longer. Hearing this, Xia Tian had no choice but to move a little further towards the bed. In this way, Yi Jichio kept repeating the same request over and over again, and Xia Tian obediently cooperated by moving his body. Finally, Xia Tian was clinging to the bedside, unable to move any further. He looked at Yi Jichio with a bitter face, complaining that, Sister Jichio, if I continue to move, I will fall to the floor. Humph. Since you knew you would fall to the ground, why did you sleep so far away? Am I really that scary? Would I eat you in the middle of the night? Staying so far away from me. Yi Jichio raised the corners of his mouth slightly, teasing Xia Tian with a half smile. Oh. Hearing Yi Zhiqiu's slightly joking words, Xiatian nodded repeatedly as if waking up from a dream, then quickly moved back to the center of the bed and lay down next to Yi Zhiqiu. "Oh, I asked you to sleep over here, but I didn't ask you to cling to me like an octopus." Yi Zhiqiu blushed and complained coquettishly. She could clearly feel Xiatian's hot body temperature and strong heartbeat close to her behind her. He. Xiatian smiled awkwardly and moved his body slightly, but still kept a distance from Yi Zhiqiu. He felt a little flustered and didn't know how to deal with such close contact. Yi Zhiqiu rolled his eyes at Xiatian, gently placed the book in his hand on the bedside table, then turned around and lay down facing Xiatian. She pulled the quilt over her body, closed her eyes, and whispered, "Turn off the lights and go to sleep." When Xiatian heard Yi Zhiqiu's words, he quickly reached out to turn off the bedside lamp. As the lights went out, the whole room was instantly plunged into darkness. The two of them lay quietly in the darkness, each with their own thoughts, and unable to fall asleep for a long time. After a while, Xiatian couldn't help but called out softly, "Zhiqiu. What are you doing?" Yi Zhiqiu responded lazily. "Zhiqiu, your mother, what does she like? Also, what dishes does she like to eat?" Xiatian spoke softly, as if he was afraid of disturbing the tranquility of the night. His tone revealed a hint of nervousness and anticipation. Yi Zhiqiu heard the uneasiness in Xiatian's voice, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a sweet feeling arose in his heart. She thought for a moment, then answered softly, "Well, my mother likes some artistic things, such as painting, calligraphy, and the like. As for food, she usually prefers lighter dishes, such as stir-fried seasonal vegetables, shrimp, and scrambled eggs." "Why are you asking this all of a sudden?" Xiatian was silent for a moment before he mustered up the courage to say, "I just want to know more about my aunt's preferences, so that I can behave better next time we meet and leave a good impression on her." "Okay, don't be so nervous. My mom is really a very nice and gentle person." Yi Zhiqiu comforted softly with a smile on his face. Xiatian nodded slightly and responded softly, but there was still a hint of uneasiness and restraint in his eyes. "Zhiqiu, how is your dad?" Xiatian hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but ask. "My dad." When Yi Zhiqiu heard Xiatian mention his father's figure involuntarily appeared in his mind. "From childhood to adulthood, although my father doted on me, he always maintained a dignified and meticulous appearance, which made people unconsciously become cautious in front of him. My dad is actually a pretty good guy. Hey, don't worry too much about my dad for now. When you get home tomorrow, just behave yourself. As long as my mom approves of you, there will be no problem with my dad." Yi Zhiqiu tried to make him relax with a gentle tone. "Oh, okay," Xiatian responded in a low voice. Although he was still a little nervous, he felt a little calmer when he saw Yi Zhiqiu's firm attitude. Afterwards, the room fell into a brief silence, and neither of them spoke again. Not long after, perhaps because they were too tired during the day, or because they were infected by the warm atmosphere, they both fell asleep unconsciously. The next morning, the first ray of sunlight shone through the gap in the curtains onto the bed. Xiatian was the first to wake up from his sleep. He opened his eyes and saw Yi Zhiqiu sleeping in his arms with his head resting on her. Looking at that peaceful face, Xiatian couldn't help but feel a warm feeling in his heart. He moved his body slightly and pulled back his arm, which was numb from being pressed. I slowly got out of bed and tiptoed out of bed. I looked at my phone and it was only 6:30. Xiatian walked slowly to the bathroom with clothes in hand. Xiatian went to the bathroom, changed into clean clothes, and then went to the bathroom outside to wash up, for fear of disturbing Yi Zhiqiu, who was still sleeping. Xiatian had just finished washing up and was wiping her face with a towel as she finished. Xiatian walked out of the bathroom slowly. At this moment, he saw Aunt Wang coming out of her room. "Hey, Xiaoxia, why did you get up so early today?" Aunt Wang greeted Xiatian warmly with an amiable smile on her face. Xiatian grinned, revealing a row of neat white teeth. Maybe I went to bed too early last night, so I woke up early this morning and couldn't fall asleep again." "Aunt Wang, you got up early too?" Aunt Wang nodded gently and responded softly, "Well, I have developed the habit of getting up early over the years. I'll go to the kitchen to prepare breakfast first. Xiaoxia, please wait a moment." After that, Aunt Wang turned and walked towards the kitchen. Her light footsteps seemed to carry a different kind of vitality. Xiatian watched Aunt Wang walk into the kitchen, then turned and walked towards the two little ones' room. When he gently pushed open the door, a faint scent of milk wafted into his nose. Dabeo was lying quietly on the bed, her small body looked particularly adorable. She closed her eyes tightly, as if she was having a sweet dream. But a chubby little hand unconsciously reached into the mouth and sucked it with relish. Erbo lay on his side next to his sister, holding her tightly with one little hand, as if he was afraid that her sister would leave suddenly. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly like butterfly wings. Although her eyes were closed, it was not difficult to imagine how lively these big eyes would look when they were opened. At this moment, the second baby is immersed in a sweet dream and sleeping very soundly. Xiaotian quietly walked to the bedside and sat down, afraid of waking up the two babies. He gently picked up his mobile phone, opened the novel author's background software, and prepared to start a new day of typing. Because in the next few days, he wouldn't be able to go out and deliver takeout orders as usual. Therefore, he decided to use this time to write more, not only to ensure that the novels he wrote could be continuously updated, but also to work hard to improve the quality and popularity of the novels, so as to strive to gain more profits from novel writing. Chapter 56. Xiao Xiaoku has already woken up. Xiao Tian was sitting on the edge of the bed, concentrating on typing, his hands typing away on the keyboard of his mobile phone. Just as he was immersed in the world of words, suddenly, his sensitive ears moved slightly, as if he caught a sound. The sound came from the direction of the beds where the little ones were sleeping and caught Xiao Tian's attention. Xiao Tian quickly stopped what he was doing, quickly saved the text he had just typed out, then carefully put away his phone, slowly stood up, and walked towards the cribs of the two little ones with light steps. As the distance gradually shortened, the scene in front of us became clearer and clearer. I saw two cute little guys woke up on the small bed. Debeo held his chubby little hands in his mouth, his big round eyes staring at the ceiling curiously, not knowing what he was thinking about. The second baby lay quietly on the bed, with a pair of chubby little hands raised high, waving wildly in the air like he was trying to grab something illusory. When the two little guys noticed Xiao Tian approaching, they turned their heads at the same time, their big black eyes staring straight at Xiao Tian, their eyes full of curiosity and confusion, as if they were muttering in their hearts, "Hey, this guy looks a little familiar, it seems like we just met yesterday." Seeing this, Xiao Tian couldn't help but smile gently. He gently stretched out a finger and waved it in front of the two little guys like a magic trick, trying to attract their attention. Sure enough, it didn't take long before the two little guys were successfully amused by Xiao Tian's actions and let out bursts of clear and pleasant giggles. Their innocent look almost melted people's hearts. Just then, the door was gently pushed open and Aunt Wang walked in wearing an apron. She immediately spotted Xiao Tian playing with the children and called out, "Xiao Tian, come and have breakfast." Hearing Aunt Wang's call, Xiao Tian responded, "Okay, Aunt Wang." Then, he remembered something important, turned to look at Aunt Wang and asked, "By the way, Aunt Wang, when do the little ones usually drink milk in the morning?" Aunt Wang raised her lips slightly, revealing a kind and warm smile, and said softly, "Two cute little ones, they can drink milk now. I will go make milk for them now." Xiao Tian stood up and walked quickly to Aunt Wang and said, "Aunt Wang, let me do it. You just need to help take care of these two little guys here." After saying that, without waiting for Aunt Wang's response, Xiao Tian hurried to the corner of the living room where various baby products were placed. I saw Xiao Tian skillfully taking out milk powder cans and bottles from the cabinet, his movements were quick and gentle. After a while, he poured the prepared milk into the bottle and shook it carefully, making sure the temperature was right before nodding with satisfaction. At this time, Aunt Wang had already come to the crib of the two little ones. She bent down, gazed at the two pink little faces on the bed with a loving and gentle gaze, and whispered softly, "My little darlings, you are so lucky, look, you have a good father who loves you very much." Not long after, Xiao Tian walked into the room briskly with a bottle full of milk in each hand. He first handed Aunt Wang a bottle of milk, then reached out and gently picked up his eldest daughter, Debeo, letting her lean comfortably in his arms. Then, Xiao Tian carefully brought the pacifier to Debeo's mouth. The little guy seemed to be impatient. He opened his little mouth and bit the pacifier tightly, sucking it with big gulps, making a gulp-gulp swallowing sound. It seemed that he was really hungry. On the other side, Aunt Wang was also holding the second baby and feeding him patiently. The second baby was not to be outdone. He sucked the pacifier hard with his little mouth and waved his two little hands from time to time, as if expressing his love for the delicious milk. For a moment, the whole room was filled with a warm atmosphere. In the spacious and bright master bedroom, sunlight shines through the gaps in the curtains onto the soft big bed. Yi Jiqiu slowly opened her still sleepy eyes and subconsciously turned her head to look at the bed. However, to her surprise, Xiao Tian, who was supposed to be lying there, was nowhere to be seen. She rubbed her eyes gently, trying to clear her mind, then slowly sat up. After sitting on the bed in a daze for a while, Yi Jiqiu finally came to her senses. She reached out to lift the warm quilt covering her body, put her feet into the slippers on the edge of the bed, stood up, and walked towards the door of the room. When she walked out of the master bedroom and into the living room, she was greeted by a tempting aroma of food. Following the scent, she saw a steaming breakfast on the dining table, but no one was around. Yi Jisho stood there and thought for a moment, thinking that Xiaotian might have gone to take care of the two little ones. So, she turned and walked towards the two children's room. She gently pushed open the door, and the scene in front of her immediately made him feel extremely warm. I saw Xiaotian holding one of the little ones in her arms, while Aunt Wang beside her was holding the other baby with the same careful care. The two of them were concentrating on feeding their children, with loving smiles on their faces. At this moment, Xiaotian seemed to notice some movement. He raised his head and his eyes met Yi Jiqiu, who was leaning against the doorframe. Seeing Yi Jiqiu appear at the door in loose pajamas, Xiaotian's mouth slightly raised, revealing a gentle smile. "Jiqiu, you're up." As he spoke, his hands did not stop moving, and he continued to patiently feed the baby in his arms. Hearing Xiaotian's greeting, Yi Jiqiu responded gently, "Well, I just woke up, and when I opened my eyes I didn't see you by my side, so I hurried out to find you." After saying that, she stared at Xiaotian quietly, her eyes full of tenderness and affection. At this time, Aunt Wang, who was busy, interrupted with a smile. Jiqiu. Xiaoxia got up very early and played with these two little guys for a long time. Aunt Wang said with a smile. "Jiqiu, go wash up first. You can come for breakfast after that." Xiaotian smiled and spoke softly to Yi Jiqiu in a gentle voice. "Well, okay." Yi Jiqiu nodded obediently, then turned around and walked towards the bathroom in his room with light steps. After entering the bathroom, she skillfully turned on the faucet, scooped a handful of cool water and splashed it on her face. She immediately felt much more awake. Then she picked up the toothbrush, squeezed toothpaste on it, and brushed her teeth carefully. In a short while, her teeth were clean and white as snow. After washing up, Yi Jiqiu walked to the closet and carefully selected a light blue floral dress to put on. The color of this skirt is fresh and elegant, and it is printed with small and exquisite flower patterns, making it look particularly playful and cute. She then gently combed her long hair that cascaded down her shoulders and tied it into a high ponytail, making her look fresh, neat, and full of energy. After packing up, Yi Jiqiu walked out of the room in a happy mood. When she came to the living room, she saw Xiaotian sitting on the spacious and bright sofa in the living room, playing and frolicking with two lively and cute little ones with a smile on her face. They were seen laughing and playing, chasing each other from time to time, and the whole living room was filled with a joyful and peaceful atmosphere. Chapter 57. Come on, introduce yourself. Aunt Wang prepared breakfast in the morning, helped feed the two little ones and then went back. This was what Yi Jiqiu had agreed with Aunt Wang in advance. Aunt Wang was not a native of Hangzhou, but her filial son and daughter-in-law bought a property in this city and settled down here. Well, in recent days, Aunt Wang has been able to visit her son and daughter-in-law and share the joy of family. After Aunt Wang left, Xiaotian and Yi Jiqiu worked together to dismantle the beds of the two little ones, and carefully moved them to the master bedroom and placed them properly. Today happened to be Friday, and Yi Jiqiu had specially asked for a day off. This way, together with Saturday and Sunday, she would have 3 full days of leisure time to rest and adjust. According to Yi Jiqiu's estimation, his mother would probably return home in the afternoon this weekend. After all, she had to go back to school on Monday to continue teaching. It was approaching noon and the clock was about to point to 10 o'clock when Yi Jiqiu's cell phone, which had been placed aside, suddenly rang loudly. The crisp and pleasant ding-ling-ling sound broke the original quiet atmosphere in the house. Yi Jiqiu looked over when he heard the voice and saw clearly on the phone screen that the caller was his mother. She first took a deep breath to calm her slightly nervous mood, and then quickly pressed the answer button. "Hello, my dearest mother." Yi Jiqiu deliberately spoke coquettishly to Ye's mother on the other end of the phone in a playful and cute tone. "Oh, little Jiqiu," hearing your attentive and flattering tone, your mother, am really worried. I always feel like you are hiding something from me." Mother Yi responded to her daughter in the same humorous way. "Ha ha ha, Mom, where are you? Tell me and I'll come pick you up personally." Yi Jiqiu laughed and tried to change the subject subtly so that her mother would not notice her inner nervousness. Ye's mother's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. "My dear daughter, don't bother me. I've already taken a taxi and am on my way here. I'll be here soon." Hearing his mother say this, Yi Jiqiu couldn't insist any longer and could only respond obediently. "Okay, Mom. Where are you now? Be sure to tell me when you are almost there. I'll run downstairs to greet my dear mother." He. Her tone was full of coquettishness and joy. Mother Yi thought for a moment and replied, well, at this rate, we'll be there in about 10 minutes. Jiqiu, just come downstairs in 10 minutes. Then, the mother and daughter chatted casually for a few more words about family matters and then hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Yi Jiqiu let out a long breath and thought to himself, alas, what is coming will eventually come. I really don't know how I can make my mother happy when she gets home and sees the two little ones at home. Thinking of this, Yi Jiqiu couldn't help but have a headache. But soon, she adjusted her mentality, turned around and shouted to Xiatian, my mother should be here soon, can we go down together to pick her up? Xiatian smiled and nodded, responding gently, okay, Jiqiu. But I have to go and see if the two little guys have woken up, if they are still asleep. As he said that, Xiatian walked towards the bedroom with light steps. Not long after, Xiatian walked out of the room slowly and carefully, tiptoeing. His movements were so gentle as if he was afraid of waking up the sleeping person in the house. At this moment, Yi Jiqiu, who had been paying attention to the movements at the door, immediately cast an inquiring look, his eyes full of concern and expectation. Xiatian nodded in understanding, then made an okay gesture to Yi Jiqiu. After receiving a positive answer, Yi Jiqiu felt a little relieved. Then he and Xiatian tiptoed downstairs to wait for Ye's mother to arrive. Since there are two little ones sleeping soundly at home, it shouldn't be a problem for the two of them to leave for a while. After a while, the two of them were standing downstairs of the apartment building. Xiatian seemed a little nervous at this moment. She kept rubbing her hands, as if trying to relieve her inner anxiety. Yi Jiqiu on the side was not much better. He also felt very nervous. He kept pacing back and forth, looking up into the distance from time to time. He was looking forward to seeing his mother as soon as possible, but was also nervous about his mother's arrival. Just then, the roar of a car engine came from far away. Yi Jiqiu and Xiatian looked in the direction of the sound and saw a snow-white car speeding towards them. In the blink of an eye, the car stopped steadily in front of the apartment building. Seeing this, Yi Jiqiu and Xiatian hurriedly quickened their pace and went forward to meet him. As the rear door was gently pushed open, the first thing that came into view was a pair of exquisite high-heeled shoes. Then, several ladies who looked to be less than 40 years old, graceful and exuding an elegant temperament got out of the car. Mom Yi Jiqiu couldn't suppress his inner excitement. He took 2 steps at a time and ran forward quickly, opening his arms and hugging his mother tightly. Mother Yi was slightly stunned at first, but then a warm smile appeared on her face. She gently patted her daughter's back and murmured, "Good girl, come and let mommy see." After a while, Yi Jiqiu reluctantly let go of the arms around his mother. Mother Yi smiled and looked carefully at her daughter in front of her, her eyes full of love. Not bad, my baby girl has not only not lost weight, but has gained a little weight. It seems that she has had a very comfortable time during this period. Overall, she is in good condition in all aspects. Hearing his mother's words, Yi Jiqiu couldn't help but blush and lower his head, looking as lovable as a shy flower. Then he looked up and saw the young man behind Yi Jiqiu. Although he was dressed in ordinary clothes, he looked tall, energetic, and full of vitality. "Come on. Introduce yourself," Ye's mother said to Yi Jiqiu with a smile. Since yesterday's phone call, Ye's mother had a vague feeling that her daughter must have something going on but didn't tell her. She thought that she must be in love. Therefore, I was not too surprised to see Xiatian at this moment. At least this young man looked good in appearance. As for other aspects, that remained to be seen. Yi Jiqiu blushed slightly as she introduced her boyfriend to her mother. "Mom, this is me. My boyfriend is also my future husband. He is from the same school as me and 1 year younger than me. He is currently a novelist. Hello, Auntie. I'm Xiatian." Xiatian greeted Ye's mother with a smile. Ye's mother got a lot of information from her daughter's introduction. Xiatian, from Zhejiang University, 1 year younger than her daughter, has no fixed job and currently makes a living by writing. The two have a very good relationship. Mother Yi smiled slightly and looked at Xiatian without saying anything. She just stared at him. "Oh, Mom, you'll scare Xiatian if you look at her like that," Yi Jiqiu said to her mother coquettishly. Mother Yi smiled slightly and greeted Xiatian softly. "Hello, Xiaoxia. Mom, let my mom go upstairs first." Yi Jiqiu called his mother to go upstairs. It has not been a big deal downstairs right now, and there is one more thing that Yi Jiqiu wants his mother to see with her own eyes before explaining. Chapter 58. What did you say? Call me grandma? When Ye's mother listened to her daughter's words, a smile appeared on her kind face. She nodded slightly, agreeing with what her daughter said. Then, Yi Jiqiu affectionately took his mother's arm and led her upstairs. When they finally arrived at the door of their house, Yi Jiqiu paused for a moment, reached into his pocket, fumbled for a moment, and then took out a bunch of keys. After standing in front of the door, Yi Jiqiu first took a deep breath, as if trying to calm his inner excitement, and then carefully inserted the key into the keyhole and gently turned it. There was a slight click sound, and the door opened. The moment he stepped into the house, Yi Jiqiu quickly bent down, took out a pair of brand new slippers from the shoe cabinet, and gently placed them at Ye's mother's feet. She raised her head and said to her mother with a smile, "Mom, please come in." With a happy smile on her face, Ye's mother stepped into the door, put on slippers gracefully, and then walked into the house. As soon as she entered the door, she began to look around, carefully examining this warm little home that belonged to her daughter in Hangzhou. The whole room was tidy, clean and tidy, and every corner exuded the warmth of home. Mother Yi nodded with satisfaction and praised softly, "Well, it's really good. It doesn't look messy at all." After that, she walked straight to the sofa in the middle of the living room and sat down slowly. Xia Tian, who had been following closely behind him, saw this and hurried into the kitchen. He skillfully took a pack of premium Westlake Longjing tea and carefully brewed a pot of fragrant hot tea. After a while, Xia Tian returned to the living room with the teapot in both hands and placed it steadily on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Then he picked up an exquisite teacup and filled a cup of steaming hot tea for Ye's mother. After completing this series of actions, Xia Tian found an empty seat next to Yi Jiqiu and sat down upright. Mother Yi gracefully picked up the teacup, took a sip of the fragrant tea, then slowly put the cup down. Her eyes fell on Yi Jiqiu gently and patiently, quietly waiting for her to speak. Yi Jiqiu called out in a long and coquettish voice, "Mom." The tone of her voice was full of dependence on her mother and coquettishness. Mother Yi smiled slightly, looking at her beloved daughter with eyes full of doting, and said softly, "What's the matter? Do you want me to ask you step by step?" Yi Jiqiu was slightly stunned after hearing this, with a hint of embarrassment on his face. For a moment he didn't know how to start. At this moment, a clear cry suddenly broke the brief silence in the house. All three of them were stunned, but their expressions were different. Yi Jiqiu and Xia Tian both became nervous instantly. Even though today was the day they were going to confess the matter of the child to Ye's mother, who could have expected that the child started crying before they could even open their mouths? Mother Yi was full of curiosity, thinking to herself, "Why is there a crying child at home? What is going on?" Xia Tian reacted the fastest. He stood up suddenly and ran hurriedly towards the room where the crying came from. Seeing this, Yi Jiqiu quickly stood up and walked quickly towards the door. He turned back and said to Ye's mother, "Mom, the child is awake. Xia Tian and I will go take a look. You sit here for a while and I will explain it to you in detail later." Before he finished speaking, he walked into the room with Xia Tian. Mother Yi was a little dazed at first, but after thinking for a while, she stood up resolutely and walked towards the room. She was determined to find out what was going on. "The moment I stepped into the room, the first thing that caught my eye was Yi Jiqiu and Xia Tian, each holding a cute little one in their arms. They held the little ones gently in their arms and coaxed them with soft voices. However, what is puzzling is that today the two little guys seemed to be affected by some mysterious power and kept crying. The crying was one after another, like a sad symphony, which made people feel pity. No matter how hard Yi Jiqiu and Xia Tian tried, they couldn't stop the two little guys from crying. At this time, Ye's mother came over after hearing the noise. She stood quietly by and observed the scene in front of her. Although she still didn't know how the child came into the family or who the child belonged to, she reminded him based on her years of experience in raising Yi Jiqiu, "Look, has he pooped?" After saying that, Ye's mother couldn't help but frown slightly. After hearing what Ye's mother said, Yi Jiqiu and Xia Tian woke up as if from a dream, and hurriedly lowered their heads to check the diapers of the two little ones. Sure enough, as soon as I opened it, a pungent smell hit me in the face. Xia Tian couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my, I really pooped. And judging from this, the amount is quite large." Then, she turned to Yi Jiqiu and said, "Jiqiu, I'll go get a basin of hot water and some clean diapers. We have to quickly wash the butts of these two little guys and change them into dry diapers." Yi Jiqiu nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, okay." After getting a response, Xia Tian carefully placed Debeo in his arms gently on the bed, then turned around and hurried out of the room. Seeing Debeo still crying on the bed, Ye's mother couldn't bear it and went forward to pick up Debeo, holding him in her arms and coaxing him. Soon, Xia Tian came in with 2 basins of warm water and 2 new diapers. First, he took the second baby from Yi Jiqiu's hands, took off the diaper on the second baby, then washed and dried his butt, and put on a new diaper. Then he took Debeo from Ye's mother's hands, took off his diaper, washed Debeo's butt, and put on a new diaper. Then he took the changed diaper and 2 basins of water and went out. Ye's mother looked at Xiatian, whose technique was smooth but still a little unfamiliar, and her own girl Yi Jiqiu, who seemed to have no skills at all. Holding Debeo, who had stopped crying and was looking around with big eyes, Yi Jiqiu asked, "Tell me, what's going on? Whose are the 2 children?" Yi Jiqiu was holding Erbao, and suddenly heard his mother's question. His heart tightened and he thought, what is coming has finally come. Then, he rolled his eyes and said to Debeo in Ye's mother's arms with a smile, "Debeo, look, this is Grandma. Come and say hello to Grandma." Debeo opened his eyes wide and looked at his mother. If he could speak, he would definitely say, "Mom, you are a little old man, I am asking you a question. You asked me to say hello, baby, I am only 4 months old, can I speak?" Mother Yi was stunned when she heard what the girl said. "Grandma? What did you say? Call me Grandma?" Ye's mother asked in disbelief, thinking she had heard it wrong. Yi Jiqiu smiled awkwardly, he. "Didn't the child I gave birth to call you Grandma?"